Welcome to Simplilearn's ChatGPT Full Course. Are you excited to dive into the world of AI and discover how ChatGPT can transform the way you work? Well, you are in the right place. This course is packed with everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques, and it's designed to keep you engaged and excited every step of the way. We'll kick things off by breaking down what ChatGPT is and how it works. You'll learn how it uses natural language processing to generate human-like responses, making it an incredible tool for all kinds of tasks. Now, once we have covered the basics, we will dive into the real-world applications. ChatGPT is more than just a buzzword. It's already making waves in industries like tech, marketing, education, and beyond. You'll see firsthand how businesses are using it to automate tasks, create content, and boost efficiency. Since ChatGPT is one of the most in-demand tech skills today, we will show you how to use your new knowledge to stand out in interviews and grow your career in AI and automation. And by the end of this course, you will have all the tools to become a ChatGPT expert. So let's jump in and explore the exciting world of AI together. Before we comment, if you are interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the ENICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program will provide you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Gen AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and even Hugging Face. You'll also gain practical experience to 15+ projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. Alongside, you'll earn a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur. You'll receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below. Let's get started.
Meet John, a talented programmer who is looking to start a company that used his personally developed mobile application to connect restaurants and customers for booking and reservations. Even though the app was ready, John had difficulty getting together a team for his startup, needing separate people for sales, marketing, programming, content creation, and customer support. Hiring reliable manpower while being strict with his budget was getting difficult. He reached out to his friend Ryan, who said John could start his company without hiring any new people, thanks to just a single AI-based tool. John couldn't believe it, which led Ryan to introduce ChatGPT, the revolutionary AI chatbot being developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art natural language processing, or NLP model, that uses a neural network architecture to provide responses. This means that the ChatGPT bot can answer questions without being explicitly told what the answer is using its own intellect, unlike previous AI chatbots. So, how does ChatGPT help John in filling out his team? Regarding sales, ChatGPT can provide full-fledged sales pitches based on the correct prompts. It can provide tips on how to pitch your product to businesses, removing the need for sales training. Completely customized to your requirements and your prompts. If you don't like some things about the response, you can ask for certain changes, and the chatbot will make sure they are done. When it comes to marketing, ChatGPT can provide efficient marketing strategies, which can help new entrepreneurs learn how to market their products to prospective clients. It can provide trending keywords that marketers can use for SEO purposes, while providing ad copies for your website and blog. Speaking of websites, since John can do a lot of the heavy lifting and programming, ChatGPT can help proofread the code and help out when looking for bugs to fix. Apart from basic bug fixing, it can also provide sample code structures for different programming languages, allowing John to focus more on improving core functionality and workflow, rather than fixing basic code errors. Websites and blogs content is very helpful when gathering potential customer leads. The revolutionary bot can provide full-length blog posts with near-perfect fast accuracy in seconds, allowing further customization, like choosing the length of the subject matter to the complexity of language. For John's customer support, the bot can draft complete customer service emails based on the situation, saving time and resources. The tone of the message can be changed to reflect the nature of the message, creating an efficient alternative for call center professionals. John was left speechless seeing this level of versatility from ChatGPT and wanted to implement it right away. However, Ryan made sure John knew about some drawbacks of the chatbot before getting started. Since the bot is trained mostly on data up to 2021, Many of the newer events may still need to be discovered by ChatGPT. Even basic stuff like asking about the current date and time is beyond its scope, much like the limited understanding of context despite providing near lifelike solutions to certain problems. Even the accuracy of many responses can be questioned since the AI model is still learning and being developed. There is a section of the public that believes the revolutionary tool can one day replace Google search. But that day seems far-fetched so far because of the variety of issues people keep running into when using ChatGPT. However, ChatGPT poses a lot of promise for the future of AI. From full-scaled automated divisions and organizations to serving as the perfect digital assistant, OpenAI is creating a bot for the future aimed at solving the problems of today with the tools of tomorrow. The ability to carry out a myriad of tasks with minimum manpower will boost productivity at organizations in every sector, thanks to the revolutionary ChatGPT. So, how do you think ChatGPT will benefit your daily life? Are you looking forward to using the bot regularly for work or personal life? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Meet John, a software developer. John develops a program, and now he realizes the program is surrounded by a lot of bugs. John starts exploring a solution. He surfs through the internet, checks programmer communities. Doubting every step of the way, John feels his problem is not solved. Desperate to find the solution, John meets his friend Adam. Adam comes up with an idea of an artificially intelligent and practical solution called the ChatGPT. Adam says ChatGPT has the caliber to systematically resolve all the bugs with an elaborate explanation for every step it makes. ChatGPT is an AI-trained model that works in a conversational way, developed by OpenAI. Fascinated by hearing this, John asks Adam to explain him in detail. After Adam explains that, GPT, aka Generative Pre-training Transformer, has come a long way. Before the introduction of GPT, natural language processing used to deal with a specific task with large amounts of data. GPT was first released in 2018, which contained 117 million parameters. GPT, GPT-2, and GPT-3. Each one is stronger than the one before it. The main reason why GPT received little attention was that it was more of an idea or test than a finished product. But after the introduction of GPT-2, it gained a lot of attention, as it could accurately predict the word that would begin a text. Then they introduced GPT-3, which is a strong language model, achieving translation, question answering, and performing 3-digit arithmetic. But ChatGPT stands tall compared to all other achievements of OpenAI. So, how does it work? ChatGPT uses deep learning techniques to generate human-like text. It is based on the machine learning model derived from the class called the large language model. ChatGPT is a byproduct of InstructGPT. InstructGPT introduced a strategy for integrating human feedback into the training process to match model outputs. This innovative technology made ChatGPT exceptional. It is trained on the massive datasets of text from the internet and learns from the patterns and relationships between words and phrases. It responds to a prompt by determining the next word based on the context, then repeats the process until a stop condition is met. As a result, ChatGPT can produce various logical responses to various queries and prompts. The most important components of ChatGPT are the transformer model and language model. Coming to the transformer model, it is a neural network architecture designed to process sequential data. It consists of multiple layers of self-attention and a feed-forward network. After the transformer model has processed the input, a decoder generates the output. The decoder uses the context provided by the encoder to generate the response. The model is trained using unsupervised learning and fine-tuned on specific tasks using supervised learning. For successful completion of tasks, it needs pre-trained data. The model first encodes the input text, then converts it to a numerical representation, which can be processed by the model's neural network. This encoding is done using the embedded layer that maps the word. Then comes the language model. ChatGPT is trained as a language model, trained to predict the next word in a sequence given the previous words. The language model intends to produce rational, consistent, and meaningful output. The pre-trained ChatGPT can be tuned for a specific task. So ChatGPT passes a fine-tuning test by answering questions, generating text summaries, or generating text in response to a query. Overall, ChatGPT is a powerful language model with a combination of techniques like deep learning, machine learning, neural networks, and natural language processing. Can ChatGPT change a wide variety of business tasks? John asked. ChatGPT possesses the ability to automate content creation on social media, create chatbot and e-commerce sites, provide medical assistance by acting as a symptom checker, write code, and assist a developer. Thus, ChatGPT can change the working of every industry. Now, John can resolve any coding issue without looking into any other resources. But like any other technology, ChatGPT comes with a few limitations that can be its Achilles heel. ChatGPT is capable of developing content up to 2021. It finds difficulty in providing logical reasoning in certain situations. And also, ChatGPT lags in translation, summarization, and sometimes question answering. But above all, ChatGPT has shown remarkable ability by providing accurate answers flawlessly in a creative way in very short periods of time.
OpenAI is one of the main leaders in the field of generative AI, with its ChatGPT being one of the most popular and widely used examples. ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI's GPT family of large language models, LLMs. In August and September 2024, there were rumors about a new model from OpenAI, codenamed Strawberry. At first, it was unclear if it was the next version of GPT-4o or something different. On September 12, OpenAI officially introduced the O1 model. Hi, I am Mayank. In this video, we will discuss about OpenAI model O1 and its types. After this, we will perform some basic prompts using OpenAI Preview and OpenAI Mini. And at the end, we will see comparison between the OpenAI O1 models and GPT-4o. So without any further ado, let's get started. What is OpenAI O1? The OpenAI O1 family is a group of LLMs that have been improved to handle more complex reasoning. These models are designed to offer a different experience from GPT-4o, focusing on thinking through problems more thoroughly before responding. Unlike older models, O1 is built to solve challenging problems that require multiple steps and deep reasoning. OpenAI O1 models also use a technique called chain of thought prompting, which allows the model to think through problem step by step. OpenAI O1 consists of two models, O1 Preview and O1 Mini. The O1 Preview model is meant for more complex tasks, while the O1 Mini is a smaller, more affordable version. So what can OpenAI O1 do? OpenAI O1 can handle many tasks, just like other GPT models from OpenAI, such as answering questions, summarizing content, and creating new material. However, O1 is especially good at more complex tasks, including the first one is enhanced reasoning. The O1 models are designed for advanced problem solving, particularly in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. The second one is brainstorming and ideation. With its improved reasoning, O1 is great at coming up with creative ideas and solutions in various fields. The number third is scientific research. O1 is perfect for tasks like annotating cell sequencing data or solving complex math needed in areas like quantum optics. The number fourth is coding. The O1 models can write and fix code, performing well on coding tests like Human Eval and Code Forces, and helping developers build multi-step workflows. The fifth one, mathematics. O1 is much better at math than previous model, scoring 83% in the International Mathematics Olympiad test compared to GPT-4o's 13%. It also did well in other math competitions like AIME, making it useful for generating complex formulas for physics. And the last one is self-fact checking. O1 can check the accuracy of its own responses, helping to improve the reliability of its answer. You can use OpenAI O1 models in several ways. ChatGPT Plus and Team users have access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini models and can manually choose them in the model picker. Although free users don't have access to the O1 models yet, OpenAI planning to offer O1 Mini to them in the future. Developers can also use these models, OpenAI's API, and they are available on third-party platforms like Microsoft Azure AI Studio and GitHub models. So before jumping to the demo part, here is a quick info for you. Dive into the future of AI with the Generative AI and Machine Learning course in collaboration with ENICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Learn tools like ChatGPT, OpenAI, Hugging Face, Python, and more. Join masterclass led by IITG faculty, engage in hands-on project, and earn executive alumni status. So this generative AI and machine learning course enriches your career journey with comprehensive coverage of machine learning, deep learning, NLP, generative AI, reinforcement learning, computer vision, and many more. So find the course link from the description box below and the pinned comment. So yes guys, I have opened this ChatGPT 4o model here and ChatGPT O1 preview, as you can see. So I have this plus model, okay, the paid version of ChatGPT. So I can access this O1 preview and O1 mini model. Okay, we will go with O1 preview model and we will put same prompts in both the model of the ChatGPT 4o and the O1 preview and see what are the differences are coming. Okay, so we will do some math questions and we will do some coding, we will do some advanced reasoning and quantum physics as well. Okay, so let's start with, so I have some prompt already written with me. So first one is number theory. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it from here and paste it in this and both. Okay, so let me run in 4o and O1 preview. So here you can see it's thinking. Okay, so this is what I was saying, chain of thoughts. Okay, so these are the chain of thoughts. First is breaking down the primes, this is, and then is identifying the GCD. And now see the difference between the output. See, output is 561 is not a prime number and the GCD, greatest common deceiver, of 48 and 180 is 12. Okay, here see ChatGPT O1 preview is giving the output in step by step. First see, determine if 561 is a prime number or not. The number 561 is not a prime number. It's a composite number because it has this. Okay, then second step, then the greatest common divisor. Then they found 12 and answer is no, 561 is not composite number because of this, and the greatest common divisor of 48 and 180 is 12. See, just see the difference between the two models. This is why ChatGPT O1 models are crazy for math, coding and advanced reasoning, quantum physics, for these things. Okay, so let's go with our second step. So here, if you will see, you can see the attach file option in ChatGPT 4o. Okay, you can come upload from your computer, but here you will see in O1 there is no attach file option. This is one drawback. Okay, so here upload from computer. So this is one small. Okay, and let me open this, and this is the question I have. Okay, yeah, so I will copy this, I will run this and this. Okay, see, it's start giving the answer and O1 is still thinking, solving the equation, then analyzing the relationship. Okay, so ChatGPT O1 will take time, but it will give you more accurate, more step by step as you want. Okay, so here you can see solve for x in question, this, and here the steps you can see. Okay, this is more structured way, you can say, in a good structured way. Okay, ChatGPT O1 preview give you in good structured way as O1 mini as well. Okay, so yeah, so here they wrote just 1 and 2, this, and here if you'll see question 1, solve for x in this, and step 1 is this, step 2 is this, and step 3 is this, then the answer of x is equals to 3. But here simply they wrote we know this, and x equals to 3. For the second question, see, expanding the left hand side, this, but here step 1, square both sides of the given equation. Start by squaring both sides. Okay, it's written but not in good way. Okay, so this is why O1 is better for math. Okay, so now let's check it for the coding part. Okay, so I have one question. Okay, let me see what output it will give to. First I will write I need. Okay, leave it. I will copy it and I will copy it as well here, run it and run it. See, it start giving answer. Okay, and still this will adjust the parameters, ensuring the code generation, because ChatGPT O1 will think first, then it will analyze, then after that it will give you answers. Okay, here the code is done. See, here the code is done and it's still thinking. Step 1, and first here you can't see anything. See, step setup development environment, pip install numpy matplotlib, then this, and here nothing. And but I will ask it, okay, give me code in one tab. Okay, here also I will write, give me code in single tab. Okay, so I can just copy and paste. So what I will do, I will open one online compiler and I will directly copy it and paste. Okay, so let's finish this. I hope it will work. So let me open W3 Schools compiler. Okay, yeah, same I will open for this W3 School. Okay, so let me copy the code and my bad, and paste it here. Same works for this. Okay, okay, I will copy the code and I will paste it here. Okay, I hope it gives something. Yeah, cool. So yes, now you can see the difference between the output. So this is the output of 4.0 and this is the output of O1 preview. See, O1 preview output is this and this is the output of 4.0. So this is the difference. This is why O1 takes time, but it will give you more accurate result in a good way. Okay, so now let's check something else. So moving on, let's see some advanced reasoning question. Okay, so this is the logical puzzle one, the first one. Okay, so I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, this is for O1, this is for preview. Because why I'm not comparing O1 with mini, because they both are same but slightly differences there. Okay, so here we can see more difference between 4.0 old model versus new model, you can say. Okay, so now see, the answer is end in this much only, but it will explain you in a better way. See, thoughts for 7 seconds, explanation, that case 1 then case 2. Okay, with conclusion in both scenarios, summary, and this here, this one small explanation, and that's it, right? So they created O1 preview for more, it will describe you more in a better way, right? Now let's see some scientific reasoning as well. Okay, so let me copy it here. So still thinking, but start giving answer. Says thought for 16 seconds. So again, I will say that ChatGPT O1 is much better than ChatGPT 4.0. ChatGPT 4.0 is great for content writing and all, but ChatGPT O1 preview and mini are very good for reasoning, math, coding, or quantum physics, these type of things. Okay, advanced reasoning. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 is great for generative text. Okay, like for marketing, writing copies, emails, and all of those. So now let's see some comparison between O1 models and GPT-4o model. When new models are released, their capabilities are revealed through benchmark data in the technical reports. The new OpenAI model excels in complex reasoning tasks. It surpasses human PhD level accuracy in physics, chemistry, biology on the GPQA benchmark. Coding becomes easier with O1 as it ranks in the 89th percentile of the competitive programming questions Codeforce. The model is also outstanding in math. On a qualifying exam for International Mathematics Olympiad IMO, GPT-4o solved only 13% of problems, while O1 achieved 83%. This is truly next level. On the standard ML benchmarks, it has huge improvement across the board. MMLU means multitask accuracy and GPQA is reasoning capabilities. Human evaluation. OpenAI asks people to compare O1 Mini with GPT-4o on difficult open-ended tasks across different topics. Using the same method as the O1 preview versus GPT-4o comparison, like O1 preview, O1 Mini was preferred over GPT-4o for tasks that require strong reasoning skills, but GPT-4o was still favored for language-based tasks. Model speed. As a concrete example, we compared responses from GPT-4o, O1 Mini, and O1 preview on the word reasoning question, while GPT-4o did not answer correctly. Both O1 Mini and O1 preview did, and O1 Mini reached the answer around 3 to 5x faster. Limitation and what's next. Due to its specialization on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, reasoning capabilities, O1 Mini's factual knowledge on non-STEM topics such as dates, biographics, and trivia is comparable to small LLMs such as GPT-4o Mini. OpenAI will improve these limitations in future versions, as well as experiment the extending the model to other modalities and specialties outside of STEM.
Today we will dive into the latest AI advancements, comparing ChatGPT-4 and the newly launched ChatGPT-4o. ChatGPT-4o offers a 30% improvement in factual accuracy and excels in creative tasks. We will reveal the top upgrades and how they can transform your AI experience. Get ready for an in-depth look at these powerful tools and find out which one is the game changer you have been waiting for. So let's explore the future of AI together. So first we'll start with the official documentation, and those who want to jump straight to the comparison of ChatGPT-4o and 4 can directly jump to it with the timestamp mentioned in the description box. So let's start with documentation. So guys, here we have searched about the ChatGPT-4o documentation, and this is the official page of OpenAI. And here you can find out that they have put on advancements and the model capabilities that ChatGPT-4 possesses. You could see here they have posted the videos that two GPT-4os are interacting and singing. You can play and watch these videos. So how they have advanced this ChatGPT-4o compared to ChatGPT-4. And you could see the vision capabilities of ChatGPT-4 as they are asking for the interview preparation with their vision capabilities. So similarly, you can check out all the other videos that they have posted, and moving downwards, we can see that they have posted explorations of capabilities. You could select the sample that could be visual narratives or poster creation for the movie or character design. So you could check out how ChatGPT-4 and 4o are different. And as we move down, here they have mentioned the model evaluations between ChatGPT-4o and ChatGPT-4 Turbo. Here we have the text evaluation, audio ASR performance, audio translation performance, and they have posted the bar graphs and the charts with all the other AI tools compared. And then we have the language tokenization and what improvements they have made in that. That is, they have used Gujarati language, Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, Hindi, and they have achieved the fewer tokens in these models. Now we move downwards, we can see that the model safety and limitations, they have added some more safety features, and the model availability, that is ChatGPT-4o is available for both the free version and the paid version. So this was all about the official documentation of ChatGPT-4o. So let's get started with the comparison analysis of ChatGPT-4o and 4. So guys, I have opened ChatGPT-4 here, and in the other window, we'll open ChatGPT-4o. And we'll provide the same prompts to both ChatGPT-4 and 4o. And we'll see what responses they provide to us and in what time frame. We'll compare the time frame also, and how they conceptualize or provide the fractional prompts to responses. So starting with number one, so the number one category we will be choosing is factual inquiries. So we will ask both of them, and we'll ask them that tell me something interesting about Marie Curie. And provide to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter and see which one of those will provide us a good response. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response in a paragraph, and if we read this, so the tone is okay, like it is telling to a third person. And if we move to ChatGPT 4o, you could see here that it has categorized the points here, that these are the main points that you could use as an interesting points about Marie Curie. So I would say ChatGPT 4o has an edge here, and I won't think like there was a time difference, and I can say that we can't have any difference in the time taken by both the models. So now I'll move to next category, that is complex scientific and technical prompts. So here we'll ask both the models about how quantum computers work and compare their advantages to classical computers. So let's ask them that explain how quantum computers and compare their advantages to classical computers. We'll copy the same prompt and paste it to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter. And till then, I will tell you guys that from here you can use the different model also, that you have used GPT 4o here. It's showing you. After generating the response, I will show you guys how you can switch to the models also. Here you can copy it, and here you can read it loud. And in the settings also, you can check out what voices you need as an assistant here. So moving back, we can see that ChatGPT 4 is still responding and generating the response, while ChatGPT 4o has already done it. We can surely say that ChatGPT 4o has an edge with the time frame thing, as it generated the response much faster than ChatGPT 4. And if we compare what the responses they have provided, and ChatGPT 4o has mentioned how quantum computers work, advantages of quantum computers, comparison with classical computers, and after that challenges that quantum computers are facing. And if we see what ChatGPT 4 has provided, you could see that how quantum computers work, and after that the advantages of quantum computers and the comparison with classical computers. So you could see that with the less time frame, ChatGPT 4 has provided more subtopics and the more points that he has covered, whereas ChatGPT 4 has provided the least information, but he has provided the okay information that we are sufficiently acquired with the prompt. But definitely I will give an edge to ChatGPT 4 here. So here I was telling you about the change model thing. So you can click here and check out ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 4. If you click here ChatGPT 4, it will generate the response again with GPT 4 model, as we have selected the ChatGPT 4 model here, but neglecting that, he will generate with the ChatGPT 4 model. So here after generating the response, if you click on 1/2, so these arrows, you can find out this response has been generated by GPT 4 model, and this response has been generated by GPT 4 model. And you can have this comparison in the same window also, but I am using different windows, so we'll compare it in one another only. So now moving to the next section, that is creative writing. So now we'll ask both these models to write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's ask them that write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's copy the same prompt and paste it in GPT-4 and let's wait for the response. As you guys can see that GPT-4o has already generated the response, and here GPT-4 has also generated. And before comparing both these responses, I want you guys to notice something, that this new version of OpenAI, that is GPT, they have moved the profile section from bottom left to top right. And there are many more advancements. If you see here, this is the history section and the memory feature. And you could find many other features that could be managed memory in the profile sections only. So if you go into personalized category, here we have the memory section. So moving back to the prompt response. So here we have the GPT-4 model. And if we read this poem, in the forest deep where shadows play, the moon casts light in a silver array. Whispers of leaves in a gentle breeze dance with the night in serene, silent ease. And if we compare this, so GPT-4 has provided really a short poem, whereas GPT-4o has provided us the 4 paras. And if I tell you about the tone, so GPT-4o has an edge here, as it has provided a really crafted good poem than GPT-4. So now we'll compare these models on the basis of text analysis skills, or before that we'll compare them on complex mathematical and logical queries. So we'll ask them to solve a quadratic equation and we'll provide them the equation. Solve the equation. That would be 3x square minus 12x plus 9 equal to 0, and explain each step. So let's see which model does its job better. So you could see the writing speed also, like how this cursor is moving. I would definitely say that ChatGPT 4o has a good speed here, and it has generated the response, and GPT-4 has also generated the response. So I would say that GPT-4o has taken 6 steps to solve this and provided a detailed information how you can solve the quadratic equation, and whereas GPT-4 has shown us the 3 steps and he has integrated other steps in step 1 only, that is factorize the quadratic equation. So if you are a beginner, you could definitely switch to ChatGPT 4o to understand these quadratic equations or mathematical equations. So giving another point to ChatGPT 4o here. Now we'll move to another category, that is data analysis questions. So now we'll provide a data set to both of them. So this will be the data, samples, sales data. So here we will ask both the models to create a bar chart between sales and region. You would see that both the models are analyzing, and here we are. ChatGPT 4o has provided us the response, and the main thing that I want to showcase here is that ChatGPT 4o has now interactive images or bar graphs or the visual representations here. If you click to static chart, they have an option here. So now this bar chart is not static, and you could just have the plain 2D design. And if we click on this again, you could see that you could find the actual figure what has been showcased in the bar graph. And similarly, here you could change the dataset color That is, you can change the color of the bar graphs or the bars in the graph. And moreover, you have the download section here also and the expand section. If you expand it, you could see that here you can generate the response and chat with GPT-4 model and have the output here. So we will get back to the window, and here you can see that ChatGPT-4 has provided us the basic response as it was doing previously also. So here's the bar chart and no interactive design and no download option. Moreover, no other expanding options also. So let's move to the next category, and that would be our last category. So now we'll ask both the models about solving philosophical and ethical problems. So now we'll ask them, do animals have moral rights? So justify your answer. We'll copy paste the same prompt to GPT-4 model and ask both of them to generate the response. So you could see that both has generated the responses, and if we compare them, so ChatGPT-4 has provided the number one point, that is argument for moral rights of animals, and then the second point, that is argument against moral rights of animals. And if we move to GPT-4 section, he has also provided the main topics, but he has provided the subtopics and highlighted what are the main key points for both, that is moral rights and against moral rights. So I would definitely say that ChatGPT-4 has improved factual accuracy and response discipline. Like, he has a framework to provide the response, whereas ChatGPT-4 just provide the response in a basic manner. And one more category we'll see here, that is, we'll ask him to create an image of two robots fighting or facing each other, or in a face off. So let's copy the same prompt to GPT-4 model also. So here's the response. You can see that ChatGPT-4 has generated an image with two robots in a dramatic face-off in a futuristic arena, and whereas that GPT-4 has also generated two futuristic robots in a dramatic face-off. And I would definitely say that GPT-4 has done a good job here. His image is much better than GPT-4. So if I tell you about the conclusion, so choosing between ChatGPT-4 and ChatGPT-4 depends largely on your specific needs. If your work requires detailed analysis and you often engage in complex discussions, then ChatGPT-4 might be the better choice with its deep understanding and retention capabilities. However, if you need quick turnaround times and are managing multiple tasks or collaboration, speed and efficiency will likely serve you better. So both tools have their merits and can significantly enhance your content creation process and other data analysis processes. So as these technologies evolve, staying informed about updates will help you continue making the best use of Gen AI in your work.
We've looked at a lot of examples of machine learning, so let's see if we can give a little bit more of a concrete definition. What is machine learning? Machine learning is the science of making computers learn and act like humans by feeding data and information without being explicitly programmed. And we see here we have a nice little diagram where we have our ordinary system. Your computer, nowadays you can even run a lot of this stuff on a cell phone because cell phones have advanced so much. And then with artificial intelligence and machine learning, it now takes the data and it learns from what happened before. And then it predicts what's going to come next. And then really the biggest part right now in machine learning that's going on is it improves on that. How do we find a new solution? So we go from descriptive, where it's learning about stuff and understanding how it fits together, to predicting what it's going to do, to post-scripting, coming up with a new solution. And when we're working on machine learning, there's a number of different diagrams that people have posted for what steps to go through. A lot of it might be very domain specific. So if you're working on photo identification versus language versus medical or physics, some of these are switched around a little bit or new things are put in. They're very specific to the domain. This is kind of a very general diagram. First, you want to define your objective. Very important to know what it is you're wanting to predict. Then you're going to be collecting the data. So once you've defined an objective, you need to collect the data that matches. You spend a lot of time in data science collecting data, and the next step, preparing the data. You got to make sure that your data is clean going in. There's the old saying, bad data in, bad answer out, or bad data out. And then once you've gone through and we've cleaned all this stuff coming in, then you're going to select the algorithm. Which algorithm are you going to use? You're going to train that algorithm. In this case, I think we're going to be working with SVM, the support vector machine. Then you have to test the model. Does this model work? Is this a valid model for what we're doing? And then once you've tested it, you want to run your prediction. You want to run your prediction or your choice or whatever output it's going to come up with. And then once everything is set and you've done lots of testing, then you want to go ahead and deploy the model. And remember I said domain specific. This is very general as far as the scope of doing something. A lot of models, you get halfway through and you realize that your data is missing something and you have to go collect new data because you've run a test in here someplace along the line. You're saying, hey, I'm not really getting the answers I need. So there's a lot of things that are domain specific that become part of this model. This is a very general model, but it's a very good model to start with. And we do have some basic divisions of what machine learning does that's important to know. For instance, do you want to predict a category? Well, if you're categorizing things, that's classification. For instance, whether the stock price will increase or decrease. So in other words, I'm looking for a yes-no answer. Is it going up or is it going down? And in that case, we'd actually say, is it going up? True. If it's not going up, it's false, meaning it's going down. This way, it's a yes-no, 0, 1. Do you want to predict a quantity? That's regression. So remember, we just did classification. Now we're looking at regression. These are the two major divisions in what data is doing. For instance, predicting the age of a person based on the height, weight, health, and other factors. So based on these different factors, you might guess how old a person is. And then there are a lot of domain-specific things, like do you want to detect an anomaly? That's anomaly detection. This is actually very popular right now. For instance, you want to detect money withdrawal anomalies. You want to know when someone's making a withdrawal that might not be their own account. We've actually brought this up because this is really big right now. If you're predicting the stock, whether to buy stock or not, you want to be able to know if what's going on in the stock market is an anomaly. Use a different prediction model because something else is going on. You got to pull out new information in there. Or is this just the norm? I'm going to get my normal return on my money invested. So being able to detect anomalies is very big in data science these days. Another question that comes up, which is on what we call untrained data, is do you want to discover structure in unexplored data? And that's called clustering. For instance, finding groups of customers with similar behavior given a large database of customer data containing their demographics and past buying records. And in this case, we might notice that anybody who's wearing a certain set of shoes goes shopping at certain stores, or whatever it is, they're going to make certain purchases. By having that information, it helps us to market or group people together so that we can now explore that group and find out what it is we want to market to them if you're in the marketing world. And that might also work in just about any arena. You might want to group people together, whether they're based on their different areas and investments and financial background, whether you're going to give them a loan or not. Before you even start looking at whether they're a valid customer for the bank, you might want to look at all these different areas and group them together based on unknown data. So you don't know what the data is going to tell you, but you want to cluster people together that come together. Let's take a quick detour for quiz time. Oh, my favorite. So we're going to have a couple questions here under our quiz time. And we'll be posting the answers in the part 2 of this tutorial. So let's go ahead and take a look at these quiz times questions, and hopefully you'll get them all right, and it'll get you thinking about how to process data and what's going on. Can you tell what's happening in the following cases? Of course, you're sitting there with your cup of coffee, and you have your checkbox and your pen trying to figure out what's your next step in your data science analysis. So the first one is grouping documents into different categories based on the topic and content of each document. Very big these days. You have legal documents, you have maybe it's a sports group documents, maybe you're analyzing newspaper postings. But certainly having that automated is a huge thing in today's world. B, identifying handwritten digits in images correctly. So we want to know whether they're writing an A or capital A, B, C. What are they writing out in their handwriting? C, behavior of a website indicating that the site is not working as designed. D, predicting salary of an individual based on his or her years of experience. Boy, HR hiring setup there. So stay tuned for part 2. We'll go ahead and answer these questions when we get to the part 2 of this tutorial. Or you can just simply write at the bottom and send a note to Simplilearn, and they'll follow up with you on it. Back to our regular content. And these last few bring us into the next topic, which is another way of dividing our types of machine learning, and that is with supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is a method used to enable machines to classify, predict objects, problems, or situations based on labeled data fed to the machine. And in here you see we have a jumble of data with circles, triangles, and squares, and we label them. We have what's a circle, what's a triangle, what's a square, and we have our model training, and it trains it so we know the answer. Very important, when you're doing supervised learning, you already know the answer to a lot of your information coming in. So you have a huge group of data coming in, and then you have new data coming in. So we've trained our model. The model now knows the difference between a circle, a square, a triangle. And now that we've trained it, we can send in this case, a square and a circle goes in, and it predicts that the top one's a square and the next one's a circle. And you can see that this is being able to predict whether someone's going to default on a loan, because I was talking about banks earlier. Supervised learning on stock market, whether you're going to make money or not. That's always important. And if you are looking to make a fortune in the stock market, keep in mind it is very difficult to get all the data correct on the stock market. It is it fluctuates in ways really hard to predict. So it's quite a roller coaster ride. If you're running machine learning on the stock market, you start realizing you really have to dig for new data. So we have supervised learning, and if you have supervised, we should need unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, machine learning model finds the hidden pattern in an unlabeled data. So in this case, instead of telling it what the circle is, and what a triangle is, and what a square is, it goes in there and looks at them and says, for whatever reason, it groups them together. Maybe it'll group it by the number of corners. And it notices that a number of them all have 3 corners, a number of them all have 4 corners, and a number of them all have no corners. And it's able to filter those through and group them together. We talked about that earlier with looking at a group of people who are out shopping. We want to group them together to find out what they have in common. And of course, once you understand what people have in common, maybe you have one of them who's a customer at your store, or you have 5 of them are customer at your store, and they have a lot in common with 5 others who are not customers at your store. How do you market to those 5 who aren't customers at your store yet? They fit the demographics of who's going to shop there, and you'd like them to shop at your store, not the one next door. Of course, this is a simplified version. You can see very easily the difference between a triangle and a circle, which might not be so easy in marketing. Reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is an important type of machine learning where an agent learns how to behave in an environment by performing actions and seeing the result. And we have here where in this case, a baby. It's actually great that they used an infant for this slide because the reinforcement learning is very much in its infant stages. But it's also probably the biggest machine learning demand out there right now, or in the future, it's going to be coming up over the next few years, is reinforcement learning and how to make that work for us. And you can see here where we have our action. In the action in this one, it goes into the fire. Hopefully the baby it was just a little candle, not a giant fire pit like it looks like here. When the baby comes out, and the new state is the baby is sad and crying because they got burned on the fire. And then maybe they take another action. The baby's called the agent because it's the one taking the actions. And in this case, they didn't go into the fire. They went a different direction, and now the baby's happy and laughing and playing. Reinforcement learning is very easy to understand because that's how, as humans, that's one of the ways we learn. We learn whether it is, you burn yourself on the stove, don't do that anymore. Don't touch the stove. In the big picture, being able to have a machine learning program or an AI be able to do this is huge because now it's starting to learn how to learn. That's a big jump in the world of computer and machine learning. And we're going to go back and just kind of go back over supervised versus unsupervised learning. Understanding this is huge because this is going to come up in any project you're working on. We have in supervised learning, we have labeled data, we have direct feedback. So someone's already gone in there and said, yes, that's a triangle. No, that's not a triangle. and then you predict an outcome. So you have a nice prediction. This new set of data is coming in, and we know what it's going to be. And then with unsupervised training, it's not labeled. So we really don't know what it is. There's no feedback. So we're not telling it whether it's right or wrong. We're not telling it whether it's a triangle or a square. We're not telling it to go left or right. All we do is we're finding hidden structure in the data, grouping the data together to find out what connects to each other. And then you can use these together. So imagine you have an image and you're not sure what you're looking for. So you go in and you have the unstructured data, find all these things that are connected together. And then somebody looks at those and labels them. Now you can take that labeled data and program something to predict what's in the picture. So you can see how they go back and forth, and you can start connecting all these different tools together to make a bigger picture. There are many interesting machine learning algorithms. Let's have a look at a few of them. Hopefully this gives you a little flavor of what's out there. And these are some of the most important ones that are currently being used. We'll take a look at linear regression, decision tree, and the support vector machine. Let's start with a closer look at linear regression. Linear regression is perhaps one of the most well-known and well-understood algorithms in statistics and machine learning. Linear regression is a linear model. For example, a model that assumes a linear relationship between the input variables x and the single output variable y. And you'll see this if you remember from your algebra classes, y equals mx plus c. Imagine we are predicting distance traveled y from speed x. Our linear regression model representation for this problem would be y equals m times x plus c, or distance equals m times speed plus c, where m is the coefficient and c is the y-intercept. And we're going to look at two different variations of this. First, we're going to start with time is constant. And you can see we have a bicyclist. He's got his safety gear on, thank goodness. Speed equals 10 meters per second. And so over a certain amount of time, his distance equals 36 kilometers. We have a second bicyclist who's going twice the speed, or 20 meters per second. And you can guess if he's going twice the speed and time is a constant, then he's going to go twice the distance. And that's easily to compute. 36 times 2, you get 72 kilometers. And so if you had the question of how fast would somebody who's going 3 times that speed, or 30 meters per second is, you can easily compute the distance. In our head, we can do that without needing a computer. But we want to do this for more complicated data. So it's kind of nice to compare the two, but let's just take a look at that and what that looks like in a graph. So in a linear regression model, we have our distance to the speed, and we have our m equals the VE slope of the line. And we'll notice that the line has a plus slope. And as the speed increases, distance also increases, hence the variables have a positive relationship. And so your speed of the person, which equals y equals mx plus c, distance traveled in a fixed interval of time. And we could very easily compute, either following the line or just knowing it's 3 times 10 meters per second, that this is roughly 102 kilometers distance that this third bicyclist has traveled. One of the key definitions on here is positive relationship. So the slope of the line is positive. As distance increase, so does speed increase. Let's take a look at our second example where we put distance is a constant. So we have speed equals 10 meters per second. They have a certain distance to go, and it takes them 100 seconds to travel that distance. And we have our second bicyclist who's still doing 20 meters per second. Since he's going twice the speed, we can guess that he'll cover the distance in about half the time, 50 seconds. And of course, you could probably guess on the third one, 100 divided by 30, since he's going 3 times the speed. You can easily guess that this is 33.333 seconds time. When we put that into a linear regression model or a graph, if the distance is assumed to be constant, let's see the relationship between speed and time. And as time goes up, the amount of speed to go that same distance goes down. So now your m equals a minus VE slope of the line. As the speed increases, time decreases. Hence, the variable has a negative relationship. Again, there's our definition. Positive relationship and negative relationship dependent on the slope of the line. And with a simple formula like this, and even a significant amount of data, let's see with the mathematical implementation of linear regression. And we'll take this data. So suppose we have this data set where we have x, y, x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, standard series, and the y value is 3, 2, 2, 4, 3. When we take that and we go ahead and plot these points on a graph, you can see there's kind of a nice scattering, and you could probably eyeball a line through the middle of it. But we're going to calculate that exact line for linear regression. And the first thing we do is we come up here and we have the mean of xi. And remember, mean is basically the average. So we added 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 and divide by 5. And that simply comes out as 3. And then we'll do the same for y. We'll go ahead and add up all those numbers and divide by 5. And we end up with the mean value of y of I equals 2.8, where the xi references it's an average or means value, and the yi also equals a means value of y. And when we plot that, you'll see that we can put in the y equals 2.8 and the x equals 3 in there on our graph. We kind of gave it a little different color so you could sort it out with the dashed lines on it. And it's important to note that when we do the linear regression model should go through that dot. Now let's find our regression equation to find the best fit line. Remember, we go ahead and take our y equals mx plus c, so we're looking for m and c. So to find this equation for our data, we need to find our slope of m and our coefficient of c. And we have y equals mx plus c, where m equals the sum of x minus x average times y minus y average, or y means and x means, over the sum of x minus x means squared. That's how we get the slope of the value of the line. And we can easily do that by creating some columns here where we have x, y. Computers are really good about iterating through data, and so we can easily compute this and fill in a graph of data. And in our graph, you can easily see that if we have our x value of 1, and if you remember the xi, or the means value, is 3, 1 minus 3 equals a negative 2, and 2 minus 3 equals a negative 1, so on and so forth. And we can easily fill in the column of x minus xi, y minus yi, and then from those we can compute x minus xi squared and x minus xi times y minus yi. And you can guess it that the next step is to go ahead and sum the different columns for the answers we need. So we get a total of 10 for our x minus xi squared, and a total of 2 for x minus xi times y minus yi. And we plug those in, we get 2/10, which equals 0.2. So now we know the slope of our line equals 0.2. So we can calculate the value of c. That'd be the next step, is we need to know where it crosses the y-axis. And if you remember, I mentioned earlier that the linear regression line has to pass through the means value, the one that we showed earlier. We can just flip back up there to that graph, and you can see right here there's our means value, which is 3, x equals 3 and y equals 2.8. And since we know that value, we can simply plug that into our formula, y equals 0.2x plus c. So we plug that in, and we get 2.8 equals 0.2 times 3 plus c, and you can just solve for c. So now we know that our coefficient equals 2.2. And once we have all that, we can go ahead and plot our regression line. Y equals 0.2 times x plus 2.2. And then from this equation, we can compute new values. So let's predict the values of y using x equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and plot the points. Remember, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was our original x values. So now we're going to see what y thinks they are, not what they actually are. And when we plug those in, we get y of designated with y of p. You can see that x equals 1 equals 2.4, x equals 2 equals 2.6, and so on and so on. So we have our y predicted values of what we think it's going to be when we plug those numbers in. And when we plot the predicted values along with the actual values, we can see the difference. And this is one of the things that's very important with linear regression in any of these models, is to understand the error. And so we can calculate the error on all of our different values. And you can see over here we plotted x and y predict. And we draw in a little line so you can sort of see what the error looks like there between the different points. So our goal is to reduce this error. We want to minimize that error value on our linear regression model. Minimizing the distance. There are lots of ways to minimize the distance between the line and the data points, like sum of squared errors, sum of absolute errors, root mean square error, etc. We keep moving this line through the data points to make sure the best fit line has the least square distance between the data points and the regression line. So to recap with a very simple linear regression model, we first figure out the formula of our line through the middle, and then we slowly adjust the line to minimize the error. Keep in mind this is a very simple formula. The math gets, even though the math is very much the same, it gets much more complex as we add in different dimensions. So this is only 2 dimensions, y equals mx plus c, but you can take that out to x, z, I, j, q, all the different features in there, and they can plot a linear regression model on all of those using the different formulas to minimize the error. Let's go ahead and take a look at decision trees, a very different way to solve problems in the linear regression model. Decision tree is a tree-shaped algorithm used to determine a course of action. Each branch of a tree represents a possible decision, occurrence, or reaction. We have data which tells us if it is a good day to play golf. And if we were to open this data up in a general spreadsheet, you can see we have the outlook, whether it's rainy, overcast, sunny, temperature, hot, mild, cool, humidity, windy, and did I like to play golf that day, yes or no? So we're taking a census, and certainly I wouldn't want a computer telling me when I should go play golf or not. But you could imagine if you got up in the night before, you're trying to plan your day, and it comes up and says tomorrow would be a good day for golf for you in the morning, and not a good day in the afternoon, or something like that. This becomes very beneficial, and we see this in a lot of applications coming out now where it gives you suggestions and lets you know what would fit the match for you for the next day or the next purchase or the next whatever, next meal out. In this case, is tomorrow a good day for playing golf based on the weather coming in? And so we come up and let's determine if you should play golf when the day is sunny and windy. So we found out the forecast tomorrow is going to be sunny and windy. And suppose we draw our tree like this. We're going to have our humidity, and then we have our normal, which is if you have a normal humidity, you're going to go play golf. And if the humidity is really high, then we look at the outlook. And if the outlook is sunny, overcast, or rainy, it's going to change what you choose to do. So if you know that it's a very high humidity and it's sunny, you're probably not going to play golf because you're going to be out there miserable, fighting off the mosquitoes that are out joining you to play golf with you. Maybe if it's rainy, you probably don't want to play in the rain. But if it's slightly overcast and you get just the right shadow, that's a good day to play golf and be outside, out on the green. Now in this example, you can probably make your own tree pretty easily because it's a very simple set of data going in. But the question is, how do you know what to split? Where do you split your data? What if this is much more complicated data where it's not something that you would particularly understand? Like studying cancer, they take about 36 measurements of the cancerous cells, and then each one of those measurements represents how bulbous it is, how extended it is, how sharp the edges are. Something that as a human we would have no understanding of. So how do we decide how to split that data up? And is that the right decision tree? So that's a question that's going to come up. Is this the right decision tree? For that, we should calculate entropy and information gain. Two important vocabulary words there are the entropy and the information gain. Entropy. Entropy is a measure of randomness or impurity in the data set. Entropy should be low. So we want the chaos to be as low as possible. We don't want to look at it and be confused by the images or what's going on there with mixed data. And the information gain. It is a measure of decrease in entropy after the data set is split, also known as entropy reduction. Information gain should be high, so we want our information that we get out of the split to be as high as possible. Let's take a look at entropy from the mathematical side. In this case, we're going to denote entropy as I of P of and N, where P is the probability that you're going to play a game of golf, and N is the probability where you're not going to play the game of golf. Now, you don't really have to memorize these formulas. There's a few of them out there depending on what you're working with. But it's important to note that this is where this formula is coming from, so when you see it, you're not lost when you're running your programming, unless you're building your own decision tree code in the back. And we simply have a log squared of P over P plus N minus N over P plus N times the log squared of N of P plus N. But let's break that down and see what it actually looks like when we're computing that from the computer script side. Entropy of a target class of the data set is the whole entropy. So we have entropy play golf. And when we look at this, if we go back to the data, you can simply count how many yeses and no in our complete data set for playing golf days. In our complete set, we find we have 5 days we did play golf and 9 days we did not play golf. And so our I equals, if you add those together, 9 plus 5 is 14. And so our I equals 5 over 14 and 9 over 14. That's our P and N values that we plug into that formula. And you can go 5 over 14 equals 0.36, 9 over 14 equals 0.64. And when you do the whole equation, you get the minus 0.36 log root squared of 0.36 minus 0.64 log squared root of 0.64. And we get a set value. We get 0.94. So we now have a full entropy value for the whole set of data that we're working with. And we want to make that entropy go down. And just like we calculated the entropy out for the whole set, we can also calculate entropy for playing golf and the outlook. Is it going to be overcast or rainy or sunny? And so when we look at the entropy, we have P of sunny times E of 3 of 2. And that just comes out how many sunny days yes and how many sunny days no over the total, which is 5. Don't forget to put we'll divide that 5 out later on. Equals P overcast equals 4 comma 0 plus rainy equals 2 comma 3. And then when you do the whole setup, we have 5 over 14. Remember I said there was a total of 5? 5 over 14 times the I of 3 of 2 plus 4 over 14 times the 4 comma 0 and 514 over I of 2, 3. And so we can now compute the entropy of just the part that has to do with the forecast. And we get 0.693. Similarly, we can calculate the entropy of other predictors like temperature, humidity, and wind. And so we look at the gain outlook. How much are we going to gain from this? Entropy play golf minus entropy play golf outlook. And we can take the original 0.94 for the whole set minus the entropy of just the rainy day and temperature, and we end up with a gain of 0.247. So this is our information gain. Remember, we define entropy and we define information gain. The higher the information gain, the lower the entropy, the better. The information gain of the other three attributes can be calculated in the same way. So we have our gain for temperature equals 0.029. We have our gain for humidity equals 0.152, and our gain for a windy day equals 0.048. And if you do a quick comparison, you'll see the 0.247 is the greatest gain of information, so that's the split we want. Now let's build the decision tree. So we have the outlook. Is it going to be sunny, overcast, or rainy? That's our first split because that gives us the most information gain. And we can continue to go down the tree using the different information gains with the largest information. We can continue down the nodes of the tree where we choose the attribute with the largest information gain as the root node and then continue to split each subnode with the largest information gain that we can compute. And although it's a little bit of a tongue twister to say all that, you can see that it's a very easy to view visual model. We have our outlook, we split it 3 different directions. If the outlook is overcast, we're going to play. And then we can split those further down if we want. So if the outlook is sunny, but then it's also windy, if it's windy, we're not going to play. If it's not windy, we'll play. So we can easily build a nice decision tree to guess what we would like to do tomorrow and give us a nice recommendation for the day. So we want to know if it's a good day to play golf when it's sunny and windy. Remember the original question that came out? Tomorrow's weather report is sunny and windy. You can see by going down the tree, we go outlook sunny, outlook windy. We're not going to play golf tomorrow. So our little smartwatch pops up and says, I'm sorry, tomorrow's not a good day for golf. It's going to be sunny and windy. And if you're a huge golf fan, you might go, uh-oh, it's not a good day to play golf. We can go in and watch a golf game at home. So we'll sit in front of the TV instead of being out playing golf in the wind. Now that we looked at our decision tree, let's look at the third one of our algorithms we're investigating. Support vector machine. Support vector machine is a widely used classification algorithm. The idea of support vector machine is simple. The algorithm creates a separation line which divides the classes in the best possible manner. For example, dog or cat, disease or no disease. Suppose we have a labeled sample data which tells height and weight of males and females. A new data point arrives and we want to know whether it's going to be a male or a female. So we start by drawing a line. We draw decision lines, but if we consider decision line 1, then we will classify the individual as a male. And if we consider decision line 2, then it will be a female. So you can see this person kind of lies in the middle of the two groups, so it's a little confusing trying to figure out which line they should be under. We need to know which line divides the classes correctly, but how? The goal is to choose a hyperplane. And that is one of the key words they use when we talk about support vector machines. Choose a hyperplane with the greatest possible margin between the decision line and the nearest point within the training set. So you can see here we have our support vector, we have the 2 nearest points to it, and we draw a line between those 2 points. And the distance margin is the distance between the hyperplane and the nearest data point from either set. So we actually have a value, and it should be equally distant between the 2 points that we're comparing it to. When we draw the hyperplanes, we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance. So we observe that line 1 has a maximum distance margin, so we'll classify the new data point correctly. And our result on this one is going to be that the new data point is male. One of the reasons we call it a hyperplane versus a line is that a lot of times we're not looking at just weight and height. We might be looking at 36 different features or dimensions. And so when we cut it with a hyperplane, it's more of a three-dimensional cut in the data, or multi-dimensional. It cuts the data a certain way. And each plane continues to cut it down until we get the best fit or match. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Problem statement. I always start with a problem statement when you're going to put some code together. We're going to do some coding now. Classifying muffin and cupcake recipes using support vector machines. So the cupcake versus the muffin. Let's have a look at our data set. And we have the different recipes here. We have a muffin recipe that has so much flour. I'm not sure what measurement 55 is in, but it has 55, maybe it's ounces? But it has a certain amount of flour, a certain amount of milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And so based on these measurements, we want to guess whether we're making a muffin or a cupcake. And you can see in this one, we don't have just two features. We don't just have height and weight as we did before between the male and female. In here, we have a number of features. In fact, in this, we're looking at 8 different features to guess whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. What's the difference between a muffin and a cupcake? Turns out muffins have more flour, while cupcakes have more butter and sugar. So basically the cupcake's a little bit more of a dessert, where the muffin's a little bit more of a fancy bread. But how do we do that in Python? How do we code that to go through recipes and figure out what the recipe is? And I really just want to say cupcakes versus muffins, like some big professional wrestling thing. Before we start in our cupcakes versus muffins, we are going to be working in Python. There's many versions of Python, many different editors. That is one of the strengths and weaknesses of Python, is it just has so much stuff attached to it, and it's one of the more popular data science programming packages you can use. In this case, we're going to go ahead and use Anaconda and Jupyter Notebook. The Anaconda Navigator has all kinds of fun tools. Once you're into the Anaconda Navigator, you can change environments. I actually have a number of environments on here. We'll be using Python 3.6 environment. So this is in Python version 3.6. Although it doesn't matter too much which version you use. I usually try to stay with the 3x because they're current, unless you have a project that's very specifically in version 2x. 2.7 I think is usually what most people use in the version 2. And then once we're in our Jupyter Notebook editor, I can go up and create a new file. And we'll just jump in here. In this case, we're doing SVM muffin versus cupcake. And then let's start with our packages for data analysis. And we almost always use there's a few very standard packages we use. We use import numpy. That's for number Python. They usually denote it as NP. That's very common. And then we're going to import pandas as PD. And numpy deals with number arrays. There's a lot of cool things you can do with the numpy setup as far as multiplying all the values in an array, in a numpy array, data array. Pandas, I can't remember if we're using it actually in this data set. I think we do as an import. It makes a nice data frame. And the difference between a data frame and a numpy array is that a data frame is more like your Excel spreadsheet. You have columns, you have indexes, you have different ways of referencing it, easily viewing it, and there's additional features you can run on a data frame. And Pandas kind of sits on numpy, so you need them both in there. And then finally, we're working with the support vector machine. So from sklearn, we're going to use the sklearn model, import SVM, support vector machine. And then as a data scientist, you should always try to visualize your data. Some data obviously is too complicated or doesn't make any sense to the human. But if it's possible, it's good to take a second look at it so that you can actually see what you're doing. Now for that, we're going to use two packages. We're going to import matplotlibary.pyplot as PLT. Again, very common. And we're going to import Seaborn as SNS. And we'll go ahead and set the font scale in the SNS right in our import line. That's what this semicolon followed by a line of data. We're going to set the SNS. And these are great because the Seaborn sits on top of matplotlibary, just like Pandas sits on numpy. So it adds a lot more features and uses and control. We're obviously not going to get into matplotlibary and Seaborn. That'd be its own tutorial. We're really just focusing on the SVM, the support vector machine from sklearn. And since we're in Jupyter Notebook, we have to add a special line in here for our matplot library. And that's your percentage sign or ampersand matplot library in line. Now, if you're doing this in just a straight code project, a lot of times I use like Notepad++, and I'll run it from there. You don't have to have that line in there because it'll just pop up as its own window on your computer, depending on how your computer's set up. Because we're running this in the Jupyter Notebook as a browser setup, this tells it to display all of our graphics right below on the page. So that's what that line is for. I remember the first time I ran this, I didn't know that, and I had to go look that up years ago. It was quite a headache. So matplot library inline is just because we're running this on the web setup. And we can go ahead and run this, make sure all our modules are in. They're all imported, which is great. If you don't have them import, you'll need to go ahead and pip, use the PIP or however you do it. There's a lot of other install packages out there, although pip is the most common. And you have to make sure these are all installed on your Python setup. The next step, of course, is we got to look at the data. You can't run a model for predicting data if you don't have actual data. So to do that, let me go ahead and open this up and take a look. And we have our cupcakes versus muffins. And it's a CSV file, or .csv, meaning that it's comma-separated variable. And it's going to open it up in a nice spreadsheet for me. And you can see up here we have the type. We have muffin, 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 cupcake, cupcake, cupcake. And then it's broken up into flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. So what we can do is we can go ahead and look at this data also in our Python. Let us create a variable recipes equals, we're going to use our pandas module, .read CSV. Remember, it was a comma-separated variable. And the file name happened to be cupcakes versus muffins. Oops, I got double brackets there. Do it this way. There we go. Cupcakes versus muffins. Because the program I loaded, or the place I saved this particular Python program is in the same folder, we can get by with just the file name. But remember, if you're storing it in a different location, you have to also put down the full path on there. And then because we're in pandas, we're going to go ahead and you can actually, inline you can do this, but let me do the full print. You can just type in recipes.head in the Jupyter Notebook. But if you're running in code in a different script, you need to go ahead and type out the whole print recipes.head. And pandas knows that that's going to do the first 5 lines of data. And if we flip back on over to the spreadsheet where we opened up our CSV file, you can see where it starts on line 2. This one calls it 0, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to match. Go and close that out because we don't need that anymore. And it always starts at 0. And it automatically indexes it since we didn't tell it to use an index in here. So that's the index number for the left-hand side. And it automatically took the top row as labels. So pandas using it to read a CSV is just really slick and fast. One of the reasons we love our pandas. Not just because they're cute and cuddly teddy bears. And let's go ahead and plot our data. And I'm not going to plot all of it. I'm just going to plot the sugar and flour. Now, obviously, you can see where they get really complicated if we have tons of different features. And so you'll break them up and maybe look at just 2 of them at a time to see how they connect. And to plot them, we're going to go ahead and use Seaborn. So that's our SNS. And the command for that is sns.lmplot. And then the 2 different variables I'm going to plot is flour and sugar. Data equals recipes. The hue equals type. And this is a lot of fun because it knows that this is pandas coming in. So this is one of the powerful things about pandas mixed with Seaborn and doing graphing. And then we're going to use a palette set 1. There's a lot of different sets in there. You can go look them up for Seaborn. We'll do a fit regular equals false, so we're not really trying to fit anything. And it's a scatter, KWS. A lot of these settings you can look up in Seaborn. Half of these you could probably leave off when you run them. Somebody played with this and found out that these were the best settings for doing a Seaborn plot. And let's go ahead and run that. And because it does it inline, it just puts it right on the page. And you can see right here that just based on sugar and flour alone, there's a definite split. And we use these models because you can actually look at it and say, hey, if I drew a line right between the middle of the blue dots and the red dots, we'd be able to do an SVM and a hyperplane right there in the middle. Then the next step is to format or pre-process our data. And we're going to break that up into two parts. We need a type label, and remember, we're going to decide whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Well, a computer doesn't know muffin or cupcake, it knows 0 and 1. So, what we're going to do is we're going to create a type label, and from this we'll create a numpy array np where, and this is where we can do some logic. We take our recipes from our panda, and wherever type equals muffin, it's going to be 0. And then if it doesn't equal muffin, which is cupcakes, it's going to be 1. So we create our type label. This is the answer. So when we're doing our training model, remember we have to have a training data. This is what we're going to train it with, is that it's 0 or 1. It's a muffin or it's not. And then we're going to create our recipe features. And if you remember correctly from right up here, the first column is type. So we really don't need the type column because that's our muffin or cupcake. And in pandas, we can easily sort that out. We take our value recipes dot columns. That's a pandas function built into pandas. Dot values, converting them to values. So it's just the column titles going across the top. And we don't want the first one. So what we do is, since it always starts at 0, we want 1 colon till the end. And then we want to go ahead and make this a list, and this converts it to a list of strings. And then we can go ahead and just take a look and see what we're looking at for the features, make sure it looks right. Let me go ahead and run that. And I forgot the S on recipes, so we'll go ahead and add the S in there and then run that. And we can see we have flour, milk, sugar, butter, egg, baking powder, vanilla, and salt. And that matches what we have up here, right where we printed out everything but the type. So we have our features and we have our label. Now, the recipe features is just the titles of the columns, and we actually need the ingredients. And at this point, we have a couple options. One, we could run it over all the ingredients. And when you're doing this, usually you do, but for our example, we want to limit it so you can easily see what's going on. Because if we did all the ingredients, we have, that's what, 7, 8 different hyperplanes that would be built into it. We only want to look at one so you can see what the SVM is doing. And so we'll take our recipes and we'll do just flour and sugar. Again, you can replace that with your recipe features and do all of them, but we're going to do just flour and sugar, and we're going to convert that to values. We don't need to make a list out of it because it's not string values. These are actual values on there. And we can go ahead and just print ingredients, and you can see what that looks like. And so we have just the amount of flour and sugar, just the 2 sets of plots. And just for fun, let's go ahead and take this over here and take our recipe features. And so if we decided to use all the recipe features, you'll see that it makes a nice column of different data. So it just strips out all the labels and everything. We just have just the values. But because we want to be able to view this easily in a plot later on, we'll go ahead and take that and just do flour and sugar. And we'll run that and you'll see it's just the 2 columns. So the next step is to go ahead and fit our model. We'll go ahead and just call it model. And it's a SVM. We're using a package called SVC. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and set the kernel equals linear. So it's using a specific setup on there. And if we go to the reference on their website for the SVM, you'll see that there's 8 of them here. 3 of them are for regression, 3 are for classification, the SVC, support vector classification, is probably one of the most commonly used. And then there's also one for detecting outliers, and another one that has to do with something a little bit more specific on the model. But SVC and SVR are the two most commonly used, standing for support vector classifier and support vector regression. Remember, regression is an actual value, a float value or whatever you're trying to work on, and SVC is a classifier, so it's a yes, no, true, false. But for this, we want to know 0, 1, muffin, cupcake. We go ahead and create our model, and once we have our model created, we're going to do model.fit, and this is very common, especially in the sklearn. All their models are followed with the fit command. And what we put into the fit, what we're training with it, is we're putting in the ingredients, which in this case we limited to just flour and sugar, and the type label. Is it a muffin or a cupcake? Now, in more complicated data science series, you'd want to split into, we won't get into that today, we split it into training data and test data, and they even do something where they split it into thirds, where a third is used for where you switch between which one's training and test. There's all kinds of things that go into that, and it gets very complicated when you get to the higher end. Not overly complicated, just an extra step which we're not going to do today because this is a very simple set of data. And let's go ahead and run this, and now we have our model fit. And I got an error here, so let me fix that real quick. It's capital SVC, it turns out. I did it lowercase. Support vector classifier. There we go. Let's go ahead and run that. And you'll see it comes up with all this information that it prints out automatically. These are the defaults of the model. You notice that we changed the kernel to linear. And there's our kernel linear on the printout. And there's other different settings you can mess with. We're going to just leave that alone for right now. For this, we don't really need to mess with any of those. So next, we're going to dig a little bit into our newly trained model. And we're going to do this so we can show you on a graph. And let's go ahead and get the separating. And we're going to say, we're going to use a W for our variable on here. We're going to do model.coefficient _0. So what the heck is that? Again, we're digging into the model. So we've already got a prediction and a train. This is the math behind it that we're looking at right now. And so the W is going to represent two different coefficients. And if you remember, we had y equals mx plus c. So these coefficients are connected to that, but in two-dimensional. It's a plane. We don't want to spend too much time on this because you can get lost in the confusion of the math. So if you're a math whiz, this is great. You can go through here and you'll see that we have a equals minus w of 0 over w of 1. Remember, there's two different values there. And that's basically the slope that we're generating. And then we're going to build an xx. What is xx? We're going to set it up to a numpy array. There's our np dot line space. So we're creating a line of values between 30 and 60. So it just creates a set of numbers for x. And then if you remember correctly, we have our formula, y equals the slope times x plus the intercept. Well, to make this work, we can do this as yy equals the slope times each value in that array. That's the neat thing about numpy. So when I do a times xx, which is a whole numpy array of values, it multiplies a across all of them. And then it takes those same values and we subtract the model intercept. That's your, remember we had mx plus c, so that'd be the c from the formula, y equals mx plus c. And that's where all these numbers come from. A little bit confusing because it's digging out of these different arrays. And then what we want to do is we're going to take this and we're going to go ahead and plot it. So plot the parallels to separating hyperplane that pass through the support vectors. And so we're going to create B equals a model support vectors. Pulling our support vectors out there. Here's our YY, which we now know is a set of data. And we have we're going to create YY down equals A times XX plus B1 minus A times B0. And then model support vector B is going to be set that to a new value, the -1 setup. And yy up equals a times xx plus b1 minus a times b0. And we can go ahead and just run this to load these variables up. If you want to understand a little bit more of what's going on, you can see if we print yy, we just run that, you can see it's an array. This is a line. It's going to have, in this case, between 30 and 60, so it's going to be 30 variables in here. And the same thing with yy up, yy down. And we'll plot those in just a minute on a graph so you can see what those look like. You just go ahead and delete that out of here and run that so it loads up the variables. Nice clean slate. I'm just going to copy this from before. Remember this, our SNS, our seaborn plot, LM plot, flour, sugar. And I'll just go ahead and run that real quick so you can see remember what that looks like. It's just a straight graph on there. And then one of the neat things is because seaborn sits on top of pie plot, we can do the pie plot for the line going through. And that is simply plt.plot. And that's our xx and yy, our two corresponding values, xy. And then somebody played with this to figure out that the line width equals 2 and the color black would look nice. So let's go ahead and run this whole thing with the pie plot on there. And you can see when we do this, it's just doing flour and sugar on here. Corresponding line between the sugar and the flour and the muffin versus cupcake. And then we generated the support vectors, the yy down and yy up. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. So we'll do our PL plot. And again, this is all against xx, our x value. But this time we have yy down. And let's do something a little fun with this. We can put in a k dash dash. That just tells it to make it a dotted line. And if we're going to do the down one, we also want to do the up one. So here's our yy up. And when we run that, it adds both sets of line. And so here's our support, and this is what you expect. You expect these two lines to go through the nearest data point. So the dashed lines go through the nearest muffin and the nearest cupcake when it's plotting it. And then your SVM goes right down the middle. So it gives it a nice split in our data, and you can see how easy it is to see, based just on sugar and flour, which one's a muffin or a cupcake. Let's go ahead and create a function to predict muffin or cupcake. I've got my recipes I pulled off the internet, and I want to see the difference between a muffin or a cupcake. And so we need a function to push that through. And we'll create a function with def. And let's call it muffin or cupcake. And remember, we're just doing flour and sugar today. We're not doing all the ingredients. And that actually is a pretty good split. You really don't need all the ingredients to know it's flour and sugar. And let's go ahead and do an if-else statement. So if model predict is of flour and sugar equals 0. So we take our model and we run a predict. It's very common in sklearn where you have a dot predict. You put the data in, and it's going to return a value. In this case, if it equals 0, then print you're looking at a muffin recipe. Else, if it's not 0, that means it's 1, then you're looking at a cupcake recipe. That's pretty straightforward for a function, or def for definition. DEF is how you do that in Python. And of course, if you're going to create a function, you should run something in it. And so let's run a cupcake, and we're going to send it values 50 and 20, a muffin or a cupcake. I don't know what it is. And let's run this and just see what it gives us. And it says, oh, it's a muffin. You're looking at a muffin recipe. So it very easily predicts whether we're looking at a muffin or a cupcake recipe. Let's plot this. Oops, there we go. Plot this on the graph so we can see what that actually looks like. And I'm just going to copy it and paste it from below, where we're plotting all the points in there. So this is nothing different than what we did before. If I run it, you'll see it has all the points and the lines on there. And what we want to do is we want to add another point. And we'll do PLT plot. And if you remember correctly, we did, for our test, we did 50 and 20. And then somebody went in here and decided we'll do YO for yellow, or it's kind of an orangish yellow color is going to come out. Marker size 9. Those are settings you can play with. Somebody else played with them to come up with the right setup so it looks good. And you can see there it is graphed, clearly a muffin. In this case, in cupcakes versus muffins, the muffin has won. And if you'd like to do your own muffin cupcake contender series, you certainly can send a note down below, and the team at Simplilearn will send you over the data they use for the muffin and cupcake. And that's true of any of the data. We didn't actually run a plot on it earlier. We had men versus women. You can also request that information to run it on your data setup so you can test that out. So to go back over our setup, we went ahead for our support vector machine code. We did a predict 40 parts flour, 20 parts sugar. I think it was different than the one we did, whether it's a muffin or a cupcake. Hence, we have built a classifier using SVM, which is able to classify if a recipe is of a cupcake or a muffin, which wraps up our cupcake versus muffin.
Hello guys, welcome to this Reasoning with O1 course. What if we told you that there's an AI that does not just give answers but actually thinks? So introducing O1, the latest and the most advanced reasoning model from OpenAI. So unlike other models that rely on patterns, O1 is designed to reason through problems, self-correct and explain its thinking step by step, just like a human would. So today we will explore what makes O1 so special. Then we will come across how it reasons. Then we will see where it's useful, and finally we will see why learning about this model is essential in the age of intelligent machines. So let's just dive in. So what is O1? So O1 is OpenAI's new AI model, but it's not just a smarter chatbot, it's a reasoning engine. While models like GPT-4 are brilliant at language and creativity, O1 gives a step further. It can think logically, it can solve problems with multi-step reasoning and analyze the complex data. In short, O1 is the closest we have come to building an AI that can think through a task, not just respond. So why does this matter? Because the real-world problems in maths, science, code and life require structured thinking, not just quick answers. So let's now move on to what is reasoning and why O1 needs it. So before we understand how O1 works, let's ask what is reasoning. So reasoning is a process of analyzing information, finding connections, and drawing conclusions, like solving a puzzle. For example, you see dark clouds. People are carrying umbrellas, so even if it's not raining, you reason it as it's about to rain. So AI needs this same skill. So without reasoning, an AI is like a parrot. It repeats. With reasoning, it becomes a problem solver. And that's exactly what O1 brings to the table. So let's now understand how O1 reasons. So let's break down how O1 actually reasons step by step. The first one is chain of thought reasoning. So O1 solves problems step by step, just like we do on a paper. For example, the question is, what is 12 into 15? O1 does not just say 180. It thinks it as 10 into 15 is equal to 150. Then it calculates 2 into 15 is equal to 30. Then it adds final two results, that is 150 plus 30 is equal to 180. So this chain of thought method reduces errors and shows the logic behind every answer. So let's now move on to the next, that is reinforcement learning. So O1 gets better over time by learning from success and failure, just like a person. If one method doesn't work, it tries another, sees the result and improves next time. It's like a chess player who gets sharper with every game. Then we'll come to reasoning tokens. So when O1 solves a complex task, it uses invisible tokens to keep track of its thoughts, like a mental sticky notes. So imagine solving a math problem. You scribble your steps on a paper. O1 does the same internally, helping it to stay organized and accurate. So let's now dive into the real life examples. So let's see O1 in action. The first one is solving a math problem. So the question is, what is 25 plus 37? So O1 thinks like 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. And 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. 50 plus 12 is equal to 62. And the final answer it gives is 62. So it's not magic, it's methodical reasoning. That's what makes O1 more trustworthy and transparent. Then we are going to the next example, that is debugging a code. So now let's shift to a coding scenario. If you ask, why is my Python code giving me an error? So here's what O1 does. It reads the code line by line, spots where the error happens, then explains why it occurred, and then it suggests a fix step by step. It's like having a calm, logical coding partner who always explains their thinking. So let's now move on to the next one. We have what makes O1 different. So here is a quick comparison. Say we have the capability. So GPT-4 predicts the next word, and same O1 also does. So GPT-4 thinks through steps. It doesn't think through steps, but O1 does. So GPT-4 self-correction is a basic thing, but the self-correction in O1 is a very advanced thing. Then it solves the complex problems. GPT-4 sometimes does it, but O1 is consistently doing it. Then transparent reasoning. GPT-4 has no transparent reasoning, but O1 has a transparent reasoning. So let's move on to where can O1 be used. So because of its structured reasoning, O1 is useful in multiple domains. The first one is maths and science, solving equations, explaining experiments, and so on. And then we have coding, so writing, debugging, and understanding programs. Then we have research, that is analyzing data, summarizing papers, and verifying facts. And then we have creative work, so planning content, brainstorming logically, are all falling under creative work. Then we have image analysis, this interpreting visuals step by step. So wherever thinking is needed, O1 delivers clarity. So let's now come to the common mistakes avoided by O1. So previously, older models had a few common issues, such as the jumping to conclusions directly, then ignoring small details, and then we have repeating errors in the new context. But O1 avoids all this by reasoning in steps, checking its own logic, and learning from feedback. And that's why it's more dependable, especially when stakes are high. Let's now move to why O1 is so important. What is the future of work and thinking? So because reasoning AI is the future and it's already here, learning OI works helps you use AI more effectively. Ask better questions, obviously, then understand how machines think, and then stay ahead in the technical, research, and educational field, and become a critical thinker yourself. So this is not just about AI. It's about preparing for a world where thinking with AI is a part of how we work, learn, and create. So let's now move on with the key takeaways. So let's recap what we have learned. O1 doesn't just answer, it reasons. Then it learns from mistakes and improves. It explains its logic step by step. Then it's accurate, explainable, and helpful across industries. Then it's future of intelligent systems, and you can be a part of it. So whether you are a student, developer, analyst, or just curious, O1 is just a tool that helps you think better. So let's dive into deeper in the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to the second module. So in this module, we will learn about promptings in O1 models. So prompting is a way we interact with the AI by giving instructions and receiving responses. So with O1 models like GPT-4o, things have gotten simpler. So these models understand prompts with more accuracy, which means you can be clear, concise, and direct without over-explaining. So there are certain principles of prompting in O1 models. The first one is it is simple and direct. Then number 2 is no explicit chain of thought needed. Then the third one is structure over description. And the fourth one is show, don't tell. So there is a summary for this. Like, to get the best out of the O1 models, remember these 4 principles. You have to be simple and direct. No need for explicit reasoning. It's already built in. So give structure, not long descriptions, and show tone with examples. Don't just tell. So these principles will help you get better, faster results from O1 models while keeping things smooth and efficient. So let's then get into the demo part. So here we'll write our first code as. So the first thing, import warnings.filter warning ignore. So this is basically a warning control. So this is a Python code snippet does 2 main things. It suppresses warnings and retrieves the OpenAI API key for use in the later interactions. So I will just break it down step by step. So the first line, import warnings, imports Python's built-in warning module. So this module is used to manage the warning messages in the program, which are typically notifications for the potential problematic or unexpected events in your code. It helps developers keep track of the minor issues without even interrupting the program's execution. So next, warnings.filter ignore is used to tell Python to ignore any warning messages that might appear. So normally warnings are shown to alert the developer about something, so that may be critical issue but could be important. So then the third line, from helper import get OpenAI API key, imports a function called get OpenAI API key from a module named helper. So this function is responsible for retrieving the OpenAI API key, which is necessary for interacting with the OpenAI services, such as generating text or using other machine learning models. So finally, the OpenAI API key is equal to get OpenAI API key calls the imported function to get the API key and stores it in the variable OpenAI API key. So these variables know how the key needed to access the OpenAI's features, and it can be used for even making the authenticated API request. So this code is designed basically to suppress any unnecessary warnings while ensuring that the program has the power of the API key. So let's just run this. So then basically we have imported JSON. So the firstly, import JSON allows working with the JSON data, obviously, commonly used in the API interactions from ipython.display, import display, then markdown HTML, imports functions to display, etc. So then from OpenAI, import OpenAI imports the OpenAI class, so which is used to interact with the OpenAI services. Then client equal to OpenAI API key equal to OpenAI API key creates an OpenAI client using the API key, enabling communication with the OpenAI's models. Then finally we have GPT model equal to GPT-4o mini and O1 model is equal to O1 mini. Defines the name of the 2 different models that can be used in the API requests. So in short, this code sets up the OpenAI client and defines the 2 models for use in natural language processing tasks. So we'll run this. So here basically the code snippet defines a prompt for generating a function using the OpenAI's model. Then sends the prompt to the OpenAI API to get a response. So let's now break it down step by step. So bad prompt equal to generate a function till insulin creates a string variable called the bad prompt because it is a statement basically. So this prompt is a request for the model to generate a function that outputs the smiles IDs, a way to represent the molecular structure basically for all molecules involved in the insulin. It also guides the model to think step by step, outlining tasks like identifying the models, creating the function, and looping through each molecule to return the smile IDs. So then we have response equal to client.chat.completions.create model. So this basically sends the prompt to the OpenAI API for processing. It uses the client.chat.completions method to interact with the OpenAI's API, specifying the model, that is O1 model, which was defined earlier. The messages parameter sends the bad prompt to the model as input under the user role. So in short, this code defines a prompt using the OpenAI's model to create a function for returning the smiles IDs for insulin molecules and sends that prompt to the OpenAI API to generate a response. So let's now move on, run this and move on. So then basically we have display HTML division style equal to background color. So basically displays the formatted HTML and markdown content in a Jupyter notebook. So then we have the first version, the first line displays an HTML division with a light background color and a border also. So it also includes a heading that says markdown output beginning with a downward arrow emoji. Basically, the HR tags are used to insert the horizontal lines before and after the heading. Then we have display HTML function is used to render this HTML in the notebook. Then we have display markdown. This line takes the content of the response from OpenAI's model stored in this and it displays it as markdown. The markdown function is used to render the content in a more readable formatted way. So this content could include text, headers, list or any markdown elements generated by the model. So then we can run this and you can basically see the heading. Then the step 1 is identify all the molecules involved in insulin, chain A, chain B. Then step 2, prepare the smiles and strings for each amino acid. Then we have create the function. This is basically the output. So then we have this good prompt, generate a function that outputs a smile IDs. As we have given a bad prompt, it is necessary to give a good prompt as well. So yeah, we have given a good prompt. So let's now display that good prompt. Mark out beginning, understand insulin, step by step. And you can see the difference clearly. So this is basically a great code, but don't get overwhelmed. I'll break it down step by step. So this example is a structured prompt basically and used to guide an AI assistant to behave like a customer service representative for a company named Any Corp. So which sells storage solutions such as beans. The purpose of this prompt is to make sure that the AI behaves professionally, respectfully and in line with the company policies while responding to the customer queries. The first part of the prompt labeled as instructions clearly tells the assistant what role it is playing, a customer service assistant, and emphasize the tone it should maintain kind and respectful at all times. So this ensures the assistant responds in a friendly and helpful manner, just like a real support agent would. So next comes the policy section, which outlines the 6 specific areas that the assistant must follow. So these include handling refunds, recording complaints, providing accurate product information, maintaining the professional conduct, complying with the policies and data privacy rules, and refusing to answer questions outside these topics. For example, under refunds, the assistant is allowed to process them as long as it follows Any Corp's rules and documents everything properly. If a customer complains, the assistant should listen carefully, reassure them, and escalate the issue if necessary. So if asked about topics unrelated to these areas, the assistant must politely refuse to answer and guide the user back to the allowed topics. The final part is a user query, which shows the customer's actual message like, hey, I would like to return the bin I bought from you as it was not found as prescribed. So these falls under the refunds category in the policy. Since the assistant is allowed to handle the refund request, it will process this message accordingly, possibly by confirming the issue, starting the return process, and recording the complaint. So in short, this structured prompt creates a safe and clear framework for the assistant to operate. It tells the AI what kind of support it can offer, how to behave, what topics are allowed, and how to respond when faced with customer issues, all while making sure the customer feels heard, respected, and healed. So let's now print the statement, the structured prompt. Now you can see that it is printed. So now this code is from the Python program using the OpenAI API, which allows developers to interact with the AI models like ChatGPT. So especially this line is used to send a prompt to the AI and get a response back. The function call is then client.chat.completion.create. So client is the OpenAI API client that was likely used up earlier in the code. It connects your code to the OpenAI server. So the .chat.completions.create part is how you send a chat message to the AI and ask it to complete the conversation. So in other words, generating a reply. So inside the parenthesis, the first argument is model is equal to O1 model. So this tells the API which version of the AI model to use, for example, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo, or some other customer or fine-tuned model stored in the variable. So this ensures that you are using the right AI brain for your task. So the second argument is messages again. So this is where you pass the actual conversation history or input formatted as a list of message objects. So in this case, there's only one message in the list and it has two key parts. The role, that is the user, then the content, it is a structured prompt. The role, the user, so this tells the AI that the following content is coming from the user, so not from the system or assistant. And the content is the combines the earlier structured prompt, so which include instructions and policy rules for the assistant with the user's questions like wanting to return a bean, etc. This combined content acts as the full message the AI will read before replying. So in more simpler terms, this line is telling the AI, hey, you're a customer service agent for any crop. Here's your policy. Now here's a customer question. What will be your reply? The AI will read the whole input, follow the instructions and policies, and then return a customer-friendly response. So the response itself will be saved in the variable called response, which you can later print or process in your code. So let's run this. So I have this printed response. So I will just run this. You can see the response basically. Then we have this refusal input. The variable refusal input contains a user query that asks the AI, write me a haiku about how reasoning modules are great. So this is wrapped in XML-like tags. This purpose of this input is to test the AI's ability to say no. According to the structured prompt and policy you provided earlier, the assistant is only allowed to talk about refunds, complaints, and product information about the storage solutions. A haiku about reasoning models doesn't fall into any of these topics. So when this refusal input is combined with the structured prompt and sent to the AI, it should politely refuse to answer and explain it that so it can only help with the allowed topics. We will run this. So again, this line is sending a new message to the AI model, but this time using refusal input instead of user input. The client.chat.completions.create calls OpenAI API key to get a reply from the AI. Then model is O1. Model tells which AI model to use. Then messages we have is sends a message to the AI with. Then here the role is a user and the content is structured prompt plus refusal. It basically combines the rules of the structured prompt with a new question that may be outside the allowed topics. Since the structured program says that the assistant must refuse questions outside refunds, complaints, product information, these test checks if the AI correctly refuses to answer. So in short, this line tests if the AI follows the policy and politely refuses to answer the question it's not allowed to handle. So let's run this. So this line basically displays the AI's reply to the refusal input. You can see that this is the output. So now we are ready for giving up for a base prompt and a legal query. So Let me explain. The variable base prompt is used to define the role and the behavior of the AI assistant. So in this case, the AI is told to act as a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, especially helping the business owners understand the legal issues. So this prompt is wrapped in tags like prompt and policy to make it structured and easy for the AI to interpret. So the policy section outlines the important rules the AI must follow. It says that the assistant should give clear and accurate information about the competition law, maintain confidentiality and professionalism, and avoid the offering specific legal advice unless there's enough context. The legal query variable contains the actual question from the user. The query is, a larger company is offering suppliers incentives not to do business with me. So is this legal? So this is wrapped inside a query tag which keeps the input structured and consistent with the rest of the prompt format. So in summary, this setup gives the AI a clearly defined role as a legal expert and a policy to follow. For example, we will now run this. So this line then sends the structured legal question to the AI using the OpenAI API. The goal is to get a helpful and professional response from an AI that's acting as a comparative law expert. So the method client.chat.completionScreed is used to generate a chat response, as we have discussed earlier. Here the role is a user and the content is base prompt plus legal query. So we'll now run this. So now we are going to visually display the AI's response with styling and format, and it helps the output look clean and organized for the user. So we'll do this, and you can see it is a step-by-step guide for the. So this is also again a like BigQuery. So here the variable example prompt is a structured example prompt that shows how an AI assistant acting as a competition law expert should respond to a user's legal interest. So it's formatted using special tags like prompt, policy, example, question, and response to keep everything organized and machine readable. So inside the prompt section, the AI is structured to behave like a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, helping business owners with their legal questions. So this gives the AI its role and sets the stage for how it should respond. The policy section defines the boundaries the AI must follow. Then we have the example section provides a sample legal scenario and how the AI should answer. So then we have the response that follows is a well-structured professional reply. It begins by referencing the US antitrust laws, especially the Sherman Antitrust Act, and explains how some types of collaboration like price fixing or market division are automatically illegal. So then we have it also warns the information sharing, which can be risky and potentially lead to antitrust violations. In summary, this example prompt acts as a guide or training example to show how the AI should behave in legal conversations. So then I'll run this. So here then we are going to again display the output in a formatted style, and you can see this displayed. So let's now move on to the next module and learn about planning with O1. So in the earlier lessons, we explored how to structure prompts and guide the AI models like O1 and O1 Mini to behave in specific roles. So whether a customer service agent or a legal advisor. So here in this lesson, we will learn how to plan with O1. It will introduce a powerful use case where the AI is not just answering a single question, but actually creating a full plan to solve a task. So this kind of problem solving is perfect for O1 models, especially when you are working with a fixed set of tools and some constraints. So instead of asking the model to do every step directly, which could be slow and expensive, we let O1 Mini generate the plan and then use a smaller, faster model like GPT-4o Mini to execute its step. So this two approach, planning with O1 Mini and executing with GPT-4 Mini, helps us work efficiently. So please don't worry if your results don't exactly match the ones in the video tutorial now. That's totally normal since AI responses can vary slightly every time you run them. So in short, this lesson builds on what you have already learned and now takes it a step further, like teaching the AI how to think ahead and plan, not just react. So let's dive in. So we will start with the first part of the code. This is about suppressing the warning messages as we have discussed earlier in Python. So Python sometimes shows warnings when it deflects something that might not cause an error right away but could lead to issues in the future. So this is for this. And the second part is focused on importing your OpenAI API key securely. So instead of hard coding the key directly into the notebook, which is not safe, the code calls a helper function. From the helper import get OpenAI API key, brings in a function named as get open API key. So we will run this. First two lines import the two standard Python modules, copy and JSON. The copy module is used when you want to duplicate the Python objects, especially when you need to make changes without affecting the original. The JSON module is used for working with the JSON data, which is common format for sending the receiving structured information, especially when dealing with the APIs. The next line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This is what allows your code to communicate with the OpenAI's language models like GPT-4 or O1 Mini. Then we import the O1 tools from a separate live named utils.py. So this likely contains some common utility functions or tools. So then next we set up the connection to the OpenAI's API by creating a client instance. So client equal to OpenAI API. Here the OpenAI API key variable, which was retrieved earlier using the get OpenAI API key, is passed to authenticate your session with the OpenAI. So this line sets up the client object which you will use to send prompts and receive responses from the models. So finally, two variables are defined to specify which models to use. So these are simply model name shortcuts. So instead of writing the full model name each time, you can just refer to O1 model and GPT model. So O1 mini is used for planning the task, while GPT-4 mini is likely used for executing the individual steps in the plan. So we will run this. So here the code first line initializes an empty list called message list. So this list will likely be used to store the sequence of messages exchanged with the AI model. Next we define a dictionary name known as the context, which sets up the initial state of a business environment for a planning task. Under the inventory section, we are told that 50 units of the Smart Home Hub X200 are currently in stock. Then under the orders, we see a single order that is 0RD3001 requesting 200 units of this product for a customer that is having the ID CUST9001 located in the Los Angeles. The available suppliers and the supplier section list two suppliers and the components they can provide. Notably, only SUPP1001 has a component of COM X200 required to make the X200 product, and they have 500 units available. The product capacity then section defines how many units can be produced. 100 right away and another 150 next week. This helps the model decide how to meet the demand of 200 units. The shipping options provide two choices for delivering to Los Angeles: a standard service that costs $1,000 and takes 5 days, an express service that costs $1,500 and takes only 2 days. The model can consider this based on the urgency or budget. The customer's dictionary holds customer details like the name and the address of the client placing the order. The product section defines what components are needed to manufacture each product. So in this case, the X200 device requires 1 unit of COM X200 to build each finished product. The code sets up a realistic business scenario basically involving the product inventory, orders, manufacturing, suppliers and shipping, all the key elements the AI needs to plan how to fulfill the order effectively. So we'll run this. So this is basically a prompt for planning the task. So this block defines a large string called the O1 prompt, which acts as an instructional prompt for an advanced language model like O1 Mini. The goal of this prompt is to guide the model to act as a supply chain management assistant and generate a detailed logical plan for handling a complex order fulfillment task. It's essentially the brain that will break down a business challenge and outline the best steps to solve it. The first paragraph in the prompt sets the context. It tells the AI that it will be given a complex task that involves managing customers' inventory, production, supplies, and shipping. The next section lists all the functions available to the executor AI. The functions allow the executor to do things like check inventory levels, allocate stocks to the orders, place purchase orders with suppliers, schedule production runs, and so on. Each function is briefly described along with its required inputs and expected outcomes. So this ensures the planning AI knows what tools are available, how they work, and what each one is for. It helps the model build a plan that is realistic and executable by the downstream agent. So in summary, this O1 prompt sets up a rich and highly structured instruction environment for the planning model. It tells the AI to think carefully, reason step by step, and create a clear, detailed, and logical order plan, one that another AI can confidently execute using the provided tools. It ensures consistency, safety, and clarity across every step of the supply chain process. So let's run this. So this is basically the prompt for the execution process by the system. So this block defines a variable called GPT-4o system prompt, which is a string used to guide the behavior of the execution model, especially the GPT-4o mini. In this case, while the O1 mini model is responsible for planning, the prompt is for the model that carries out each step of the plan. The assistant is told as to act as a helpful executor whose job is to strictly follow a given policy related to handling incoming orders. The prompt defines a step-by-step workflow for the model to follow. First, the model should read and understand the full policy. Then it needs to identify which step in the policy is currently working on. So before acting, it should give a brief explanation of the decision. So finally, it should perform the action, which typically involves calling one of the available functions with the correct inputs. So in summary, the GPT-4o system prompt sets up the mindset and the behavior of the GPT-4o mini executor. It ensures the model works step by step, explains its reasoning, and only takes action that match the policy, creating a controlled and a transparent execution flow for order handling in a supply chain scenario. So let's now do this. This code block defines a list named tools, which contains a collection of the functions that AI can use to interact with the supply chain system. So these functions act like a toolbox, and each tool or function performs a specific task related to the inventory, production, suppliers, orders, etc. So each tool is defined as dictionary that includes its type, that is a function, and a function section that deals the function's name, description of what it does, and the input parameters it expects. Some key functions include get inventory status to check how much a product is in stock, then update inventory to add or subtract stock, then fetch new orders to see which orders are pending, then get product details and check available suppliers to explore what's needed to make products or find suppliers. Then place purchase order to order components. Allocate stock to reserve product for a customer order. Check production capacity and schedule production to plan and carry out manufacturing. Then calculate shipping options and book shipment to handle delivery. Send order update to notify the customer. Instructions complete to mark that all steps in the plan are finished. So each function also defines the parameter it requires, like product ID, order ID, and quantity, etc. So this is important because AI must pass exactly the right data when calling these tools. The use of required fields and the additional property. So in summary, the tools list defines a complete set of functions the AI agent can use to operate the supply chain system. So let's now move on to the functions then. So this block defines all the Python functions that simulate the supply chain operations described earlier. The first few functions deal with the inventory management, get inventory status, then get product details, This fetches the product information, then get inventory status, returns how many units of a specific product are currently in stock, then update inventory product ID quantity change, adjust the inventory count based on a positive or negative change, making sure inventory doesn't go below 0. Then allocate stock, tries to reserve the inventory for an order. If there's enough stock, it reduces the inventory and confirms the allocation. If not, it allocates whatever is available and marks the result with an insufficient stock warning. The supplier related functions start with the check available suppliers, which returns a list of the suppliers the company can order components from. Then comes the production related logic. Check production capacity, time frame checks how many units can be produced with the given time frame. Then schedule production run, checks the capacity, schedules program if possible, and updates the inventory. For shipping, the function calculates shipping options, returns a list of available shipping methods and their cost for the specified destination. Lastly, the function send order update simulates sending a message to the customer to keep them updated on their order status. So at the very end, there's a dictionary called function mapping, which links each function name to the actual Python function. So let's then run this. So guys, knit together the whole process and make the most out of it. Let's now move on to the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to this new module of coding with O1. So initially we will start with the first part that hides the warning messages using the warnings.filter warnings ignore as we were using to. So this keeps the output clean by preventing the non-critical warnings from appearing during execution. Next, the code imports get OpenAI API key function from the helper file. Finally, the function is called and its result is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. So in short, this setup hides warnings and securely loads your API key for using OpenAI tools. So we'll run this. So here then the first line imports the 3 useful display tools from ipython.display, display image and markdown. These are commonly used in Jupyter notebooks to visually show images, format output using markdown or display objects in a cleaner way. Next, the code imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI library. So this class is used to create a client that communicates with the OpenAI's API to generate responses, run models, or perform other AI tasks. So then the client is equal to OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key initializes the OpenAI client using the API key we previously stored. So this connects your code to the OpenAI services so you can start making the API calls. So finally, 2 variables GPT model and O1 model are defined with model names GPT-4o mini and O1 mini. These are likely short and labels are used in your code to specify which AI model you want to work with when making the API request. So we'll run this. So this code defines a function called getChatCompletion, which is used to get a response from an OpenAI chatbot model. It takes 2 inputs, the model, the name of the model you want to see like GPT-4o mini, and prompt the user's message or question. So inside the function it calls client.chat or completion.create. So this is the OpenAI API method used to send the prompt to the chosen model and generate a chat-based response. So the message is passed in the format OpenAI expects, an array of message objects with the roles like user and assistant. Finally, the function returns just the content of the model's reply using the response.choices.message.contain. So this keeps the output clean and gives you only the AI's reply text, not the entire API response structure. So we'll run this. Now here the code defines a multi-line string variable called the React demo prompt. So it's a prompt written in the natural language that will be sent to an AI model like ChatGPT to generate a React component. The prompt is asking the AI to create a React component named feedback form for collecting structured interview feedback. It outlines 4 main requirements: rating candidates with rubrics, giving specific evidence for each rating, auto-calculating a recommendation score, and guiding the interviewer to provide the behavioral feedback. It also includes additional instructions for the AI, like using the intelligent UX features like thoughtful rubrics, smart validation, and helpful prompts. Finally, the prompt includes clear coding instructions. The component must begin with the use client. In short, this prompt is designed to generate a polished, intelligent interview feedback from using React. So, we'll run this. So, these line calls the getChatCompletion function, which was designed earlier to get response from the OpenAI model. It passes two arguments, GPT model, which specifies the AI model to use like GPT-4o mini, and React demo prompt, which is the detailed instruction asking the model to generate a React component. The function sends this prompt to the model and returns the AI's response, which will be block of code as requested. The result is then stored in the variable called GPT code, which now holds the React component code generated by the AI. So we'll run this. So let's now simply print the code, and you can see the code is printed. So this line uses the display function from the ipython.display to show an image inside a Jupyter notebook or similar environment. So image GPT-4 app, you can see this. Image GPT-4 app image loads an image file named GPT-4 app image.png from the current directory. Together, this command displays the image in the notebook output, which can be useful for showing the visual results, UI screenshots, or diagrams alongside your code. So let's now move on. So it now sends the same React demo prompt to a different model called the O1 model, which is likely a lighter or experimental version like the O1 mini. It uses the getChatCompletion function to generate the code by calling the OpenAI API. Now O1 holds the output generated by the O1 model for the same prompt, allowing you to compare the results across models. And you can just print the O1 code, and you can see now it is printed, and you can now display this. Now this is nice. And with this, the function process orders text in a list of orders and optional parameters, settings, debug, and notify customer. So it processes each order by validating its fields, calculating totals, applying discounts, and queuing the customer notification. It collects the results, errors, and notifications in a separate list and returns them in a dictionary. So, however, these are the few issues in the code. First, using a mutable default argument settings is risky because it can lead to unexpected behavior. It's better to use none and assign an empty dictionary inside the function. Also, comparisons like if debug is equal to true should be simplified to if debug. Similarly, if items valid is equal to true can be just if items valid. So, in short, the function logic works for basic order processing but should be cleaned up for the Python best practices, performance, and maintainability. So let's now run this. So basically it creates a prompt string called prompt using the F string. So it tells the AI to clean up and improve the Python code stored in the code snippet. So the prompt specially asks the AI to return only the updated code. Next, the getChatCompletion sends this prompt to the selected GPT model using previously defined function. So this function calls the OpenAI API and gets a revised version of the code as a response. Finally, we are printing the GPT code, displays a new version of the code so you can review or use it. Lastly, this line sends the same prompt to a different model, the O1 model, using the getChatCompletion function. So this prompt asks the model to clean up and improve the code stored in the code snippet. The function processes the request and stores the model's response in the O1 code variable. So this response should contain the optimized version of the original code generated by the O1 model. The next line we are having print O1 code displays the improved code in the output, allowing you to see the and compare the O1 models version with GPT models output. This is useful for evaluating the differences in the code quality, clarity, and optimization between the models. Lastly, the result is stored in the result variable and then displayed using the display markdown result, which renders the output in the nicely formatted markdown, great for readability in Jupyter notebooks. In short, this step helps you to use the AI not just for generating code but also for doing a quick side-by-side code review and analysis as well. So let's now move on to the last module. Hello guys, welcome back to this last module. So let's now get into reasoning with images. We will start with importing the warnings, and this is a built-in warnings module which is used to manage the warning messages during code execution. The second line uses the warnings.filter warnings to suppress all the warnings. This means any non-critical alerts will be hidden from the output. This is commonly done to keep the output clean, especially in the notebooks or scripts where you don't want warning messages to clutter your results. So we'll run this. So then here the first line imports the JSON module which is used to work with JSON data. This is helpful for parsing, formatting, or storing structured information. The second line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This allows you to connect to the OpenAI's API and make requests to generate the text, code, or other outputs from the AI models. Then the line from ipython.display import display markdown image imports tools to visually display the markdown text, images, or formatted output, commonly used in the Jupyter notebook. So after that, the code imports the get OpenAI API key function from a custom file named helper. This function retrieves your OpenAI API key securely, so it doesn't need to be hard-coded. The function get OpenAI API key is called and the return key is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. This key is needed to authenticate with the OpenAI API. The lines defining the GPT model, GPT-4o mini, and the O1 model, that is O1, specify the names of the AI models you want to use for generating responses. So these can later be passed when making the API calls. Finally, client is equal to OpenAI creates an OpenAI client instance which you will use to send prompts and receive completions. So this should ideally be OpenAI API key, include the authentication unless your environment handles the key automatically. So we'll now run this. So this means the image is expected to be located inside a folder named data in your project directory. The second line uses display image file path to load and show the image in Jupyter Notebook or similar environment. It visually renders the organization chart image so you can see directly in your notebook output. So this is commonly used when working with the visual data or presenting diagrams, charts, or anything like that. So let's now move on to the next one. The code starts by importing the base64 module, which is used to encode the binary data like image files into a base64 string format. This is necessary because APIs like OpenAI's vision models accept images as base64 encoded strings. The function encoded image, that is the image path, takes an image file path, reads it in binary mode, that is the RB, encodes it in using base64 and returns it as UTF-8 string. This prepares the image so it can be safely passed to an AI model in the required format. The main function O1 Vision is designed to send both an image and a text prompt to an OpenAI Vision enabled model like GPT-4o. It first encodes the image using the encode image function. So inside the function it checks whether JSON model is true or false. If JSON mode is true, the response will be requested in the structured JSON format using response format, type, and JSON object, which is useful for extracting the structured data from the model's reply. So if JSON mode is false, it simply sends the prompt and image together and expects a regular text response from the model. Both the versions use client.chat.completions.create method to make the API call. Finally, the function returns the raw response object from the API, allowing the caller to further process or display the model's output. In short, this function lets you send an image along with the custom prompt to a vision capable OpenAI model with an option to get the result either as plain text or structured JSON. So this line calls the O1 vision function, which sends both an image and a prompt to an OpenAI vision model for analysis. So it passes three arguments: file path, that is image file path, to the image file, prompt equal to what is this. This is asking the model to describe the image, and then model is O1 model, which specifies the vision capable model to use like O1. The function processes the image and the prompt, sends them to the model, and then stores the model's response in the variable response. So this response will contain the AI's interpretation of the image, which you can later extract and display. So this line is used to display the AI model's response in a clean and readable format inside a Jupyter notebook. So this response.choices 0.message.contained accesses the actual text content that's generated by the model in the first response choice. So wrapping it with the markdown allows the output to be rendered with the proper formatting such as bold text, bullet points, or headings if the response includes markdown syntax. Finally, display renders the format markdown content in the notebook output area, making the model's reply easy to read and visually structured. So let's now start with understanding the image. The code defines a variable called the structured prompt, which is a string that will be sent as a prompt to the AI model, most likely a vision-enabled one, to extract the structured data from an image. The prompt includes special instructions tags to clearly tell the model what to do. It says that the model is acting as a consulting assistant where job is to process organization chart data from the image. So if then specifies the desired output format, a JSON structure that includes an arbitrary ID for each person, their name, role, an array of IDs they report to, and an array of IDs that report to them. So this is a clean and structured way to actually represent an organization hierarchy. So finally, we are printing the structured prompt, says the full prompt string, so you can review or verify its contents before using it as a function like the O1 version. So this code calls the O1 vision function to send both an image and a structured prompt to the OpenAI vision model. This is the O1 asking it to extract the organizational hierarchical data. The arguments passed include file path equal to image file path, which points to the organization chart image. Model is equal to O1, specifying the model to use. Then we have prompt is equal to structured prompt, which contains the detailed instructions on the output format, and the JSON mode is equal to true. Setting JSON mode equal to true tells the model to return the result in a structured JSON format. So instead of plain text, making it easier to parse and use programmatically. The final line actually prints the model's JSON formatted response from the first message choice, which should include the organization structure with IDs, names, roles, and reporting relationships. You can see the output. So this line creates a new variable called the clean JSON that stores a cleaned up version of the model's response. Sometimes when the models return the JSON code, they wrap it in markdown formatting using the triple backtext like JSON and to indicate a code block. So this line removes those wrappers using dot replace and dot replace with inverted commas, leaving behind only the raw JSON content. The result is a plain JSON string that can now be parsed or processed further without formatting the issues. So this line attempts to parse the model's response directly using the JSON loads, which converts a JSON formatted string into a Python dictionary order list. So it accesses the O1 response.choices.message.content, which is expected to contain the JSON output describing the organization chart structure. The result is stored in the variable, that is the organization data, making it possible to work with the organization hierarchy as a structured Python object. However, the JSON file still contains the markdown wrappers like JSON. You should use previously clean version instead for space parsing. So the code defines a new prompt string called the analysis prompt, which is meant to guide an AI model to answer questions based on a previously extracted organization chart. It starts with the special instructions like you are an organization chart expert assistant. Your role is to answer any organization chart questions with your organization data. And we have given the instruction. So this tells the AI what role it plays and how to use the data. Then it embeds the structured organization chart data inside organization data tags by using an F string. This helps the model clearly understand that this is the data it should reference when generating answers. So let's now run this. Here in the code, the first line is importing the get OpenAPI API key. This function is typically used to securely retrieve your OpenAPI key without hard coding it in the script. The second line calls this function and assigns the result, that is your API key, to the variable OpenAPI API key so it can be reused throughout your code for authentication. Finally, the client is equal to OpenAI creates an instance of the OpenAI client using that key. This allows you to send the prompts and interact with the OpenAI's models through authorized API calls. So as discussed before, these are the messages and the role user content analysis report plus who has the highest ranking reports and which manager has the most reports. And we will just run this. So then we are finally displaying the markdown, allowing my markdown formatting like bold text, bullet points or headers to be properly displayed, rendered. And the first line sets the variable image file path to the path of an image file named as erdrelationorder.png, which is located inside a folder called data. So this image likely contains an entity relationship.
Everyone, and welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will create a website using ChatGPT. Till now, we all have heard about ChatGPT so many times. So today's video, we will create a website with the help of ChatGPT, and we will not add a single line of code on our own. We'll ask ChatGPT to do all the work, and then let's see whether it can create a website independently. So let's begin. But before that, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will get all the updates from Simplilearn. Now let's open the ChatGPT and check. Let's refresh this. I have already opened my ChatGPT. You can just log in it and then you are good to go. So let's say hello and see. So it's working completely fine right now. Okay. So what will we do today is we'll open our Visual Studio Code. I have created one folder which is Tailwind. It's an empty folder. You can just see that. So in that folder, we'll add the Tailwind. So first, let's ask the ChatGPT to help us install or set up the Tailwind. So I'll write, please set up the Tailwind. Let's see. Okay. It's asking us to install Node.js first, and then it's asking us to check the version of that. Okay. It's saying to install these new ProFixer JavaScript module, to add these components in the CSS file. So this is saying to add this in the CSS file. Okay. So let's check whether it is telling us something useful or not. Post class auto prefixer. Okay. Okay. Now simultaneously let's check the Tailwind website. How to install this. So here it's saying to install this command, npm install d Tailwind CSS, and then in that project, then it's saying to configure the template path to add this to your Tailwind configure.file. Then it's saying to create a folder input.css and then just start the process. So as of now, ChatGPT has not given us the correct answer. It's correct, but not up to the mark. As you can clearly see, the commands that are given on the tailwind.css official website. So, according to me, many people think that because of ChatGPT, the so many jobs of the developers are in the risk because ChatGPT can create websites, all of this stuff. So I don't think so. According to me, it's not that good. It's very good for the helping any developer purpose, but it's not that good. But let's see. We are in this together. So let's just open the Visual Studio Code and install our Tailwind. Now we'll ask it to create so many other things. So let's see whether it can create that or not. So I have opened my terminal. So many people also comment us that how you open the terminal. So I just used one shortcut, Control plus backtick, to open the terminal. You can also go here and create one terminal. Okay. Now I'll paste the line to install Tailwind CSS in my system. So let's wait a couple of minutes. As you can see, it's installed in our system. All the packages and modules are installed. Now it will tell us to init this project. So let's do that. Okay. It has successfully created the configure file. Now inside the content, we'll copy paste this one as it is saying to add these lines. Configure your template path, add the path to all your template file in the file. Okay, so let's just copy this thing and paste in the content. Now let's save it. Okay, so now next step is add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. Now what will we do here is, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and create a folder inside this, that src. Okay, inside this src we'll create a file input.css. Here we'll paste the code. Okay, we haven't copied that code all yet, so let's copy. Let's paste it here. It's done. Okay. So I don't think so again that this can replace the developers, because this is not the correct way to tell. Although it has given us all the steps, but any developer can do the task in a very short period of time. It can just help any developer, but not take the job of the developer. Okay, so let's move ahead, and step would be to go back. Next step, to build the process. Let's copy this one and start the Tailwind CLI build process. Okay, let's copy and paste it here. Right, as you can see, it's done in 273 milliseconds. The output.css is generated in this list file folder. Right, now we just have to use this file, output.css. Okay, let's see. Now let's create a file here and name it as index.html. Okay, and inside that I'll write my boiler code, just pressing Shift and 1 for the exclamation mark, and then the boiler code is done. So we can change the name of this, and let's write here as site using ChatGPT. Now, one main thing that I wanted to tell you that I have installed one extension in my system, which is the live server. This extension you can download, and this is very helpful. Okay, let's open this one. Now, what we'll do is we'll link the output.css file in our html.css. So for that, I'll write here link. Okay, and inside this string, I will refer, or you can just write link and then click and then write real style sheet. Okay, this one we need to cut. What we'll do is we'll give the path of the output.css. For that, we'll write dot dot slash list slash output.css. It's just showing out. Okay. We'll close this link tag and let's save it, and let's just right click, and here you'll see open with live server when you will install the extension live server. So let's open this one. So this is working completely fine. It's showing us the title website using ChatGPT. Okay, for something I'll write here, welcome to Simplilearn, and then let's save it, and you'll see it's showing welcome to Simplilearn. Okay, now the next step would be to create. Now let's open our ChatGPT, and here we'll write create a responsive header using tailwind. Let's first copy this one. In there, let's see. Okay, so let's see whether it can give us a right answer this time. It can. Let's see. Okay, it's giving us the code now for the header. Okay. So it is showing us in the above code, we use Tailwind CSS classes to style the header. We set the background color to gray. This one is the property of gray color. And then the text color would be a white color in that nav bar. Inside the header, we have a nav element with the flex and justify between. Okay. Classes to horizontal center. The element space them out evenly. Okay, fine. We also use px4 and py3 to add padding to the navigation bar. Cool. For the mobile menu, we used a button with the empty hidden class to hide it on. Okay, let's see the code now. Okay, now let's copy this HTML file. Let it write everything. So here we don't need this one. So let's delete this, and let's here write header, and let's comment it down. This, okay, let's paste the code and check. whether it's, let's save it and let's go back to our file. So this is what ChatGPT created for us. It's looking very good actually. So let's inspect it and let's see is it responsive or not. So this is completely responsive, guys. Okay, very good. Yeah. So this is really very good. Okay. On Surface Duo S20 Ultra, this is what will show on the mobiles. Okay. Now we'll go back to the ChatGPT and let's close this one and stop generating, and let's here write create a section using Tailwind CSS. Now let's see, something went wrong. Okay. Let's see, let's first copy this one and refresh this. And let's see how it will create the hero section using Tailwind CSS. So it has created this navbar really very good. I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's really very looking very good. It's simple, and you can add these to another pages just using the anchor tag. Here we can just give the path. So I'll show you www.simplylearn.com. So this one is okay. So whenever I click on this one, it will redirect us to the Simplylearn, but the URL is wrong. So we can just go back to simplylearn.com and let's copy and let's go back to code and let's here write the URL. Okay, save it and let's see. Yeah, this is how this works. Let's close this one. Okay, now let's see what is the code. Okay, let's copy this code and let's see how this is working. So it is also giving us the complete code, how it's working, how this step is working and all. As you can see, it's giving us the max W width 7:1. Utility sets as max width for the container to 7XL, which is 112 rem or 1792 pixels. It's giving us all the explanation for the code it has written for us. So let's check it, and after the header I'll paste that code and let's save it and see. Okay, this is really very good, guys. Yeah, I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's looking very good. So till if I am a developer, so if I had to write this much of code, it'll take me around 2-3 hours at least. But with the help of ChatGPT, it only created in 5-10 minutes. This is very good, actually. Now, let's open the ChatGPT again, and here we'll create a information section. Okay, let's information section using Tailwind. Let's see now. Till now, it's working really very good. Now it is writing a code for us. So as you can see, it's again very good. Now let's copy this one and paste it under this. Save it and let's check. So this is the information section this has created for us, right? Important information, location, office hours, contact us and all, right? You can also regenerate it for something else. Okay, now it will create something else for us, right? If you don't like something, we can just regenerate and create another one. So it's just, let's copy this one. Now it's telling us everything about the code, and here after that I'll write this and save it. Let's check what's this. Okay, this is the information section it has created for us, that this is something gen data. And if you don't like this one also, you can again regenerate the response. This is really an amazing feature of ChatGPT. Okay, so now it's creating the third option. We can countlessly ask him to create again and again for us the response. Let's copy this one. Okay, and let's remove all of it because it's looking very clumsy. Now let's see. Okay, this information section is information section. Welcome to our website. This is what it's written. Okay, now let's ask him to create something else. Okay, let's copy this text, create informative and paste it using Tailwind with one image. I'll check whether it can respond to my things. If I want to create one image on the left or right side and then the text on the other side, let's see whether it can create it for us or not. Okay, create informative section using ChatGPT with one image on the right side and the text on the left side. Now let's see whether it can create that or not for us, right? Just a simple command. So we'll check whether it can create or add the image. Okay, it's using the classes for the text, but okay, it took the image class also, and it's taking the source from an API called Unsplash. I have covered this Unsplash API on my previous videos. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it on our code. Let's delete this one and paste this one on the website. Okay, so the image is quite large. We can reduce the sizes, but in the starting only I have told you I'll not add anything in the code. So I'm not doing anything in the code, right? So we can change the size. It's really good, as I have told him to add the image on the right side and the text on the left side. It's doing the same for the user. So this is really very helpful for the developer, but as I have already told you, cannot replace the developers, because I'm the developer. I only knows how to do things, as I have showed you that it has given me so many wrong answers before this one. This has given me 3 answers, but it was not up to the mark. So I had to told him that to create like this image on the right, and I've explained it to ChatGPT. Then it created this one for us. Okay, and whenever I'll refresh this page, the image will get changed. This is the Unsplash API, how this works. Okay, we can change the images also. This is random, just right here, coding. Okay, now you will see the images that will come here. Okay, Let's see. Oh, let's check it. That's not taking any other name. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but let's not waste time on this. Random is also fine. Till now, it's looking really very good. Okay. Now, the next step would be to add the service section. Okay. So let's ask ChatGPT to create service section for us. Okay. Using now let's see. It's coming. Okay. Choosing the class for the size of the box and all. Really very good. So look how beautifully it has been created, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It's done. Now let's copy the code and go to our editor. And here we'll write this code and let's paste it. And let's check. Okay. So it's not aligned straight, but we can align it. So it's showing us that the services that this website is providing, what we offer, and this is some junk data, web design, web marketing, and all. So let's check whether it is. Yeah. Okay. So what this one is doing here is it's using only 3 classes. It is using and the center. These all are using the same class, but let's find out why the image is coming like that. Right? We can align it. If you guys want me to align this, we can align this, right? Okay. So let's just align one. It's just one line. Okay, we can align that. So let's dig deep into this code. Okay. This image classes. Okay. This image is using the same justify center, and then it's using the flex shrink function. It's rounded large. Okay. With the width 56. Let's make it 50 and check. Completely very bad. Okay, let's go back to the code. Let's decrease the size of this first. Change. Okay. Let's go back to the ChatGPT and again we generate the new response. And let's see how the second response is looking. Right? Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Okay, let's see the response. response that it is creating. We need a minimalist design. Okay, I was just observing the code and seeing how it's looking. We can also change the color of the customize this website on our own, but it's really very good. I'm really impressed with this. This really will help developers creating websites. Okay. Let's go back to still creating. After that, we'll create the about section for the page. Okay. Okay. It's again giving us that design and all part. Great. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this service section and this is my requirement and all, it will definitely create that, I guess now. I am impressed, really impressed with the code, clean code it's writing. And it's also responsive. I haven't told it to create the responsive code, but it's really very good. It's responsive. I'll show you. Inspect. I was just seeing that only, whether it is responsive or not. If you will see, okay, let me just cut this part. It's just okay. Yeah. So this is how we'll check the responsive tag, and let's see that these three home about contacts are vanished, and this is the header bar that we created, and then the up one is the nav bar. This is the information section, and services section is also there. So this is all responsive. Okay, so we'll check how it's looking on Samsung Galaxy S20. This is how it's looking. Really good. Yeah, let's move on to the code. Copy this code and coming back to the code editor, let's delete this section. Okay, now let's paste it and see. Okay, it's giving us an error. Okay. This is what it created for us. It's, I guess, little less, or it was already writing the code and I stopped. It's fine. It's not its mistake. Let's stop and regenerate the response. Let's copy this again. Coming back to the chat. It's not working. Let's refresh ChatGPT again. Service section. Let's see. It's really fast now. Okay. Let's observe this one first. Our services, what we offer, web design. There must some lines about digital marketing, and I'm thinking there is also one part which I cut down. Not ChatGPT's mistake, it was mine because I stopped generating the response. Okay, really good. Let's copy this text now and paste it under our. And let's delete this and paste it. Let's check it this time. So this is how this one is looking now. This is also really looking very good. We can decrease the size of this image. Do not worry about that. This is the service, our services, and some chunk data. Here we can write this website is providing this and that. Okay, service 1, that we provide this service, we provide this service, and we provide this service. Okay, this is all about that. Right, really very good. Really very good. It's really very good. Okay, we can change everything from it, customize it on our needs thing. Let's just go back. Okay, this one is looking good. Okay, now let's ask ChatGPT to create the about page for us. So we'll write create So I think, meanwhile, it's writing the code for us. I wanted to tell you that ChatGPT is great for everyone, but as I know the code, how this code is working, I know what is section, what is dev class, and what are the functions. This grid system that's using max width, it's using the Excel function. I know everything about it. And if you are a fresher or you don't know about anything about the coding, I think you should first know about the language or the framework, then only ask this to ChatGPT or take help from the ChatGPT, right? If you don't know about the language or the framework and you'll just tell ChatGPT to create this and this for us, it's easy. It will create for you, but it will not help you in your future. So according to me, just use it to learn, not to work. Okay, so let's move ahead, and the path is given. Okay, it was again managed. Oh, let's ask it again. Responsive about section using Tailwind. Okay, I just missed it, but it is very intelligent. I misspelled the Tailwind spelling and then it corrected it. Very good. So this is not the complete code for the about page. I'll ask it to let's see whether it will take this command or not. Right, great. So let's see. After this about section, we'll create this contact page and then we'll find this website, right? So this is really very helpful for the developers, I must say. So let's copy this and code and paste it under this section. Okay. So this is how the about page is looking. Really very good. The image size is 500 into 500. It's really very big. So we can change the size of the image. Let's see. There is that. Right, 250. 250. And the image will not come again. Okay. Let's just delete the source. Copy the unsplash API for the random image. right? That command is really very useful. Okay, I forgot where to add that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is how this about is looking. Really very good, guys. Really very good. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this on the right side, or this image I want on the left hand side or right hand side, it will definitely do for us. As I have given him the task in this section, information section, it definitely worked. So I must say it's really very good. So now let's move on to the contact page. Okay, let's here write create a responsive contact section using tailwind, and I'll ask him to add some sections for us. So let's see whether it can take up that or not. Okay, let's give it in a second shot. Let's first see how is the contact section is looking. Then we'll tell him to improvise that. So it's just taking a section class. Inside that section class, it's using some classes, which is flex, wrap, and all, and it's giving us. It's really good. Let's copy this text again and paste it here. So the contact us is also looking very good. Get in touch, and then it will redirect us to that. Really good. Really. The images sizes are large, but we can reduce it. It's not a big deal, but it's all looking very good, right? So one thing is left is the footer part. Let's ask it to create a footer for us now. This is the last and final step for this. Create the footer section using paint. This is really very good, looking very good. Let's add the splash and then use it here. Okay. So this is how it's looking now. So overall, if I see, it really given us a good output, really. So I will say ChatGPT can only help us. That's it. As this code that is created by ChatGPT for us, we can't use it directly. This structure that ChatGPT created for us is good, but we need to add so many things before deploying it, right? If I'll see this one, we need to add this services in the center, and we need to arrange the text, and the services we need to change the size of the services if the client wants it horizontally, then we have to change that. We need to change this image size. As in front of you, I change this image sizes. I use the different APIs. So overall it's very good, but there are is so many things that we have to do. Okay, and for that developers are needed.
In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment, we will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay. So suppose I want to add this product. Okay. This is a lamp and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID and say let us take some demo mail ID and here is some password and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay. Now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put like we can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name @name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123 and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here and it's been logged in. Okay. So now you can see if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there's a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this, you can also search the given product. Suppose, say, I want a grade lamp or say chick chair. Okay. If I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here. So the company name is Sora. Okay. So you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay. So where the search button is coming up and you can say all these companies are there and with the help of that, you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay. So this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now, the next thing what I have to tell the GPT that, can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart, cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app? And also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app, okay? And then, so guys, for this, I will have an assets folder, okay? Then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components, okay? So let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating a React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Vite, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this, click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here, like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celebrity, Solids, or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay, just click on this, and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here, and you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder, navigate to this, and next type npm install, and finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I have told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here, and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js, and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file, and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. Okay, so whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one, okay. So you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this, okay. So we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page, okay. So like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this, okay. So take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this, okay. So say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay. So now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay. So you can see in your package.json file. So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use, because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types. types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it, Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks, then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next, you can copy all these things, okay, so since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal, and just type this, and you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the dev dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video, and you can install it. And also for the dev dependencies, similarly you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the dev dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they're going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx, okay, all over here. And in similarly, just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. Okay. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product. and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected drop down. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format, price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do, guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay, now since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay, so if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now what you can do, guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you are not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture like what the output is coming and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages. Okay, so ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing, what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components pages so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say Llama, Coffee Table, ComfyWet, which are easily available, and you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
We will begin with the agenda for MCP tutorial for beginners. So firstly, we will have a quick briefing of what exactly is an MCP, or as it is called, Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol. Followed by that, we will understand some basic protocols and standards in communication. Next, we will try to relate MCP to the understanding of protocols and standards. Followed by that, we will get started with our demonstration on developing a web scraper agent using MCP. And for that, we will be needing Node.js, Cursor AI, and Firecrawl API. So I will be walking you through those demonstration steps one after the other, and this will be a very beginner-friendly tutorial and practical demonstration on MCP. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with MCP. So what exactly is MCP? As MCP on their webpage says, MCP is a Model Context Protocol, or Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol is an open source protocol that standardizes how applications supply context to large language models. Similar to how USB-C unifies hardware connections, MCP offers a consistent way to integrate AI models with various data sources and tools. Now let's go to the official documentation of MCP to have a broader overview. So, as they say, MCP is one such tool if you remember N8N and all the AI tools and data sources that you used. For example, if you wanted an AI travel agent, as we have an already existing tutorial on our channel, you can go through it for a brief overview. So you might be needing an email writing agent, and you might be needing an airport code searching AI agent, hotel searching AI agent, flight booking AI agent, and a lot of agents connected to one another through a complex network using an N8N platform, right? Now, in this particular MCP, that will be minimized. So you will have a standardized approach where you just eliminate all those boilerplate coding, agents, manual searching for databases, manual search for knowledge bases, manual search for agents which are specifically designed for the purpose. You just explain your initiative, attach the API keys, and MCP takes over and gives you a fully furnished and finished product within no time. That's the main approach of MCP. So here you can see an overview image where we have the parts: MCP host, clients, servers, local data sources, remote services, and local data sources. If you wanted to go ahead with local data sources or local knowledge base, you can go ahead with that. But in case if you wanted some open source, then you can also go ahead with that. So here we have all the quick starts and guides and example and tutorials to how to begin with that one, and all the explore pages that you want to go ahead with if you wanted to have a deep dive into core architecture, the resources available, prompts, tools, transport samplings, and a lot more. And in case if you wanted to contribute your dedicated resources for the community, you can also go ahead with that. And you can also have some support and feedback for MCP. Now that we have a brief understanding of MCP and still clueless about what exactly is MCP, then let's go ahead with some standards and protocols so that you can get a template and you can relate MCP to that template and understand what's the role or importance of MCP in AI agent development. Now, understanding the standards and protocols. Now, let us imagine that you get a team of people to work on a project, and you are the manager that leads and directs this particular team for a purpose, right? Now, the complex problem. No one is friend of anyone. Everyone is new to everyone on the team, and each and every person in this team belongs to a different country and doesn't have a common language in between. For example, person A speaks Mandarin, person B speaks Hindi, person C speaks French, so on. There is no common language between any one of those. Now imagine each and every one of these team members as an AI agent or a tool working for the purpose. In this scenario, you might have to hard code the ports of communication, instructions on how to do, and you need to go on to each and every single AI agent and explain the stuff in a very dedicated and a specific way. This could take a very long time. In the same way, if you relate this to a person, then you might have to reach to every single person and speak to them in their own tongue and explain them the procedures and the steps to be taken to finish the task. Now, how would you do that? It would be a lot complex. Mandarin, you might not even know French or a different language. And in that particular scenario, you might be stuck. What if there was one single language that everyone knew? For example, English. Now you can get all of them together and explain the stuff in one single call and close it. And what might be so wonderful is that you'll not even waste a lot of time and there is no hard coding, there is no manual effort there, right? In the same way, if you relate this to a web server, then you are the client, you have the server, and you just, let's say you're working on Facebook or Instagram, you try to post something, you try to write a comment, you try to like something, right? That is the activity. And these particular activities will go through 4 different types of requests. One is the get request, put request, post request, and last is the delete request, right? Now, if you are connected to a single server, this might not be as tough as possible. But if you are getting connected to multiple servers, then you might be requiring different protocols every single time. Now, this can be a combination of 2 parts, HTTP and the URL that you're trying to get connected to, right? Now, to eliminate the efforts between multiple servers and multiple requests at one go, you have one single tool called as API. And the most popular API is the REST API, which has a standard way of communicating. So here, the REST API works as the language English that we discussed before. In the same way, it has maintained a standard where each and every web client can have his communication to his dedicated server or multiple servers in one go using one single language or medium or standard, that is REST API. Without REST API and the standards and protocols, it might be very confusing and you might end up in a complex situation which might not yield in the type of result you're expecting. Now, if you can relate the development of multiple AI agents for a single purpose to the web communication and a meeting, you also expect if there were a template for development of AI agents which could make the process less complex, just like REST API did in a web service and just like English did in a team meeting, then MCP comes into the picture. MCP is your template for it, right? So just like your REST API and the meetings, you have MCP. Earlier, without MCP, we used to have one tool called NA10, where you had all the tools connected to it and all the LLMs programmed to it, and you had to do this hard coding for each and every tool that you have included in the network and each and every agent that you have related to it. You had to specifically instruct, write down steps, develop a persona to your AI agent, right? There was a lot of stuff. But if you eliminate this particular complexity with one tool, then that would be your MCP. You just had to include MCP and tell your purpose, and your job would be done. Now that you have a brief understanding or a general overview of what exactly is MCP, now let's go ahead and build one. Now, the steps would include the following. For the project that we are building, which is a web crawler or web scraper, we might need the help of Node.js. So firstly, we will install and set the environment for Node.js. Followed by that, we will be needing an editor. So for that, we will be choosing the Cursor AI editor. And next, we will use an API. So for that, we will be using the Firecrawl API. And lastly, we can get started with building one once we have all the required resources. So let's get started. So as we discussed before, we will get started by installing Node.js into our operating system. So we're working on Windows operating system. So we might have to go ahead with Windows. So I'll choose Windows, and the architecture will be the one which I'm working with. So that would be x64. But in case if you are working with a different operating system, say Mac OS, then you might have to select ARM or any suitable architecture that you can be compatible with. For Linux, you'll have to choose with the same, and so on. So since we're working with Windows, so Windows it is, and x64 architecture, and click on that Windows installer MSI file. So it will be getting started to install, and you'll have to click on that Windows installer.msi file, and it'll get downloaded. While it is getting downloaded, let's go to the next web page and download and install the Cursor AI that we will be needing for this demonstration today. You'll have to log in, create an account and log in, and automatically it will give you the version that suits our operating system. Since we are in Windows, it gave me a Windows operating system. Just sign up or log in. So since you have already an account, just log into your account and confirm it's that you, and followed by that, you'll have installed your Cursor AI. Choose your theme. I'll go with the Cursor Dark theme. And here you make sure that you have Cursor tab, Control K agent, and you can also choose the data sharing option. I'll go with the privacy mode. In case if you want the other one, go ahead with that. And here you have a few review settings, and there you go. Now you're on the new window for Cursor AI. And meanwhile, let's check on the Node.js installation. I think the wizard has already started installing the Node.js setup. So this is the window. Let's quickly go through each and every instance that we have gone through so far in this particular window from the beginning. So it started off with some packages that we would be needing. So yeah, chocolatey and KB299. Yeah, further we have, and the last one is Python 13, right? Version 3.13.3 is approved. So far, so good. I think we can now get started with the next step. So here we are on the Cursor AI. So we might have to get started going through the Cursor AI settings to create our new MCP. So there are quite a few methods that you can try out to reach to settings. One is you can go to the file, and there you may have to choose the preferences, and then you have the Cursor settings. You just can use that particular step, or you can go ahead with the search options as well. So you can use that step, or you can also use the other step where you can just go to the search window and search for the settings. Here you can see MCP on the left window. So let me also walk you through a few other steps. So go to the search window and type down Cursor AI or Cursor settings. I think there has been a discrepancy, but not to worry. We'll go with the regular approach where we go to the file, preferences, and Cursor settings. And there you have the options on the left hand side. Go to MCP, and so far you don't have any MCP servers because this is the first time you've logged into Cursor AI. So you just have to add new global MCP server, which is available on the blue color button. Just click on that. And now you'll have a mcp.json file which is completely empty. You'll have to write down a few hard-coded codes here, which are not too complex related to the earlier ones that you have worked on in A10. So you might need a few more tools here. So go to the Firecrawl website. Before that, let's go through some awesome MCP servers GitHub link. So here we have almost all information related to the MCP. So let's open a new window and open all these links. What is MCP, clients, tutorials, community, legend, server implementations, framework, tips and tricks, right? For further information, you can go through all these web pages individually. So back to the home page, here you have everything you needed, the basic information of what exactly is MCP, and further you have some server implementations. Like if you scroll down, so you have awesome MCP services. This is where the beginning is. And next you have server implementations, aggregators, art and culture, coding execution, right? Customer data platforms. So here you have aggregators, art and culture, dedicated web spaces. So, and you have also cloud platforms that you can work along with. And moving further, you have code executions, coding agents, command lines as well, and communication related stuff. So you can go along and perform your operations, customer data or platforms, data platforms, and much more. Let's close all these windows and get started with the next stage where we need an API, right? So for that, the project that we're working on, which is web crawler, we will be needing an API from one of the providers, which is Firecrawl API. Okay, that's the one, Firecrawl MCP. So that's the one. Click on that particular link. Here, to generate an API, first you might have to sign up with Firecrawl. So before we sign up, let's go through the website of Firecrawl from the beginning. So that's the template code that you'll be working on. And also here we have a wide variety of crawl options, media parsing options, smart weight actions, right? Reliability first and all those things. And also we have the pricing details. For now, we'll go ahead with the free plan. And yeah, let me add down my details, my email address, and you might also have to add a password. So let me type down something. Yeah, so the password is not too strong enough. That's a good thing. They have a really strong website. So that's a sign you need to have strong passwords, and also make sure that you don't share your passwords and the API keys that you generate using Firecrawl. Now that my password is a little too longer, I think it should be access. Yeah, it's accessible and it is a successful account generation. Now you need to check your email and confirm that login credentials are right and everything. So once you are signed up, let's go through another website for generating our API keys. So Firecrawl API, scroll a little bit. So API documentation. So here you'll find some documentation related to Firecrawl and all the details that you need to go through for API key generation. So Firecrawl MCP server. Yeah, that's the website that we're looking for. Firecrawl MCP server. That's the one. And here you have overview, content, tools, and other resources that you're looking for. Now, this is the template server configuration that you'll be needing. So make sure that you have an eye on it. And now you will also have the details that you might have to go through. Like basically, it'll have the steps that you need to follow in the content page. Click on content. There you go. So it has all the features and details that you need to go ahead with. And tools, you have the crawling, extraction, scraping tools that you can work along with Firecrawl, and a few comments here. Now, yeah, the email has not been confirmed yet. Let's try to resend and reconfirm the email so that we just sign up or log in and create our API keys as soon as possible. So there you go. I have verified my email in my phone. So I'll just enter the credentials and sign in. Successful, you are signed in. On the left hand side, you can see the overview, playground, extract, activity logs, usage, API keys, and all the settings. So here you can see my API key has been by default hidden, so I'll not visualize it now. So you have two options, either view or copy. So we will be copying it for the first time to be on the safe side. So since we are new to this particular website, so we don't have any activities registered on this particular web page. So now we have the API keys. Now let's go to the content page to verify the steps that we need to follow. So we need to install npm and we need to go to the Cursor AI settings and add a new MCP server, which we already did. So we just need to copy the template code and we just need to place it there. And also, don't worry about where exactly to place your API keys in the template. We have that place. So we are back on the Cursor AI. Now we will replace this template code with the code that we just copied. And remember, If you're using Windows, try cmd/c. Okay. If you're not on Windows, you can eliminate that cmd/c. But if you are working in Windows, then you definitely need that cmd/c. Okay, let's erase this and replace that. So I'll name my tool as Firecrawl, and I'll go to the new line where I'll write down my command, and the command will be the code that I just copied from the Firecrawl window. So let me type down the command in double quotes in the new line, and I'll paste the command here, which is the code that we copied from the Firecrawl window. Control V. There you go. So the white stuff, which is in cmd/c, so that's the one you need to focus on. If you are working on Windows, that you definitely need it. If you're not working on Windows, then you can just omit it. Now, there might be some concerns with the codes, don't worry. Now, to cross-verify, you can just go back to the Firecrawl homepage and cross-verify it with the template for configuration that they have made us available. Let's go back to the Firecrawl window, and at the same time, you can see your API key here. So that's where you need to place your API key. So here we are on the Firecrawl window. You need to copy the API key and place it in the place where they have mentioned your API key. So if you have cross-verified with the configuration code, that's fine. And now you can just check the double quotes. So that's the one you need to focus on. Let me if there is a way to zoom it in, let me try to zoom in. Yeah, that's the one, cmd/c. If you're on Windows, you definitely need this. If you're not on Windows, you can just choose to omit it. Now let me just do one last final check. I think I missed a double quote somewhere. Yeah, I need to remove it from this place and add it to the end. Just a second. Okay, remove the double quote at that place. Now it should be after MCP. And once everything is done, you can just quickly choose to save and close this particular window. Check the distance between the API key and the double ampersand places. That's fine. And saving is really simple. Choose those three dots, close, save. And once that is clicked, it's all done. You get to choose to close this particular mcp.json file and get back to your agent. So once you have closed it, you will have your new server that you've just created in the cursor settings. But in a few times you get no tool connected, no server connected, or there might be some errors. So in that case, you just need to cross-verify the npm installation, Node.js installation, and check all the files that are there or not. But even if everything is installed and you can see the versions available, and if you're still seeing this or watching that particular error, then don't worry, just close the cursor AI and restart it, or you can also choose the refresh option, which is right available there. So I've closed and restarted it, and the same procedure, go to File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, and there you'll see the MCP models, and there you'll find it right there, correct? Now close it and go to the window where you'll find the server. Yeah, that's the one. And here you choose the agent. Make sure that you choose the agent instead of anything else. Not manual, not ask. I choose the agent. And now I'll write down a simple prompt. Search for Simplilearn on Google. Now it should give me results which it finds on Google. Maybe it's a home page, maybe it's a social media handle like LinkedIn or YouTube or Instagram, anything that it finds related to Simplilearn. Only the term Simplilearn. So here you can see it has given me 3 different results. First one is Simplilearn website. Second one is Simplilearn YouTube channel, and the third one is LinkedIn page. So let's get started with the official web page. So click on the simplilearn.com. Now, it's asking me permission, open. Now we are on Simplilearn homepage. Similarly, let's go back and select for the YouTube page. So that's the one. Open again, get permissions. So you're on the Simplilearn YouTube page. Now I think it might ask for a login for LinkedIn. But anyways, let's try to check if it can open without logging in to LinkedIn or not. So yeah, you can see I've logged into the YouTube. Yeah, it is asking me to log in. So let's quickly log in. It might take a couple of seconds. So there you go. I've logged into LinkedIn. Now open. So I can see Simplilearn's homepage getting loaded in a second. Yeah, there you go. On LinkedIn, we have opened the Simplilearn's homepage successfully.
OpenAI is one of the main leaders in the field of generative AI, with its ChatGPT being one of the most popular and widely used examples. ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI's GPT family of large language models, LLMs. In August and September 2024, there were rumors about a new model from OpenAI codenamed Strawberry. At first, it was unclear if it was the next version of GPT-4o or something different. On September 12, OpenAI officially introduced the O1 model. Hi, I am Mayank. In this video, we will discuss about OpenAI model O1 and its types. After this, we will perform some basic prompts using OpenAI Preview and OpenAI Mini. And at the end, we will see comparison between the OpenAI O1 models and GPT-4o. So without any further ado, let's get started. What is OpenAI O1? The OpenAI O1 family is a group of LLMs that have been improved to handle more complex reasoning. These models are designed to offer a different experience from GPT-4o, focusing on thinking through problems more thoroughly before responding. Unlike older models, O1 is built to solve challenging problems that require multiple steps and deep reasoning. OpenAI O1 models also use a technique called chain of thought prompting, which allows the model to think through problem step by step. OpenAI O1 consists of two models, O1 Preview and O1 Mini. The O1 Preview model is meant for more complex tasks, while the O1 Mini is a smaller, more affordable version. So what can OpenAI O1 do? OpenAI O1 can handle many tasks, just like other GPT models from OpenAI, such as answering questions, summarizing content, and creating new material. However, O1 is especially good at more complex tasks, including the first one is enhanced reasoning. The O1 models are designed for advanced problem solving, particularly in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. The second one is brainstorming and ideation. With its improved reasoning, O1 is great at coming up with creative ideas and solutions in various fields. The number third is scientific research. O1 is perfect for tasks like annotating cell sequencing data or solving complex math needed in areas like quantum optics. The number fourth is coding. The O1 models can write and fix code, performing well on coding tests like Human Eval and Code Forces, and helping developers build multi-step workflows. The fifth one, mathematics. O1 is much better at math than previous model, scoring 83% in the International Mathematics Olympiad test compared to GPT-4o's 13%. It also did well in other math competitions like AIME, making it useful for generating complex formulas for physics. And the last one is self-fact checking. O1 can check the accuracy of its own responses, helping to improve the reliability of its answer. You can use OpenAI O1 models in several ways. ChatGPT Plus and team users have access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini models and can manually choose them in the model picker. Although free users don't have access to the O1 models yet, OpenAI planning to offer O1 Mini to them in the future. Developers can also use these models, OpenAI's API, and they are available on third-party platforms like Microsoft Azure AI Studio and GitHub models. So yes guys, I have opened this ChatGPT 4o model here and ChatGPT O1 Preview, as you can see. So I have this Plus model, okay, the paid version of ChatGPT. So I can access this O1 Preview and O1 Mini model. Okay, we will go with O1 Preview model and we will put same prompts in both the model of the ChatGPT 4o and the O1 Preview and see what are the differences are coming. Okay, so we will do some math questions and we will do some coding, we will do some advanced reasoning and quantum physics as well. Okay, so let's start with, so I have some prompt already written with me. So first one is number theory. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it from here and paste it in this and both. Okay, so let me run in 4o and O1 Preview. So here you can see it's thinking. Okay, so this is what I was saying, chain of thoughts. Okay, so these are the chain of thoughts. First is breaking down the primes, this is, and then is identifying the GCD. And now see the difference between the output. See, output is 561 is not a prime number and the GCD, greatest common receiver, of 48 and 180 is 12. Okay, here see ChatGPT O1 Preview is giving the output in step by step. First see, determine if 561 is a prime number or not. The number 561 is not a prime number. It's a composite number because it has this. Okay, then second step, then the greatest common divisor. Then they found 12. And answer is no, 561 is not composite number because of this, and the greatest common divisor of 48 and 180 is 12. Just see the difference between the two models. This is why ChatGPT O1 models are crazy for math, coding, and advanced reasoning, quantum physics, for these things. Okay, so let's go with our second step. So here, if you will see, you can see the attach file option in ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, you can come upload from your computer, but here you will see in O1 there is no attach file option. This is one drawback. Okay, so here upload from computer. So this is one small. Okay, and let me open this, and this is the question I have. Okay, yeah, so I will copy this, I will run this and this. Okay, see, it's start giving the answer, and O1 is still thinking, solving the equation, then analyzing the relationship. Okay, so ChatGPT O1 will take time, but it will give you more accurate, more step by step as you want. Okay, so here you can see solve for x question, this, and here the steps you can see. Okay, this is more structured way, you can say, in a good structured way. Okay, ChatGPT O1 preview gave you in good structured way as O1 mini as well. Okay, so yeah, so here they wrote just 1 and 2, this, and here if you'll see question 1, solve for x in this, and step 1 is this, step 2 is this, and step 3 is this, then the answer of x is equal to 3. But here simply they wrote we know this, and x equals to 3. For the second question, see, expanding the left hand side, this, but here step 1, square both sides of the given equation. Start by squaring both sides. Okay, it's written but not in good way. Okay, so this is why O1 is better for math. Okay, so now let's check it for the coding part. Okay, so I have one question. Okay, let me see what output it will give to. First I will write I need. Okay, leave it. I will copy it, and I will copy it as well here, run it and run it. See, it start giving answer. Okay, and still this will adjust the parameters, ensuring the code generation, because ChatGPT O1 will think first, then it will analyze, then after that it will give you answers. Okay, here the code is done. See, here the code is done and it's still thinking. Step 1, and first here you can't see anything. See, step setup development environment, pip install numpy matplotlib, then this, and here nothing. And but I will ask it, okay, give me code in one tab. Okay, here also I will write give me code in single tab. Okay, so I can just copy and paste. So what I will do, I will open one online compiler and I will directly copy it and paste. Okay, so let's finish this. I hope it will work. So let me open W3 Schools compiler. Okay, yeah, same I will open for this W3 School. Okay, so let me copy the code, and my bad, and paste it here. Same works for this. Okay, okay, I will copy the code and I will paste it here. Okay, I hope it gives something. Yeah, cool. So yes, now you can see the difference between the output. So this is the output of 4.0 and this is the output of O1 preview. See, O1 preview output is this and this is the output of 4.0. So this is the difference. This is why O1 takes time, but it will give you more accurate result in a good way. Okay. So now let's check something else. So moving on, let's see some advanced reasoning question. Okay, so this is the logical puzzle one, the first one. Okay, so I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, this is for O1, this is for preview. Because why I'm not comparing O1 with mini? Because they both are same, but slightly differences there. Okay, so here we can see more difference between 4.0 old model versus new model, you can say. Okay, so now see, the answer is end in this much only, but it will explain you in a better way. See, thoughts for 7 seconds, explanation, that case 1, then case 2. Okay, with conclusion in both scenarios, summary, and this here, this one, small explanation, and that's it, right? So they created O1 preview for more, it will describe you more in a better way, right? Now let's see some scientific reasoning as well. Okay, so let me copy it here. So still thinking, but start giving answer. Says thought for 16 seconds. So again, I will say that ChatGPT O1 is much better than ChatGPT 4.0. ChatGPT 4.0 is great for content writing and all, but ChatGPT O1 preview and mini are very good for reasoning, math, coding, or quantum physics, these type of things. Okay, advanced reasoning. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 is great for generative text. Okay, like for marketing, writing copies, emails, and all of those. So now let's see some comparison between O1 models and GPT 4.0 model. When new models are released, their capabilities are revealed through benchmark data in the technical reports. The new OpenAI model excels in complex reasoning tasks. It surpasses human PhD level accuracy in physics, chemistry, biology on the GPQA benchmark. Coding becomes easier with O1 as it ranks in the 89th percentile of the competitive programming questions Codeforce. The model is also outstanding in math. On a qualifying exam for International Mathematics Olympiad (IMO), GPT-4.0 solved only 13% of problems, while O1 achieved 83%. This is truly next level. On the standard ML benchmarks, it has huge improvement across the board. MMLU means multitask accuracy and GPQA is reasoning capabilities. Human evaluation. OpenAI asks people to compare O1 Mini with GPT-4.0 on difficult open-ended tasks across different topics. Using the same method as the O1 preview versus GPT-4.0 comparison, like O1 preview, O1 Mini was preferred over GPT-4.0 for tasks that require strong reasoning skills, but GPT-4.0 was still favored for language-based tasks. Model speed. As a concrete example, we compared responses from GPT-4.0, O1 Mini, and O1 preview on the word reasoning question. While GPT-4.0 did not answer correctly, both O1 Mini and O1 preview did, and O1 Mini reached the answer around 3 to 5x faster. Limitation and what's next. Due to its specialization on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, reasoning capabilities, O1 Mini is factual knowledge on non-STEM topics such as dates, biographics, and trivia is comparable to small LLMs such as GPT-4.0 Mini. OpenAI will improve these limitations in future versions, as well as experiment extending the model to other modalities and specialties outside of STEM. With this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below, and our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the chat GPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its uh, syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes 3 arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first 3 cases are actually accepted, but the other 3 are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It has also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, uh, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. Take a one. I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating, we'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so copy the code. Paste it over here. Okay, compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay, so let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. I think it's this error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? She's apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Okay, let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that Definitely something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Oh, now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Condition that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll do you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced. And the version we are using is lower than that. Okay. So basically, it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It. It is actually generating the code. Okay, again, given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self parameter, self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me. Again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, if this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copy this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. So the solve n queen function is a method of the n queens class, and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me change. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize 2 pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed through the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code or adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. It's mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself, so definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself, so it's it contradicting its own pointers, maybe. That we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Last and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, but this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for ChatGPT, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen ChatGPT contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. Again, like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases. which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but as this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now, that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here, you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. Or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Rate. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partition. So I have copied it and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question and the runtime is 12 ms and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and I'll paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. That is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it actually it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, see, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if it can present a code. Okay, so I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't think there should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Again, we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully, this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's Copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it, and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if it can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate does shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations. Well, this was all about this video. If you like this video and found it interesting and informative, please do like this video and share it with your peers.
So here's the OpenAI documentation, and you could see the new features introduced with the ChatGPT 4.0. So these are the improvements. One is the updated and interactive bar graphs or pie charts that you can create, and these are the features that you could see here. You could change the color, you could download it, and what we have is you could upload the latest file versions directly from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. And we have the interaction with tables and charts in a new expandable view that I showed you here. That is here, you can expand it in the new window. And you can customize and download charts for presentations and documents. Moreover, you can create the presentation also. That we'll see in further. And here we have how data analysis works in ChatGPT. You could directly upload the files from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. I will show you guys how we can do that and where this option is. And we can work on tables in real time. And there we have customized presentation ready charts. That is, you can create a presentation with all the charts based on a data provided by you. And moreover, a comprehensive security and privacy feature. So with that, guys, we'll move to ChatGPT. And here we have the ChatGPT 4.0 version. So before commencing, guys, there's a quick info for you. If you're one of the aspiring data analysts looking for online training and graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Purdue postgraduate program in data analytics in collaboration with IBM. You can find the link in the description box and pinned comment. So let's get started with data analysis part. So this is the pin section or the insert section where you can have the options to connect to Google Drive, connect to Microsoft OneDrive, and you can upload it from the computer. This option was already there, that is upload from computer. And you can upload at least or at max the 10 files. That could be around Excel files or documents. So the max limit is 10. And if you have connected to Google Drive, I will show you guys. I'm not connecting you, but you guys can connect it too, and you could upload it from there also. And there's another cool update, that is ability to quote directly in your chat. So while chatting with ChatGPT, I'll show you guys how we can do that. And you could find some new changes that is in the layout. So this is the profile section. It used to be at the left bottom, but now it's moved to the top right and making it more accessible than ever. So let's start with the data analysis part. And the first thing we need is data. So you can find it on Kaggle, or you could ask ChatGPT 4.0 to provide the data. I will show you guys. So this is the Kaggle website. You can sign in here and click on datasets. You can find all the datasets here. That would be around computer science, education, classification, computer vision. Or else you could move back to ChatGPT and you could ask the ChatGPT 4.0 model to generate a data and provide it in Excel format. So we'll ask him, we'll not ask him can you, we'll just ask him provide a data set that I can use for data analysis and provide in CSV format. So you could see that it has responded that I can provide a sample data set, and he has started generating the data set here. So you could see that he has provided only 10 rows, and he is saying that I will now generate this data set in CSV format. First he has provided the visual presentation on the screen, and now he is generating the CSV format. So if you want more data, like if you want 100 rows or 1000 rows, you could specify in the prompt and ChatGPT will generate that for you. So we already have the data. I will import that data. You could import it from here, or else you can import it from your Google Drive. So we have a sales data here. We will open it. So we have the sales data here. So the first step we need to do is data cleaning. So this is the crucial step to ensure that the accuracy of our analysis is at its best. So we can do that by handling missing values. That is, missing values can distort our analysis. And here ChatGPT 4 can suggest methods to impute these values, such as using the mean, median, or a sophisticated approach based on data patterns. And after handling the missing values, we will remove duplicates and outlier detection. So we'll ask ChatGPT, clean the data if needed. So we can just write a simple prompt that would be clean the data if needed. And this is also a new feature. You can see the visual presentation of the data here, that we have 100 rows here and the columns provided, that is sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, and price per unit and total sales. So this is also a new feature that, okay, we just headed back. We'll move back to our ChatGPT chat here. Okay, so here we are. So you could see that ChatGPT has cleaned the data and he has provided that it has checked for missing values, checked for duplicates, and ensured consistent formatting. And he's saying, okay, so now we will ask him that execute these steps and provide the clean data. As ChatGPT has provided that these are the steps to clean the data, and let's see. So he has provided a new CSV file with the clean sales data. We will download it and ask him to use the same file only. Use this new cleaned sales data CSV file for further analysis. So you could see that he is providing what analysis we can do further. But once our data is clean, the next step is visualization. So visualizations help us understand the data better by providing a graphical representation. So the first thing we will do is we will create a prompt for generating the histograms, and we'll do that for the age distribution part. So we'll write a prompt that generate a histogram to visualize the distribution of customer ages. To visualize the distribution of customer ages. And what I was telling you guys is this code button. If you just select the text and you would find this reply section, just click on that and you could see that it has selected the text or what you want to get, or the prompts started with ChatGPT. So we'll make it cross and you could see that it has provided the histogram here, and these are the new features here. And we could see that he is providing a notification that interactive charts of this type are not yet supported. That is, histogram don't have the color change option. I will show you the color change option in the bar chart section. So these features are also new. You can download the chart from here only, and this is the expand chart. If we click on that, you could see that you could expand the chart here and continue your chat with ChatGPT here. So this is the interactive section. So you could see that he has provided the histogram that is showing the distribution of customer ages, and the age range are from 18 to 70 years with the distribution visualized in 15 bins, that he has created 15 bins here. And now moving to another visualization that we'll do by sales by region. So before that, I will open the CSV file that is provided by the ChatGPT. So you guys can also see what data he has provided. So this is the clean sales data, and you could see that we have columns sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, price per item, total sales, region, and salesperson. So now moving back to ChatGPT. So now we will create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So we'll enter this prompt that create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So what we are doing here is we are creating bar charts or histogram charts, but we can do that for only 2 columns. If we want to create these data visualization charts, we need 2 columns to do so. So you could see that he has provided the response and created the bar chart here. And this is the interactive section. You could see that here's an option to switch to static chart. If we click on that, we can't, we are not getting any information if we scroll on that. And if I enable this option, you could see that I can visually see how many numbers this bar is indicating. And after that, we have the change color section. You can change the color of the data set provided. So we can change it to any color that is provided here, or you could just write the color code here. And similarly, we have other 2 options, that is download and another is the expand chart section. And if you need what code it has done to figure out this bar graph, so this is the code. You could use any ID to do so. If you don't want the presentations or the visualizations of the bar charts here, you could use your ID and use the Python language, and he will provide the code for you. Just take your data set and read it through pandas and generate the bar charts. So moving to next section, that is category wise sales section. So here we will generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So for that, we'll write a prompt, generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So you could see that it has started generating the pie chart, and this is also an interactive section. If you click on that, you would be seeing a static pie chart, and if you want to change the color, you can change for any section, that could be clothing, electronics, furniture or kitchen. And similarly, we have the download section and the expand chart section. So this is how this new ChatGPT 4 model is better than ChatGPT 4, that you could use a more interactive pie charts. You could change the colors for that, and you can just hover over these bar charts and found all the information according to them. So after this data visualization, now we'll move to statistical analysis. So this will help us uncover patterns and relationships in the data. So the first thing we'll do is correlation analysis. And for that, we'll write the prompt, analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So this correlation analysis helps us understand the relationship between 2 variables. So this can indicate if older customers tend to spend more or less. So we'll find out that by analyzing the data, and we'll provide a prompt to ChatGPT that analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So let's see what it provides. So here's the response by ChatGPT. You could see a scatter plot that shows the relationship between customer age and total sales. That is with a calculated correlation coefficient of approximately 0.16. So this indicates a weak positive correlation between age and purchase amount, suggesting that as customer age increases, there's a slight tendency for total sales to increase as well. So you could just see the scatter plot here, that if the age increases, so it is not correlated to sales, as you could see an empty graph here. So till 40 to 50 years of age or the 70 years of age, you could find what amount they have spent here. That is the total sales accumulated by these ages. So now moving to sales trend. So here we will perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over the given dates. So what does this do is, time series analysis allows us to examine how sales amount changes over time, helping us identify trends and seasonal patterns. So for that, we'll write a prompt, perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over given dates. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response, and here is the time series plot showing total sales over the given dates, and each point on the plot represents the total sales for a particular day. So through this you can find out, and the businesses find out, which is the seasonal part of the year and where to stock up their stocks for these kind of dates. And after that you could also do customer segmentation. So what does this do is, so we can use clustering here to segment customers based on age, income and purchase amount. So clustering groups customers into segments based on similarities. This is useful for targeted marketing and personalized services. And after that we have the advanced usage for data analysis. Here we can draw a predictive modeling table and do the market basket analysis and perform a customer lifetime value analysis. So we will see one of those, and what we'll do is we'll perform a market basket analysis and perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So the theory behind this is the association rule mining helps identify patterns of products that are often purchased together, aiding in inventory management and cross-selling strategies. So for that we'll write a prompt that, so perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So for that we'll write a prompt here, perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought products together. So let's see for this prompt what does ChatGPT 4 respond to us. So you could see that he is providing a code here, but we don't need a code here. We need the analysis. Don't provide code. Do the market basket analysis and provide visualizations. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided the response that given the limitations in this environment, so he is not able to do the market basket analysis here. So but he can help us how we can perform this in an IDE. So he's providing, you can install the required libraries, then prepare the data, and here he is providing the example code. So you could see there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also, that he can't do advanced data analysis. So you could use the code in your IDE and do the market basket analysis there. So there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also. And now we'll ask ChatGPT, can you create a presentation based on the data set, and we'll provide a data set to it also. So we'll provide a sample sales data, and we'll ask him, can you create a presentation or PowerPoint presentation based on this data set and only provide data visualization graphs. So you can see that ChatGPT 4 has started analyzing the data, and he is stating that, and he will start by creating a data visualization from the provided data set and compile them into a PowerPoint presentation. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response, and these are all the presentations or the bar graphs that he has created. And now we have downloaded the presentation here. We will open that, and here's the presentation that is created by ChatGPT 4.
Hello and welcome to ChatGPT Prompt Engineering course. This course is designed to equip you with the skills to craft effective prompts and optimize AI generated responses. We begin with an introduction to prompt engineering, explaining its significance and how structured prompts improve AI interaction. Next, we will dive into the essential components of an effective prompt, covering clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and examples to ensure precise and relevant outputs. Moving forward, we will explore some real-world application and prompt patterns demonstrating how prompt engineering enhances content creation, coding assistance, customer support, and data analysis. You will also learn different prompting techniques including instruction-based, example-driven, fill-in-the-blank, and step-by-step prompt. To help you refine your skills, we will discuss common prompting errors such as vague instruction, excessive detail, and poor formatting, along with hands-on exercises to improve AI responses. Finally, we will cover advanced prompting techniques including zero-shot, few-shot, and chain-of-thought prompting, which are essential for guiding AI through complex problem solving and improving accuracy in real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will be able to write powerful, structured prompts that maximize AI efficiency across various domains. So let's begin. The first is Introduction to Prompt Engineering. So prompt engineering is a crucial skill in the realm of artificial intelligence, especially when interacting with large language models like ChatGPT. It involves crafting well-structured prompts to guide AI responses effectively, whether for content creation, automation, or problem solving. A well-engineered prompt ensures accurate and relevant output. Prompt engineering is not just about writing commands. It's about communicating intent clearly to the AI. The way a prompt is phrased can significantly influence the AI response. The more precise and structured prompt is, the better the result will be. This is why businesses, developers, and content creators must invest time in the refining their prompt writing technique. So now let's see what is prompt engineering actually is. Prompt engineering refers to the process of designing and refining prompts to achieve desired responses from AI models. The effectiveness of AI-generated content depends largely on how well the prompt is structured. By understanding how language models interpret inputs, users can enhance AI's efficiency in performing various tasks. So let's take an example. Consider AI-powered customer support chatbot. A poorly structured prompt will look like this: help the customer with their issue. So here you can see it is giving answer like, sure, could you please provide the details of the customer issue such as the product or service they are facing problem with, any other messages, or any relevant order or account information if applicable. A well-engineered prompt like this analyze the customer issue based on previous conversation history and suggest a step-by-step troubleshooting process before escalating to a human agent. So now it will analyze the customer issue based on the context we have and more if specifics about their problem. And it will give you a step-by-step troubleshooting process that can be followed, as you can see on the image. So the AI now has clear instruction to follow, improving the chances of generating a relevant and actionable response. So now let's move forward and see what is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI that uses natural language processing (NLP) to generate human-like text responses. So it is based on the GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer architecture, as you can see on the screen. So this GPT architecture, which enables it to understand, interpret, and generate text based on the user inputs, as you can see on the image. I wrote here what is machine learning in one line. So it gave me the answer. So ChatGPT can assist in various tasks, including answering questions, writing content, summarizing text, generating code, and even engaging in interactive conversation. So powered by deep learning, ChatGPT predicts and generates text by analyzing vast amount of data, making it highly effective for automation, brainstorming, and problem solving. It supports multiple industries including education, customer support, content creation, and programming. So the model continuously improves through fine-tuning and user feedback, allowing it to provide more relevant and accurate responses. Whether for personal or professional use, ChatGPT is a powerful AI assistant designed to enhance productivity and streamline communication. So in the next unit, we will see essential components of effective prompts. So prompt engineering is the practice of carefully crafting inputs to guide an AI model towards generating precise, relevant, and meaningful responses. So a well-structured prompt can significantly improve the quality of output, making AI responses more accurate, concise, and aligned with user expectations. So to create an effective prompt, you must consider several key elements including clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and with different examples. So each of these plays a vital role in shaping the AI's response, ensuring that it meets the intended purpose. So now let's explore these elements in detail along with real world examples to illustrate their importance. So the first one is clarity. So one of the most critical aspects of prompt engineering is clarity. A prompt should be direct, easy to understand, and free from ambiguity. So when a prompt lacks clarity, the AI may misinterpret the request, resulting in the vague or irrelevant responses. For example, a generic prompt like "Tell me about AI" does not specify whether the user wants a historical overview application or technical details. So the AI might provide a long, generalized response that does not align with the user's intent. So example, instead of "Tell me about AI," you can write "Provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestones from the 1950s to the present or to the today." So why is this better? Because it clearly defines the scope of the response, like history of AI, and it specifies a timeline which is 1950s to present, and the phrase key milestones helps AI focus on significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. So by using a precise and structured prompt, the response is more focused, informative, and aligned with what the user actually needs. The second is context. Providing relevant background information without enough contextual information is wrong. So the AI may provide an answer that is either too broad or unrelated to the actual intent of the query. For instance, a simple prompt like "summarize the article" does not provide any details about the article topic, length, or the key points to focus on. So the AI may generate a summary that does not highlight the aspect of the user is looking for. Instead of that, you can write "summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the cause and effects in under 200 words." So why is this better? It specifies the subject of the article, which is climate change. It directs the AI to focus on causes and effects rather than general information, and it limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary. So by adding contextual details, you ensure that AI tailors its response to your exact needs, making it relevant and structured. The third is specificity, which defines the scope clearly. So specificity in prompt engineering helps narrow down the AI's response, ensuring that the output is concise and relevant rather than overly broad or off topic. A vague prompt can result in an unfocused response requiring additional clarification or refinement. For example, asking "list some programming language" gives the AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required. So the AI might random languages and some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. So instead of that, you can write "list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development along with their primary use cases." So why this prompt is better? It limits the number of languages to 5, ensuring a focused response. It specifies web development as a domain, avoiding unrelated programming languages, and it asks for primary use case, making the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from the AI. And the fourth is constraints, which control output with limits. So constraints help structure the AI's response, ensuring that the output is within the required word count, format, or tone. Without constraint, response can be too long, too short, or may not match the required style. For instance, a simple prompt like explain the Renaissance does not indicate how detailed or structured the explanation should be. AI might generate a long, detailed essay which might not be what the users want. So instead of that, you can write 100-word summary of the Renaissance era in a formal tone. So why is this better? It limits the word count, 100 words, making the response concise. It specifies a formal tone, ensuring an academic style response. It guides AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. So constraints are particularly useful in business, research, and content creation, where precise formatting and style matter. So now let's jump into the demo part and see how it practically looks like. So I welcome to the demo part, and I am using plus version of ChatGPT as of now. As you can see, the plus version, and so this is the ChatGPT interface, and I hope everyone is aware of, right? So now let's see one by one what are the effective elements of the prompt, okay, which I have discussed already. As you can see, first is clarity and context, constraints, specificity with the examples which we discussed. Okay, so let's see how practically it's look like, right? What are the answers GPT is giving, okay, and generating. So the first one is clarity. Okay, so here if I will write tell me about AI. So these are search results. Okay, if you will see the search, it will search from the web. Okay, otherwise it will give me from the, it will generate automatically. Okay, in which it is trained. So so if I will write just tell me about AI, so let's see now what it will give me. Okay, if you can see here, it's giving AI in artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machine, enabling them to perform tasks that typically require human cognition. This types of AI it is giving. Okay, how AI works it is giving. Okay, and common application it is giving. And okay, future of AI it is giving. So future of AI, common application, how AI works, and types of AI. But if you will write with proper clarity, what do you want? Like provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestone from the 1950s to the present. Okay, so here you can see I am describing clearly like scope of the response. So you can see history of AI. Okay, this is the scope and timeline 1950s to present. Okay, and the phrase key milestone. Okay, it will help AI focus to significant developments rather than providing unnecessary detail. Okay, so let's see what are the results. First is generate one title, brief history of artificial intelligence key milestone. See 1950s, the birth of AI. 1950, Alan Turing introduces the Turing test in his paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence like this. In 1960, 1970, this happened. Okay, 1980s, the rise of expert system. Okay, that is MySim for medical diagnosis. 1990, AI becomes practical. IBM's Deep Blue defeats 2000s, AI in everyday lives. In 2005, this happened. 2011, this happened. 2012, 13, 14, 16, 17, this happened. 2020, this happened. Okay, 2024 present, AI continues evolving with LLMs, autonomous AI agents, and enhanced regulation. So this is the brief history of AI, including key milestones. See, these are the milestones. Okay. See, the Dartmouth Conference, led by John McCarthy, official coins the term artificial intelligence. So these are some key milestones you can, okay, in particular year. So this is how a ChatGPT can give you answers if you will type your prompt clearly, with clarity, you can say, right? If you want to discuss about more of particular, topic or answer, you can just write here like tell me more about AI after 2020. So it will be more detailed. Okay, since 2020 this. So now let's see the difference between this and this. Okay, one liner, here it will give more. Okay, so here from here you can stop this as well. Right? So now next second comes context. So context is like providing relevant background information. Okay. So let me quickly first add one article for you. Okay. From the web. So as you can see, I have just copy pasted my one article here. So now I will give a simple context. Okay. Like not even context. Okay, I will give prompt without context. Sorry. So I will write here just summarize the article. Just like this. Okay. Let's see what it will give. Okay, it will give summary that it. So the first the title will come. Okay. Then climate this, human impact this. Okay. So yeah, first let me tell you, the summary should not be this big. Okay. So instead of just typing or writing or giving this prompt summarize the article, what you can write here instead of this, you can write summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the causes and effects in under 200 words, because no one wants the summary this big, right? So send. So this is where you have set the context, like it specifies the subject first, climate change, and it will direct the AI to focus on causes and effects. You can see here highlighting the causes and effects, and the limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary of this particular article. See, this is the length of new summary if you will give a prompt with proper context, right? See here, small in 200 words. Okay, so now let's move forward and see specificity, which will define the scope more clearly. Okay, so if I will write here list some programming languages. Okay, enter. So it will give the AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required to me. So it will just might give the list of random languages, as you can see here, or some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. Okay, What if I am working on only this general purpose programming? I don't want data science programming languages, but still it gave me. I don't need mobile app development languages. So that is why you have to particularly specify which languages you want to use or you want, right? So here you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development, along with their primary use cases. Okay. Yeah. So now it will first limit the language to 5. Okay, I have written 5, ensuring a focused response. And now it specifies only web development. That's why I'm saying, see, it gave me scripting, automation, game development system. I don't need that. So that's why it's very important in the prompt you have to specify, okay, along with their primary use cases. So it will make the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you will eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from ChatGPT or AI. See, 5 programming JavaScript with their use cases. Fine. So now let's move forward and see what are constraints, how you can control output with your limits. Okay. So if I will write explain the machine. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. It will give me automatically how much it wants. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. Okay. But what if you will write like explain me 100-word summary in machine learning, or you can write explain me in 100 words about machine learning in formal tone. Let's press enter. So here you can see it limits the word count to the 100 first, okay, making the response concise, and it will specify a formal tone. I have written here formal tone. That will ensure an academic style response, okay, and it will guide AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. Okay, so now first let's read this. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that enables computer to learn from data and improve their performance without being explicitly programmed. So here see, machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables system to learn from data and improve performance without explicit programming. It involves algorithms that identify patterns, make predictions, and automate decision making. ML is categorized into proper formal tone, right? So there is one more thing, how you can use examples to define your prompt, right? If I will write explain Newton's third law, it is very too open-ended. Okay, so it gave me 3 examples: jumping, rocket launch, and walking. Okay, so now I will write here with proper examples, mentioning proper examples. Okay, explain Newton's third law with an example. For instance, mention a rocket launch. Okay. See, first, for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this is the third law. So here see, in the case of rocket launch, the rocket engine expel hot gases downward action force at high speed. But if we'll see here, Newton's third law states for every action there is an equal and opposite action. So this means that when one object exerts a force on another, the second object exerts. So here I have mentioned properly, I need a rocket launch example. So this is how you can guide the ChatGPT with sample responses. So effective prompt engineering maximizes the quality of AI generated responses by ensuring clarity, context, specificity, constraints, or by giving examples. So by following these principles, you can craft high quality prompts that yield more accurate structure and relevant responses. So what are the key takeaways? So clarity ensures AI understands the request without ambiguity. Context provides the background details to improve accuracy. Specificity narrow down the response to match user intent. And constraint define structure, length, and style for better output. And examples help guide AI to produce responses in desired format. So by implementing these techniques, you can optimize your prompt for more useful, structured, and efficient AI generated responses. So in the next unit, we will see some real-world application of prompt engineering and learn about prompt patterns. Prompt engineering is widely used in various domains. So here are some of the key areas where it plays a crucial role. The first one is content generation. AI is leveraged to generate blog posts, write social media captions, and create engaging stories. So here is one example. So an AI-powered content writer can be prompted to generate a 500-word article on the impact of AI in healthcare by specifying the structure, tone, and the key points to include. And why it matters? So a well-structured prompt ensures the output is relevant, coherent, and follows a logical flow, making the content useful and engaging. And the second is coding assistance. So AI-driven coding assistants help programmers by generating code snippets and debugging support. So here is an example. So a developer can prompt the AI with like write a Python function to check if a given string is a palindrome or not. So the AI will then generate an efficient function following Python's best practices. So adding constraints like optimize for performance and avoid using recursion can further improve the response by making the output more efficient. The third one is customer support. AI chatbots can be programmed to handle customer queries, reducing human intervention. So a well-structured prompt like provide a step-by-step troubleshooting guide for Wi-Fi connectivity issues on Windows 11 will yield a more effective response compared to a vague query. So best practices are it's like specifying constraints such as provide a response under 200 words and use simple language, ensure clarity and conciseness. And the fourth one is data analysis. So AI model can summarize reports and extract insights from large data sets. Example is like a financial analyst can use a prompt like summarize the key revenue trends in the company's Q4 report in 3 bullet points. And the importance is so this will help extract key insights efficiently while keeping the summary concise and actionable. The last one is education and learning. AI-powered tutors assist students by explaining concept in detail. So example is a prompt like explain the Pythagorean theorem using a real-life example. Ensure AI provides an intuitive explanation with practical application. So the best approach is the response can be enhanced by adding use a story-based analogy involving a right angle triangle. So now let's move to the demo part and see what are the different prompt patterns. So in this demo part, we will talk about some different prompt patterns in prompt engineering. Okay, so prompt engineering includes various patterns that help structure interaction effectively. So there are some common patterns include like instruction-based prompts and example-driven prompts, fill in the blanks prompts, and step-by-step prompts. Okay, so these four are the main types. So yes, so now let's first start with instruction-based prompts. So instruction-based prompts are like direct commands which help generate specific responses, right? So these instruction-based prompts are very effective for structured output, ensuring clarity and precision. So the key is to be explicit in what you want AI to do, such as summarizing, explaining, or formatting content. So now let's see 2-3 examples for each of the prompts. So like the first, I will write here explain quantum mechanics in simple terms. Okay. So here AI will provide a beginner friendly explanation avoiding technical jargon. Okay, because I have written here in simple terms. Correct? Let's enter. Now you can see here it gave me one definition and some of the key ideas. Okay, and at the last conclusion. Okay. So this is the beginner friendly explanation as I told you before. So now let's do one more. Like if I want to write summarize this in one paragraph. Okay, this particular thing in one paragraph. So now AI will extract key points and deliver a concise version of this particular. Okay, you can see quantum mechanics. See, in only one paragraph. So these are the instruction based prompt because I have gave the instruction summarize. Okay, here already I gave in simple terms, right? Okay, one more, let's try. I can write here, write an email to my manager requesting leave for 2 days. Okay. So now AI will format a professional and polite leave request email. Okay. See, hi, manager name. I hope you are doing well, very polite. I would like to request for mention date due to this reason, and I will ensure all of my tasks are up to date before my leave and will coordinate with the team if needed. Right? So this is how instruction based prompts work. So this approach is very straightforward and works well for task based requests where concise, clear instructions are necessary. So now let's move forward and see example driven prompts. So example driven prompts helps AI to understand the expected format and tone by providing one or more examples before requesting a response. So this technique is very useful when generating creative content, translation or stylistic adaptations. So the AI learns from the patterns set by the examples and follows the same structure. Okay. So now what if I will write generate poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Okay, so I have written generate a poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Enter. So now ChatGPT will mimic Frost style using nature inspired theme and vivid imagery. Okay, see it gave me two responses. I can select any of them. Okay, so here you can see the frost has crept where footfalls fade upon the path through woods and glades. See all the nature is coming. A hush now hangs on branch and bough as winter bends the pines deep bow. And here as well. So the woods stand. Yeah. What if I will choose this? I prefer this response, so it will come like that. So it is mimicking frost style. So let's take another example. And even you can write translate the following. Here you can write hello, how are you to Spanish, or don't write Spanish to hola. Okay, so it will understand. See, I just wrote hola. Okay, so it will understand hello, how are you, translate to hola, como estés in Spanish. So ChatGPT will follow the same format for the further translation. If I will write translate my name is Sam. See, me llamo Sam in Spanish, right? Here I didn't give any language or any signs, you can say. Okay, even you can give it prompts like reward this sentence like Shakespeare monologue. Okay, and I will give here the sun is shining brightly today. Okay, so here I have given the example here. I need this Shakespearean monologue. See, the golden orb doth blaze with radiant might, casting its heavenly glow upon the earth so bright. Okay, so here ChatGPT transform the sentence into an old English prose such as this only. Okay, right? So this example driven prompts pattern is effective when consistency and style needed to be maintained, ensuring the AI produces responses in a predefined format, right? If you will upload something, just write to ChatGPT that I want this type of output. Okay, and ChatGPT will follow the same structure. So now let's move forward and see fill in the blanks prompts. So fill in the blank prompts encourage AI to complete a sentence or a paragraph based on context clues. So this method is often used for open-ended creative writing, trivia, or knowledge recall. So these prompts allow AI to generate flexible yet structured responses, guiding its output without being overly restrictive. Okay, so what if I will write my name is dash? Okay, let's see. So in Shakespeare style, you would say, "Hark, I am called dash name by the name." Okay, so it took this, right? What if I will write a black hole is formed when? Okay, so this is the fill in the blank. So a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches the end of its life and collapses under its own gravity. So ChatGPT will complete the sentence with a scientifically accurate statement, right? Like this: a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches this, and this. Okay. So it will automatically complete. Let's take one simple example like the key to success in life is dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will fill in the blank with different perspective. Okay, like such as perseverance and continuous learning. Okay, so the key to success in life is a combination of persistence, continuous learning, adaptability. Okay, with different options, or you can say perspectives. And what if I will give ChatGPT like to one or more, fill in the blanks. So I will write, if I could travel anywhere in the world, I would go to dash because dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will generate a destination and a logical reason why I will go there. So okay, let's see. If I could travel in the world, I will go to Japan because it blends ancient tradition with modern innovation, offering breathtaking landscape and has a rich culture heritage. From serene temples and cherry blossoms to futuristic cities and incredible cuisine. Okay, here it gave me one destination and proper logical reason. So this pattern is especially useful for engaging users in interactive tasks, making it a great technique for quizzes, educational materials, and thought-provoking responses. Right? So now let's discuss the last one, which is step-by-step prompt. So step-by-step prompts break down complex topics into multiple steps, like a formula, you can say, like a algorithm. so making them easier to understand. So these prompts are commonly used in technical explanation, process description, and problem solving scenarios. So encouraging AI or ChatGPT to explain things in a sequential manner improves clarity and ensures the responses follows a logical flow. So it will be very easy for us as well to understand a particular thing, right? Whether it's a 12th standard math or Pythagoras theorem or anything. Okay. So now let's ask ChatGPT describe the water cycle in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so it will give me, this is the first step, right? And this is the second, this is the third step, and this is the fourth step. Because we have added here in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so here is the list of 4 steps. First, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and collection, right? Explaining each stage as well. And even you can write explain how to bake a cake. Just write here step by step. Okay, see, first ingredient, second it's giving the steps. If you want only steps and you know all the ingredients, you can just add here I need only steps. Okay, so these are some steps. So how to bake a cake. And even you can ask ChatGPT to solve this math problem step by step. Okay, it's like 2x plus 5 equals to 15, let's suppose. Okay, so now ChatGPT will break down all these steps. Okay, see, the step 1, subtract 5 from both sides, then divide both sides by 2, then final answer is this, x equals to 5. Okay, so this method is highly effective for explaining structured process and helps enhance AI generated educational content for learning based application. So each of these prompts serves a unique purpose in prompt engineering, enhancing AI generated outputs based on the use cases. Whether you need a structured response, stylish consistency, open-ended creativity, or detailed explanation, selecting the right pattern can make AI responses more accurate, useful, and engaging. So now let's move forward and see in the next module some common prompting errors and how you can overcome them. In this module, we will discuss about common prompting errors and how to fix them. So ChatGPT or AI generated responses depend heavily on how you craft your prompt. Even experienced users sometimes make mistakes, leading to unclear or incomplete or confusing outputs. So now let's go deeper into some of these common errors and how to refine prompts for better results. So first one is being too vague. So this is a problem. A vague prompt lacks enough detail, making it difficult for the AI to provide a precise or useful answer without clear instruction. So the AI may generate a generic response that doesn't meet your needs. Okay. For example, if I will write, tell me about the economy. Okay. So this itself, it's very broad, right? And it is lacks direction as well. India's economy or US economy, right? Like this. So the economy is a vast topic covering GDP, inflation, employment, global trade, and much more things. So the AI doesn't know, or ChatGPT doesn't know which aspect you want to focus on. If I need GDP, inflation, or something else. So the response may be too general or not relevant to our actual query. Let's see what it gives. Okay, the economy refers to the system of production. This is key aspects of the economy, types of economy, right? Market economy, command economy, mixed economy, and the second thing is economy indicators like GDP, inflation rate, employment rate, economic cycle. But what if we don't need this? Okay, so how to fix it? So you can write, explain the impact of inflation on consumer spending in the US in 2025, right? So yeah, so now see, in 2025, inflation has significantly influenced consumer spending patterns in the United States. Okay, and these are some sources from the web, right? Here you can see ChatGPT gave anything, but we never wanted this. Okay, so this is how you can fix the vague problem, and why this prompt is better than this prompt, because it narrows the focus to inflation rather than the entire economy. Okay, and it specifies the consumer spending, unrelated details, and it defines the region US as well, and the time period 2025 for the relevant. So the more specific your question, the more relevant and actionable the ChatGPT's response will be. Fine. So now let's move forward and see the second problem, which is overloading with information. Fine. So this is a problem that includes too many details in a single request and can overwhelm the AI, leading to an unfocused or incomplete response. So the AI may prioritize certain details while ignoring others. Let me give you an overload example, like explain how blockchain works, including its history, mechanism, advantages, disadvantages, and comparison with centralized databases. So here you can see too many requests at the particular time, right? I need history, I need mechanism, I need advantage, disadvantage, and the comparison as well. So too many requests at once. So why is it a problem? So the ChatGPT or AI might give surface level answers for each topic instead of the explanation. So the response may be too long or confusing to follow, and the key point might get skipped, right? Or you can say it will summarize poorly due to limited space. See only one pointer. See only one pointer. How to fix them? Okay, so now you can write here, explain, instead of that, explain how blockchain works in simple terms with one real world use case. Okay, so now you can see the answer between them. Okay, see how blockchain works, step-by-step process, real world problem, why blockchain is useful. So this is much better than that, because the focus is only on how blockchain works rather than multiple aspects, right? And the request is to keep it simple and ensuring the clarity, right? And adding a use case makes the explanation more practical and relatable, right? So here it gave the problem of food supply chains often suffer from fraud, inefficiency, and slow tracking of contaminated products, right? So if you need more details, you can break your question into separate prompts. Like, what is the history, like this. What is the history of blockchain? You can ask once. You can ask the advantage and disadvantage of blockchain separately. You can ask how does blockchain compare to centralized database separately, because you will get the brief explanation of each point then. Fine. So the third thing error is ignoring output formatting. Right here, ignoring output formatting. So what is this problem? If you don't specify how you want the response structured, so the AI might return it in unhelpful format. So this can make it harder to read or use the information effectively. Okay. So example of unstructured prompt is like list the benefits of exercise. Okay. So this, like, ChatGPT might generate a long paragraph instead of a clear list. I'm supposing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So now it gave kind of list, but here key point could lost in the text instead of standing out, right? With these emojis and all. So how you can fix it? So you can just ask list the top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. Right? So now you guys will be wondering why this prompt is better than this prompt. So it ensures a concise, structured answer, like top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. So bullet points improve readability and clarity. So limiting it to 5 benefits make the response more focused. See. Okay. Simple and short. Or you can say simple and crisp, better than this. Right? So you can specify other formats too, like create a table comparing aerobic and anaerobic exercise based on benefits and examples. Or you can ask like explain how to start a workout routine in 5 simple steps. Or if you want in short paragraphs, you can write summarize the benefits of strength training in 2 short paragraphs, like this. So now let's see one more common error, which is not defining prompts. Okay, so this is a problem where a single attempt may not give you the best response. So ChatGPT or AI generated content can sometimes be too generic or too detailed, or you can say slightly off topic. So refining your prompt improves accuracy of your prompt or your result. So let me give an example, like generate sales page. Everyone knows it's too broad and lacks of content. And it's a problem because the ChatGPT doesn't know what product or service the pitch is for. So the response may be too general to be useful, and it may not fit their desired tone or the audience. Right? So instead of that, you can write generate a 100-word sales pitch for an AI powered fitness app focusing on personalization and efficiency. So now you guys will be wondering why this is better than this prompt. So here you can see the product is specified, AI powered fitness app, and it defines the length of 100 words to keep it concise, and it highlighting the key selling point personalization and efficiency, right? Let's run it. So if the response is not exactly what you need, you can refine it further, like make the sales pitch more persuasive by including a specific offer, a special offer, rewrite the page with more engaging conversation tone. You can write here like this: rewrite the page with a more engaging conversational tone. So here you can see, tired of guessing your workouts? Meet this, your personal AI fitness coach that tailor workouts better than this, right? So you can refine it for further as per your need, right? So final takeaways are, you have to be specific, keep it focused, specify formatting, refine and iterate. So by avoiding these common errors and applying the fixes, you can improve the accuracy, clarity and usefulness of your AI generated content. So now let's move forward and dive into some advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So in this module, we will talk about some advanced topics, or you can say advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So there are some advanced techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought prompting. So we will go through each technique with detailed explanation. Okay. So when working with AI language models, the way a prompt is structured significantly influences the response quality. So to optimize results, so there are three key points techniques are commonly used, which are zero shot learning, few shot learning, and chain of thought prompting. So each technique has a unique approach to guiding AI in generating relevant and accurate responses. So let's first start with zero shot learning. So let me write here, zero shot learning. Okay. So zero shot learning refers to a scenario where an AI model is asked to generate a response without any prior example or guidance. So the AI or ChatGPT entirely rely on its pre-trained knowledge to provide an answer based on the prompt alone. Okay. So this technique is used when an AI model is expected to generalize and generate responses without a specific example. For example, let me write. So this is the example of zero shot learning. Okay. So here is the prompt, like explain the importance of cybersecurity in businesses. Okay. So here response will be, it's like cybersecurity is crucial for business because it helps. Okay. So yeah. So now how zero shot learning works. So zero shot learning is comparable to asking someone to answer a question on a topic. So they have read about, but without any additional instruction, the ChatGPT or AI must infer the correct response purely from its training data and knowledge base, right? So what are the advantages of zero shot learning? So it is very quick and efficient, which can, like AI can generate responses immediately without additional context. And the second point is works for general knowledge question. So AI provides reasonable answer based on its pre-trained model. And the third advantage is it's very ideal for open-ended queries. Like it is great for broad topics like explain the importance of cybersecurity in business. Okay. So it is very great for broad topics where detailed explanation are not necessary. Right? So there are some challenges as well of zero shot learning. It's like the AI may generate generic or less precise responses. It lacks specific guidance. Okay. And second thing is it will, complex tasks may require more context for better accuracy. Right.
And let's go for one more example of zero shot learning, which will be describe how blockchain technology and its impact on financial security. Okay, so this is the AI model generated a response without any prior example or guidance, okay, with its knowledge, right? So yeah, so now let's move forward and see what is few shot learning. Okay, let me write here few shot learning. Okay, so few shot learning enhances AI performance by providing a few examples. Okay, that's why it's called few shot learning. So before asking it to generate a response, it will ask, we will give the few example. Okay, so this approach helps AI recognize patterns and produce more relevant, structured, and accurate responses. So it is very useful when training AI to follow a specific tone, structure, or expected answer format. Okay, what if you need a particular answer in poem style? Okay, so that's, or in that way you can use few shot learning. Okay, so let me give one example here. So first let me give one prompt. I will give example one. I will write here, a strong password contains uppercase and symbol, and I will write here example authentication add an extra layer of security. Fine. Then I will write here, now explain why updating software enhances cybersecurity in 200 words. And I don't need this much of para. Okay, enter. So how few shot learning works is like, few shot learning is similar to how people learn from examples and analogies. Okay, so here already given two examples, this one and this is the second example, and after that I'm asking the question. Right? So by providing reference example before the final question, so AI will understand what is expected. So now it will give me keeping software updated is crucial, this. Okay. For example, see, if an operating system or web browser has security loophole, attackers can use it to inject malicious code to execute ransomware attacks like this. Okay, so just using as a strong password and two-factor authentication, add layers of security, regular software update. So here you can see a strong password and two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's why few shot learning is very, very great. So what are the advantage of few shot learning? Okay, so this is the more accurate and contextual responses. So AI will learn from the example and follows the pattern. So this is better for a specific use case. Here the use case is software enhances security. Okay, and few shot learning enhances AI comprehension. So the AI can generalize better when given a structured prompt. So there are some challenges as well. Okay, so it requires carefully chosen example to ensure AI understands the desired output.
So your examples or references must be good enough to understand what you want, right? That's why prompt engineering is very, very crucial. And by giving more examples may lead to longer processing times for generating responses. Okay, but nowadays ChatGPT is very, very smart, so it won't take much longer time processing times. So yeah, but by giving 2-3 examples are fine, I guess, right? So now let's talk about third advanced technique, which is chain of thoughts. Okay, so what is chain of thought prompting? So chain of thought prompting helps AI break down complex tasks into logical steps, right? So this method is particularly effective for reasoning based tasks, where AI needs to explain processes or solve problems step by step. Like, I will give one prompt here. Explain the process of photosynthesis in 3 steps. Okay, I don't want detailed steps. Okay, I just need in 3 steps. First, it will be tell about photosynthesis, and then it will start with the steps. In 3 steps, it will tell. So, how chain of thought prompting works? So, instead of asking AI to provide a direct answer, chain of thought prompting encourages AI to reason through a problem or explanation in multiple stages. Okay, so this approach improves the clarity and helps AI generate well-structured responses. Okay. So now you can see here, the first step is this, second step, third step. So it is very, very easy for us as well to understand the answer, okay, generated answer. So now you can ask, like, describe how an electric vehicle converts stored energy into motion. By some typing mistake, yeah, press enter. Okay, small definition, first step, second step, and the third step. So this is very easy for us as well to understand, right? If it will give in long paras like this, so how you will understand, right? So that's why you should know how to use chain of thought prompting. Okay, so there are advantages as well, like it enhances logical reasoning. It provides step-by-step explanation for better understanding. Ideal for complex topics. So it is very, very useful for explaining processes, solving math problems, or reasoning through difficult concepts. And it encourages AI to think structurally. So instead of a single response, AI processes the problem in a logical sense. Okay, in logical sequence, you can say. So if there are advantages, so there are challenges as well. So sometimes responses can be lengthy and time consuming to process. And AI needs clear prompts to break down information effectively. So each prompting technique serves different use cases. So zero-shot learning you can use when AI must generate responses quickly without any guidance. And you can use few-shot learning when AI needs to follow a specific pattern or structure. And you can use chain of thought prompting when AI must reason through a problem or explain a process in the steps. So by understanding and applying these techniques correctly, users can optimize AI performance for various tasks, from answering general questions to generating structured content and solving complex problems, right? So prompt engineering is very essential skill that enhances AI interactions. So by understanding components, avoiding common mistakes, and applying structure technique, user can optimize AI generated content. So mastering various prompting techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought, it will improve accuracy and efficiencies in AI application and your generated content. So continue practice and refine your prompts to become proficient in leveraging AI for diverse tasks. So by integrating these exercises and real world case studies and expert insight.
Welcome to the ChatGPT for Finance course. So let's start with the first chapter, which is Understanding ChatGPT. So here we will cover what ChatGPT is, how does it work, how is ChatGPT different from other AI tools, why using the right prompt matters, and why one should start using ChatGPT. So what is ChatGPT? Imagine you have a smart assistant who can answer your finance-related questions, help with research, analyze market trends, and even assist in making investment decisions. This assistant doesn't get tired, works 24/7, and can provide clear explanations on even the most complex topics. That's what ChatGPT is. It's a powerful artificial intelligence model designed to understand and generate human-like text responses based on the input it receives. But how does it do this? So ChatGPT is built on Generative Pre-trained Transformer or GPT technology, which is a type of deep learning model that processes and understands text. It has been trained on a vast amount of text data, including books, articles, financial reports, and online discussions, enabling it to provide meaningful responses. Now let's see how does ChatGPT work. So to put it simply, ChatGPT learns from patterns found in large datasets of text. So instead of memorizing answers, it predicts the most relevant response based on the words and context you provide. So here is a step-by-step breakdown of how ChatGPT functions. Training on massive data. So ChatGPT has been trained on billions of words from books, research papers, financial articles, and more. This helps it recognize patterns, understand grammar, and generate responses that feel natural. Understanding context and meaning. So unlike older chatbots that only recognize keywords, ChatGPT understands the intent behind your question. So it analyzes how words relate to each other and determines the most relevant response. Next is generating a response. So when you type a question, ChatGPT processes it and generates a response based on its knowledge. So the more specific your question, the more accurate and relevant its answer will be. So for example, if you ask, what is compound interest? ChatGPT will provide a general definition. How does compound interest affect long-term investments? ChatGPT will provide a detailed investment-focused answer. So this means that the quality of the response depends on how well you frame your question. Now let's see why is ChatGPT different from other AI tools. So many AI models can answer questions, but ChatGPT stands out because of its context awareness. So it understands and remembers previous parts of a conversation, making responses more meaningful. Natural language understanding. It doesn't just match keywords, but understands what you are asking. Versatility. It can assist in various domains, from finance and investing to market research and risk analysis. And then comes adaptive learning. So it improves over time and can handle a wide range of topics, from beginner level questions to complex financial strategies. So for instance, if you're a beginner in finance, ChatGPT can explain terms in simple language. If you're a professional, it can provide detailed analysis, trends, and even help in decision making. Now, why asking the right question matters? So since ChatGPT generates responses based on how you phrase your questions, the way you ask definitely matters. For example, here is a bad prompt, which is, tell me about investments, because it is too broad. Now let's see a good, well-defined prompt, like, what are the safest investment options for beginners in 2020? So this prompt seems to be more specific. So the clearer and more detailed your question is, the better response you will get. So now let's see why should you start using ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is more than just a fun tool for answering random questions. is a powerful AI assistant that can boost productivity, efficiency, and decision making, especially in finance. So let's explore why you should start using it today. Number 1, save time by automating repetitive tasks. So ChatGPT can handle data entry, report generation, and document summarization, freeing up time for strategic tasks. For example, instead of reading a 50-page financial report, ask ChatGPT for a summary in seconds. Number 2, improve productivity with instant answers. So no need to browse multiple sources. ChatGPT provides direct, accurate answers to financial queries, helping you make faster decisions. For example, you can ask, how does compound interest impact investments, and get a detailed explanation instantly. You can gain deeper insights from financial data. So ChatGPT can analyze trends, identify risks, and uncover investment opportunities faster than traditional research methods. For example, you can ask summarize stock market trends for 2024 and you can get key insights within seconds. Number 4 is enhance customer experience with AI-powered chatbots. So businesses can use chatbot for automated customer support and personalized financial advice, improving satisfaction while reducing costs. For example, banks can integrate ChatGPT to answer common queries like what's the current home loan interest rate. And number 5 is to gain a competitive edge. So professionals using AI can work smarter, make better decisions, and stand out in their careers or businesses. For example, a financial analyst using ChatGPT can generate reports faster and provide better investment insights than competitors relying on manual research. So now, why ChatGPT is more efficient than traditional methods? So unlike Google, which shows multiple links, ChatGPT provides direct conversational answers and allows follow-up questions without restarting your search. So for example, in Google, if you search, how do interest rates affect stocks? You have to read multiple articles. But in ChatGPT, you just have to ask the same question and you'll get a clear, direct answer instantly. So now let's see the ongoing conversations for smarter research. So ChatGPT remembers past questions, allowing you to continue discussions, refine queries, and deepen your understanding. So for example, you can ask explain stock diversification today and later follow up with how does it apply to retirement planning. So ChatGPT will remember the context. So that was it. I hope you got a clear overview of ChatGPT. Now in the next chapter, we will discuss how we can use ChatGPT in the field of finance. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will dive into ChatGPT for finance and its applications. So finance professionals manage vast amounts of data, reports, compliance requirements, forecasting models, and financial planning. So the nature of finance demands efficiency, accuracy, and real-time decision making, all of which can be significantly enhanced using AI-driven tools like ChatGPT. So by integrating ChatGPT into finance workflows, professionals can automate tasks, reduce research time, improve financial analysis, and optimize operations. So now, ChatGPT's applications in finance can be categorized into 4 broad areas. Number 1 is analysis and forecasting. Number 2 is learning and research. Number 3 is writing and communication. And number 4 is automation and task optimization. So each of these areas benefits from AI-powered automation, leading to faster decision-making, increased productivity, and greater accuracy. So let's start with ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So accurate analysis and forecasting are essential for informed decision-making across industries. ChatGPT enhances this process by automating data analysis, identifying trends, and simplifying complex forecasting techniques. So first is data analysis and trend identification. It analyzes large data sets to highlight key trends. So businesses generate vast amounts of data daily, and manually analyzing this data can be time-consuming and inefficient. So AI-powered tools like ChatGPT help process and analyze large data sets, identifying key trends and patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. So by leveraging machine learning algorithms, businesses can gain deeper insights into customer behavior, market fluctuations, and operational performance, enabling data-driven decision-making. Next, it generates insights for finance, marketing, and operations. AI-driven data analysis is a game changer across various business domains. In finance, it helps detect anomalies, forecast trends, and optimize investments. In marketing, it enables companies to understand consumer behavior, personalize campaigns, and measure performance effectively. And for operations, AI improves efficiency by analyzing supply chain logistics, workforce productivity, and demand forecasting. So these insights empower businesses to make strategic decisions and drive growth and efficiency. Next, it reduces manual effort in research and reporting. So traditional research and reporting involves significant manual effort, requiring analysis to sift through large volumes of data to extract meaningful information. So AI-powered automation reduces this burden by quickly summarizing reports, identifying relevant data points, and generating comprehensive insights with minimum human intervention. So this allows professionals to focus on high-value tasks such as strategy development, innovation, and customer engagement while ensuring accuracy and speed in reporting. Next, let's move on to financial forecasting and market predictions. How ChatGPT helps in financial forecasting and market predictions. So number one is it summarizes financial trends and market conditions. So financial markets are constantly evolving, influenced by global events, economic policies, and investor sentiment. AI-powered tools can effectively analyze vast amounts of financial data to identify patterns, summarize market trends, and provide real-time insights. So this enables businesses and investors to stay updated on stock movements, interest rate changes, and economic indicators, helping them respond proactively to market fluctuations. Next is it complements traditional forecasting models with scenario-based insights. So traditional financial forecasting models rely on historical data and statistical methods to predict future trends. Now, AI enhances these models by incorporating scenario-based analysis, simulating different market conditions, and providing insights under various economic scenarios. So this helps organizations prepare for uncertainties, assess risks, and make more resilient financial plans by considering multiple potential outcomes. Next is it helps investment professionals make informed decisions. So investment professionals rely on accurate data and predictive insights to make strategic decisions. Now, AI-driven financial forecasting tools provide deeper market analysis, risk assessment, and predictive modeling, so allowing investors to evaluate potential opportunities with greater confidence. By leveraging real-time insights and trend predictions, professionals can assess portfolio management, mitigate risks, and capitalize on emerging investment opportunities. Now, next, let's see how ChatGPT helps in business intelligence and risk assessment. Number one, it extracts insights from reports for better decision making. So ChatGPT can analyze extensive business reports, summarize key findings, and highlight crucial trends, saving professionals significant time. By leveraging natural language processing, it can extract insights from financial statements, customer feedback, and operational data, helping leaders make informed decisions. So with ChatGPT, businesses can quickly interpret complex data, identify opportunities, and categorize effectively without manually sifting through lengthy reports. Next, it identifies potential risks and suggests mitigation strategies. So ChatGPT aids in risk assessment, analyzing historical data, identifying potential red flags, and providing risk mitigation strategies. It can process financial documents, compliance regulations, and market trends to detect vulnerabilities in business operations. So by offering scenario-based recommendations, ChatGPT enables organizations to proactively address challenges, improve risk management frameworks, and enhance operational resilience. Next is it streamlines revenue projections and risk assessment. So ChatGPT supports revenue forecasting by analyzing past performance, industry trends, and external economic factors. It can generate predictive insights, helping businesses estimate future revenue more accurately. Additionally, ChatGPT can assess financial risks by identifying patterns in expenses, cash flow fluctuations, and market conditions. So this enables companies to refine their financial strategies, minimize risks, and ensure stable business growth. So now let's see how ChatGPT helps in learning and research. So finance professionals must stay updated on evolving regulations, market trends, and economic indicators. Unlike traditional search engines that provide scattered results, ChatGPT consolidates key insights into a structured, easy-to-understand format. Now, regulatory compliance is a critical aspect of finance, with frequent updates in investment laws, tax structures, and corporate accounting. So ChatGPT simplifies this by summarizing amendments, explaining frameworks, and reducing manual research efforts. Now, investment professionals, fund managers, and traders rely on market data to make informed decisions. So ChatGPT automates research by gathering insights from multiple sources, identifying trends, and structuring complex data into actionable information. Additionally, financial experts track economic indicators like GDP growth, inflation, and employment figures to guide business and investment strategies. ChatGPT quickly analyzes reports, extracting relevant insights to reduce dependency on time-consuming research methods. Also, for professionals dealing with financial instruments, valuation models, and risk management strategies, ChatGPT breaks down complex topics into simplified explanations, making financial concepts easier to grasp and apply. And by streamlining learning, enhancing research efficiency, and improving accessibility to critical finance information, ChatGPT serves as an essential knowledge assistant for finance professionals. So now let's move on to see how ChatGPT helps in writing and communication. So financial professionals handle writing-intensive tasks such as reports, emails, investment proposals, and client communications. So clear and professional financial writing is essential for credibility and accuracy. Creating detailed financial reports can be time-consuming. Analysts and investment managers manually compile earnings reports, investor briefings, and industry research. ChatGPT streamlines this by generating structured summaries, organizing key points, and formatting reports efficiently. Also, client communication is another critical area where ChatGPT adds value. Financial advisors and wealth managers frequently engage with clients through emails, presentations, and financial briefings. So AI assists in drafting personalized investment summaries, simplifying financial concepts, and responding to client inquiries professionally. Now, organizations can also use ChatGPT for internal documents, press releases, and compliance reports, ensuring consistent financial messaging. So by automating routine writing tasks, professionals can focus more on strategic decision-making and client relationships. So while AI-generated content improves efficiency, human oversight is essential to ensure accuracy, particularly in financial communications where precision is critical. So ChatGPT serves as a drafting assistant with professionals reviewing and validating content for final use. Now finally, let's see how ChatGPT helps in finance automation and task optimization. So many financial tasks such as expense categorization, invoice processing, and financial reconciliation involve repetitive manual work. Now ChatGPT, when integrated with automation tools, streamlines these operations, reduces human errors, and improves efficiency. So finance departments can partially automate processes like accounts payable, budget tracking, and cash flow management. ChatGPT helps process structured and unstructured financial data, detect discrepancies, and generate reconciliations. Now in accounting, AI-powered assistants optimize invoice management, payroll processing, and tax filing, minimizing manual intervention. Now for investment professionals, ChatGPT aids in portfolio monitoring, market trend tracking, and investment performance summaries. AI-driven tools provide real-time updates on stock fluctuations, commodity prices, and currency exchange rates, enhancing decision-making. Also, organizations requiring frequent financial reporting and auditing benefit from AI automation, generating structured reports from transaction data, and eliminating time-consuming manual process. So by integrating ChatGPT with automation tools, CRM systems, and ERP software, businesses enhance workflow efficiency, cut costs, and free finance teams to focus on higher value analytical tasks. So that was it. I hope you got a clarity on how ChatGPT can help in finance or finance professionals. Now in the next chapter, we will see how to give prompts and use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will discuss and show you prompts to utilize ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So we will start with extracting and formatting financial data from Excel, how to format and convert data into different file formats. Then we will move on to how ChatGPT works with Excel formulas and functions. ChatGPT for data analysis, for financial forecasting, for financial modeling, market research analysis, investment, and stock analysis. So managing and transforming financial data is a crucial task for professionals working with spreadsheets, reports, and presentations. And ChatGPT can simplify this process by helping you extract, clean, structure, and convert data into different formats efficiently. So the first step in working with financial data is extracting it from Excel spreadsheet. You may need to restructure the data, apply calculations, and format it for reporting. So the first method is you can copy and paste the data into ChatGPT. So you can open your Excel file. So you can open your Excel file, copy the financial data you want to format, and paste it over here. Now you can give a clear instruction such as format this data into a well-structured table. with columns labeled properly. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a cleaned up version of the table which you can copy and paste it into back to your Excel or another document. So sometimes you won't get a table. So if the output appears as a code block, you can add the instruction like show this as a markdown table without using a code block, and then you will get it in the table format. Now you can actually, transform this data or download this data in various formats. So first thing, if you want to export this data into CSV format, for example, you can just give a prompt like convert this data to CSV format, where each value is separated by comma. So now as you can see, ChatGPT will generate the data in a CSV compatible format. So you can copy the output, paste it into a text file and save it as a .csv file. Also, you can import the CSV file into Excel, Google Sheets or any other database. Also, you can download it back as an Excel file. For example, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. So as you can see, ChatGPT will structure the data and provide a file download link. So you just have to, click it and the file will get downloaded into your file manager. So similarly, you can actually download it in any format. Like right now, I gave the prompt, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. You can also download it as a PDF or as a PowerPoint presentation where you can actually ask ChatGPT on how to make a presentation, ideas on how to make a presentation. Also, you can, download it in Microsoft Word format. Also, there is an option like, as I did before, I actually copy pasted the data from the Excel file, but there's also an option where you can actually, upload it from the computer directly. Now, this is available only in ChatGPT 4.0 version. So in ChatGPT 4.0 version, you can, access the file. So directly upload it to your ChatGPT. So now that we learned how to, upload Excel file and also format the data and download it in other formats, ChatGPT is not just useful for reading Excel data alone. It can also assist in creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions. So first, let's see how it can generate Excel formulas. So users can describe the calculation they need first, and ChatGPT will suggest the correct formula. And it provides a breakdown of the formula, and you can modify the formula based on their data set. So for example, I will give a prompt. I have sales data for multiple brokers in Excel. Column A is broker name. Sales. How can I calculate the total sales for all brokers? So as you can see, first it told you that you have to use the sum function in the Excel, and it also gave the formula. For example, is equal to sum of B2 to B100. Now this is just a range. You can adjust the range based on your data set. So this feature eliminates guesswork when working with financial calculations, pivot tables, or large data sets. So you can actually, now this, I gave an example of a very easy formula. So there will be very advanced formulas where you might not remember the formula. So in such a situation, you can actually, take the help of ChatGPT. You can just explain what you need, like what calculation you want to do, and ChatGPT will provide you with the formula. Now, ChatGPT does not only suggest you formulas, it can also help in explaining the functions or understanding the functions. So as you know, Excel has hundreds of built-in functions, but not all users are familiar with how they work. So ChatGPT can explain any function in a structured and easy to understand way. So for example, you can ask ChatGPT to explain a function. Explain the VLOOKUP function. So as you can see, first it gave a definition of what a VLOOKUP function is. And then it gave you a syntax. So VLOOKUP is equal to lookup value, comma table array, comma column index number, comma range lookup. And it also gave an explanation of the arguments. So the values inside the bracket are the arguments. So it gave a detailed explanation of the argument, which means it actually gave a syntax breakdown explaining each argument. And also it actually gave you an example use case with a scenario where you can use the function. Now, for example, if the function explanation does not include an example, users can ask for one in a follow-up question. And ChatGPT will provide a realistic business scenario demonstrating how the function works. So this is particularly useful for learning advanced functions and understanding how they apply to financial modeling, data validation, and reporting. Now, ChatGPT can also help you in explaining complex Excel formulas step by step. So in financial models and business spreadsheets, formulas can be long and complex, so making it difficult to understand their logic. Now, ChatGPT can break down complicated formulas into simpler steps, helping users audit and optimize the Excel sheets. So, for example, let's ask ChatGPT to explain a formula. Explain this formula step by step. So as you can see, first it identified the key functions used in the formula, and then it gave a step-by-step breakdown of each function's role in the calculation. For example, A2 is greater than 50, so it actually explains, checks if the value in A2 is greater than 50. So it explains in each and every function inside the formula. And also, as you can see, it has provided a very simplified explanation of how the formula works. And also, like seen in the earlier case, they have given the scenario examples. Also, if they haven't given you an example, you can always ask ChatGPT for an example using business data. So this feature is especially useful when working with nested formulas, like long nested formulas that combine multiple Excel functions such as index, match, if, SUMIF, and array formula. Now, ChatGPT can also help us in detecting and fixing errors in an Excel formula. So formula errors are common in Excel, and troubleshooting them manually can be very time consuming. So ChatGPT helps by analyzing formula errors and suggesting corrections. So let's see how it works. You just ask what is wrong with this formula, and let's give the formula. So as you can see, ChatGPT first identified the error. Like it can be any error. It can be an incorrect syntax, a missing argument, or reference issue. As you can see here, it has mentioned, ChatGPT has mentioned that's a syntax error where I have missed a comma in between the ranges, in between these two ranges. And after explaining what the error was, it also gave me a corrected formula and explained that too. And also it will give an explanation of why the original formula didn't work and how to fix to improve it. So some of the common Excel errors that ChatGPT can diagnose include incorrect data types, missing lookup values, invalid cell reference, division by zero, and misspelled function names. So by using ChatGPT for troubleshooting, users can quickly fix formula errors without spending hours debugging manually. So now that we have seen how ChatGPT helps us creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions, now let's move to ChatGPT for data analysis. So data analysis is crucial in finance for tracking trends, making predictions, and ensuring informed decision making. So traditionally, analyzing financial data required complex Excel formulas and programming skills, but with ChatGPT 4.0, users can now analyze, visualize, and interact with data in real time without extensive technical knowledge. So to demonstrate how ChatGPT assists in financial data analysis, we will use an example of dataset containing monthly revenue and expenses of a company. So right now, instead of manually entering data into ChatGPT, we will upload the file. Now we'll give the prompt, analyze this financial data set and provide an overview. Overview of the revenue, expenses, and profit trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT processed the file and generated a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So it has provided the So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file and generate a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So as you can see, they have given the year, the revenue, expenses, and net profit. Now it also helps in cleaning and formatting the financial data. So for an accurate analysis, our data set must be cleaned and formatted properly. So ChatGPT will help us in identifying and removing duplicate entries, for standardizing date formats, handling missing values, and also ensuring that all numbers are in the correct financial format. So for example, we'll just give this prompt, check this financial data set for duplicate values, missing entries, and formatting issues. You can also tell it to clean and standardize it for analysis. So as you can see, it has cleaned and provided a refined data set, ensuring accuracy before performing any further analysis. Also, it has given a detailed report that it has checked the financial data set for issues, and it has found that there is no duplicate entries, there are no missing values, and there were no issues found. But if there were any issues, ChatGPT would have pointed it out and explained about the issue, and also it would have suggested ways on how to improve it. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in visualizing financial data. So as you know, data visualization helps identify trends and make comparisons. So with ChatGPT's 4.0 built-in graphic tools, users can create financial charts instantly. So let's give a prompt. Create a bar chart showing revenue trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, it has provided an output, which is a bar graph displaying revenue growth over time, helping visualize patterns and fluctuations. So just imagine how much time it would have taken if you were to make this bar chart manually, but this just came in few seconds. How simple was that? Now you can also, customize this chart. So let's just expand this. So you can actually switch it to an interactive chart like this. So as you can see, it became interactive. Now you can also change the color of the bars. So here's where you can change the color. So if you want, you can change the color of the graph too. And also, as you see, there is a download button, so you can download charts for financial presentations. How simple was that? Now, ChatGPT also helps in identifying trends and patterns in financial data. So understanding financial trends is key to forecasting and budgeting. So ChatGPT can identify revenue growth trends. For example, is it increasing, stable, or declining? It can also highlight seasonal spending patterns and symbol higher expenses in certain months, and also it can detect unexpected spikes or drops in profit. So for example, let's give this prompt. Analyze the revenue and expenses trend. Identify any seasonal or unexpected financial shifts. So as you can see, it has actually provided us in the line graph format and also the data, but I need an explanation. So I can ask, can you please explain it further? So as you can see, it has actually examined and analyzed the revenue and expenses trend, and it has, given us a summary of the revenue growth, the expenses trend, and profitability. Also, it has given us an repeat. Also, it has told us about the seasonal trends, the unexpected financial shifts also, and finally, it has also provided some key insights and the next steps to be taken. Now, you can also customize these graphs and financial insights. Like for example, they have provided a line graph. So I can just say modify this line chart into a bar chart for better visualization of revenue trends. So whichever type of chart you feel is suitable, you can actually, tell ChatGPT to change line chart to bar chart or bar chart to pie chart, etc. Now, ChatGPT also helps in detecting relationships between financial metrics. So financial analysis is not just about individual figures, but also about understanding relationships between variables. So ChatGPT can analyze correlations, identify efficiency ratios, and also highlight anomalies. So for example, we'll just give a prompt. What is the relationship between revenue growth and expenses? Does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So as you can see, ChatGPT is providing a detailed analysis, that too with supporting charts, as you can see, enabling businesses to make data-driven financial decisions. So as you can see, it has told the relationship between expenses and revenue. The correlation is 0.97. It has actually explained it with a graph. And also it has given a written explanation. For example, this is the correlation, which indicates a strong positive relationship between expenses and revenue. And it has also given an interpretation, which means, like we had asked, right, that does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So it has told that an increase in expenses strongly linked to higher revenue. And also it has given some recommendations. For example, to optimize spending, like if expenses are increasing at a higher rate than revenue, then efficiency should be reviewed. Also, ROI analysis and monitor margins. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in financial statement analysis and forecasting. So financial statement analysis is essential for assessing a company's financial health, detecting risks, and making informed investment decisions. So traditionally, financial analysts relied on balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow reports to evaluate a business. But with ChatGPT 4.0, this process is now faster, more accessible, and automated, enabling users to extract insights without deep financial expertise. So to demonstrate this, we'll use Meta's balance sheet as an example and analyze key financial indicators, risks, and potential investment decisions. So first, let me just upload the data. So I've copied the data, so I'll just paste it here. First, I'll tell to give it in a table format. So as you can see, it is tabulating the data. Everything is fine. Now let's start giving prompts. So our first prompt is analyze this financial statement. And summarize key trends in total assets, liabilities, equity, and debt over the last 4 years. So as you can see, it is giving us a financial statement analysis. Well, first it has given total assets trend. These are the company's total assets have shown consistent growth from 2019 to 2022. It also talked about the total liabilities trend, the total equity trend, the debt trend, working capital, and also it has talked about the financial risks or the potential concerns. Now, as you can see, this actually saved hours of manual work, right? It just summarized the financial statement in maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Now let's do a risk assessment. Let's just ask, what does the decline in working capital and increase in debt mean for Meta's financial stability? As you can see, it has actually talked about liquidity concerns, the risks, the liquidity concerns, the higher debt burden and interest costs, the decline in equity and financial leverage, potential credit rating and investor confidence issues. And it has also given a final verdict of, is Meta in financial trouble, which is pretty cool. Now, as you can see, this was just a, explanation. Now, ChatGPT can also quantify this risk using a scoring system based on impact and likelihood. So, for example, let's just give this prompt. Assess Meta's financial risks based on this balance sheet. Use a 5-point scale for impact and likelihood. They haven't given a risk score, so we can tell them to please provide the risk score. So as you can see, ChatGPT has generated a risk assessment table, and you can see the key insight as, the highest risk for Meta is the debt burden. Yes, it is for the debt burden, which could impact financial flexibility. It has also given an overall financial risk score. You can also ask, based on this risk analysis, should I be concerned about Meta's financial stability, and such follow-up questions. So ChatGPT will explain the implications, helping users assess financial health. Now you can also, forecast future financial performance with the help of ChatGPT. So by analyzing past trends, ChatGPT can assist in forecasting future financial performance based on historical data. So let's just ask, predict Meta's total assets, liabilities, and debt levels 2026 based on historical trends. So as you can see, ChatGPT has estimated the financial growth. It has used the trend-based forecasting techniques. Also, you can ask more follow-up questions, like if liabilities continue to rise at this rate, will Meta face financial distress, and so on. And ChatGPT will provide insights on solvency risks, guiding users on financial outlooks. Now let's move on to financial modeling with ChatGPT, which is automating complex calculations. So financial modeling is a critical process used for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. And traditionally, building financial models required Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA, macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So financial modeling is a critical process for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. So traditionally, building financial models requires Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So the first step is to extract data from the file. So let's upload the file. Let's give upload this data set and analyze revenue and profit trends over the last 4 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file, extract key financial insights, and highlight the growth trends. As you can see, it has highlighted the growth trends. You can also automate calculations. ChatGPT can convert financial data into fully functional financial model. So for example, let's just give a prompt, create an Excel financial model that calculates net profit margin, return on investment, and annual growth rate based on this data set. So as you can see, it has created the financial model. There is net profit margin, ROI, annual growth rate, everything. But you can also ask for formulas. Please write the formulas that you have used for calculations. So by asking ChatGPT that what formula it had used to come to this conclusion, you can actually, just cross-check and verify if the formulas they have used were correct or not. As you can see, it has given that here are the formulas used for the financial model calculations. It has given formula for net profit margin, for ROI, for annual growth rate, etc. Now you can also use ChatGPT for writing VBA macros for advanced financial modeling. So you can just give a prompt like write a VBA macro that creates a new worksheet and auto-populates revenue growth calculations from the dataset. So as you can see, ChatGPT is actually, giving us a VBA macro code. So once executed, this VBA macro automatically creates a financial model, saving time and effort. Now you can also use ChatGPT for report generation. For example, you can ask it to create a financial report summarizing the revenue growth, ROI, and profit margins. from 2020 to 2023. So as you can see, it actually prepared a report with revenue growth analysis, return on investment, and net profit margin analysis. Now, if you want to add more, like if you want to add risk analysis and investment insights, also if you want to include charts and graphs for data visualization, you can give the required prompts to ChatGPT. So now let's move on to how ChatGPT will help us in market research and analysis. So market research plays a crucial role in financial planning, investment decisions, and business strategy. Companies do not operate in isolation. They are influenced by competitors, economic trends, consumer behavior, and industry developments. So ChatGPT 4.0 can assist finance professionals in gathering and analyzing competitive intelligence, tracking market sentiment, and predicting future trends. So to make this explanation more structured and practical, let's focus on one example throughout this. So we'll be working on analyzing Tesla's market position and future growth potential in the EV industry. The first step is extracting competitive information. So let's just give a prompt where Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid, based on revenue, market share, and financial performance over the past 3 years. So as you can see, it gave us a comparison among the 3 companies with respect to revenue and financial performance and market share in the EV segment. Now you can also give a follow-up prompt such as, based on their financials, and production capabilities, which company is best positioned for growth in the next 5 years? So as you can see, they have given details of all the companies. So I'll just make my prompt clear. I just want the details of the company that will be best positioned. So as you can see here, ChatGPT will evaluate the financial stability, the production capacity, and technological advancements to identify the strongest long-term investment. So it has finally told that the best position for growth is Tesla. It has also given a growth outlook that Tesla will remain the best positioned EV company for the next 5 years. Now let's see how to do sentiment analysis and market trends. So investor sentiment plays a critical role in Tesla's stock price fluctuations, and ChatGPT can track news reports, social media discussions, and analyst reviews to identify key themes and concerns. So for example, let's give a prompt such as analyze the current market sentiment for Tesla based on recent news, social media discussions, and analyst ratings. So as you can see, ChatGPT has provided us with sentiment analysis, and it has also given us the sources. So these are the sources from which it has got this information. So if you want to double check, you can just, open the source and just check once if the information provided by ChatGPT aligns with the current data. It has also provided the key drivers for investment, confidence or concern, and potential risks and opportunities. So as you can see, it has concluded that the current market sentiment for Tesla is mixed. Also, you can ask ChatGPT that how has this sentiment affected Tesla's stock performance. For example, let's ask summarize how investor sentiment has affected Tesla's stock performance in the last 6 months. So as you can see, it has actually given an overview of how Tesla's stock performance has influenced by investor sentiment, and it has given the various factors, like the key influences being technological developments, political and trade factors, market performance and competition, and analyst perspectives. Now, ChatGPT can also help in identifying regional and global market trends. So as you know, Tesla operates in multiple markets, each with unique challenges and opportunities. So ChatGPT can analyze regional trends impacting Tesla's growth in North America, Europe, and China. So let's just ask, compare Tesla's market growth trends in the US, China, and Europe, and analyze the key opportunities in each region. So as you can see, it has given a comparison among the different regions. It has told us about the growth trends, the opportunities, and the risks in each of the regions separately. Now you can also ask follow-up questions like which region presents the highest growth opportunity for Tesla in the next 5 years. So it has concluded that it would be China, and it also explains why it's China. So it's because of the expanding EV market, the revenue and sales growth, the government policies, market share potentials, etc. As seen earlier, you can also make a market report with ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to generate a market research report summarizing Tesla's industry position, key competitors, investment risks, and future growth potential. Now, ChatGPT can also predict future market trends with AI. So we'll just see predict Tesla's market position in 2028 based on expected EV demand, self-driving advancements, and global regulations. So as you can see, it actually gave the current data because this is the paid version, ChatGPT 4.0. So as you can see, this has given the current data, and also it has concluded that by 2028, Tesla aims to solidify its leadership in the EV market through the introduction of affordable models and advancements in autonomous driving. Also, you can give follow-up prompts like based on this forecast, what investment strategies should be considered for Tesla stock. So now finally, let's move to ChatGPT for stock and investment analysis. So investing in stocks requires thorough research, valuation techniques, and financial forecasting. So whether you are a retail investor, a financial analyst, or a portfolio manager, ChatGPT 4.0 can enhance your stock analysis by extracting financial metrics from reports, performing valuation analysis, assessing risks and market trends, and generating stock forecasts. So in this chapter, we'll analyze Apple using ChatGPT's quantitative and financial analysis capabilities. So you can give a prompt like this: extract key financial metrics for Apple from the latest earnings report and Yahoo Finance statistics. Sorry, I just did a spelling mistake. Let me just stop this. Yeah, it's Yahoo. Yeah. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given us the total revenue, the net incomes, earnings per share, the market capitalization, the price to earnings, which is P/E ratio, the total debt, operating cash flow, and return on equity. And as you can see, here also they have provided the sources for cross verification. Now let's just give a follow-up prompt. Compare these metrics with Microsoft and Google to understand Apple's relative valuation. So as you can see, it has given a competitor data analysis and highlight valuation differences to assess if Apple is overvalued or undervalued. So we can just ask, based on this, is Apple overvalued or undervalued? So as you can see, they have actually given a detailed approach. It has explained everything in detail. And also finally, it has concluded the final verdict is that Apple is slightly overvalued. Now you can also do a risk assessment here. So every investment carries risks, right? Now ChatGPT can analyze risks based on macroeconomic factors, industry trends, and company-specific issues. So you can just ask, analyze the biggest risks. Hello, for Apple stock performance, risks for, Apple's stock performance in the next 5 years. So as you can see, it has analyzed the biggest risks for Apple's stock performance, which is slowing revenue growth, dependence on China for manufacturing and sales, weak AI and cloud strategy compared to Microsoft and Google, because we already did a comparison over there, increased regulatory scrutiny and antivirus risks, declining margins due to rising costs, etc. Now you can also ask a follow-up question after that, like how can Apple mitigate these risks and such questions. Now, ChatGPT can also forecast Apple's future stock prices. So we can just say to predict Apple's stock price in 2028 based on projected revenue, EPS, and market conditions. So as you can see, ChatGPT has predicted the following for Apple stock price prediction in 2028. First, it has given us a revenue growth estimate, a revenue growth projection, an EPS growth projection. It has given a P/E ratio scenarios, the expected P/E ratio, and also projected the stock price. As you can see, it has also given us the stock price. Now again, you can ask follow-up questions like how do interest rates and inflation impact Apple's stock price projections, etc. So yes, these were some of the ways to use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. Now in the next chapter, we will deal with how to use ChatGPT for learning and research. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, ChatGPT for Learning and Research. So continuous learning is essential for financial professionals to stay updated on new trends, technologies, and industry developments. And ChatGPT serves as a personalized learning assistant, helping users understand complex topics, summarize information, and learn new skills like Python programming and data analysis. So in this chapter, we will explore how ChatGPT can enhance financial learning through explaining emerging investment trends, summarizing financial news and reports, learning technical skills like Python for finance, and exploring some new financial software and tools. So let's get started. So first, let's understand emerging investment trends. So financial markets are evolving rapidly with innovations like blockchain, cryptocurrency, decentralized finance, and NFTs. And ChatGPT can help quickly understand these concepts and the impact on investments. For example, I'll just give a prompt like explain blockchain technology. As you can see, you will also get these drop-down suggestions and its impact on the financial industry. So as you can see, ChatGPT actually, provided a pretty decent material for learning about and understanding about what blockchain technology is and its impact on financial industry. So first itself, it started with the definition of what is blockchain technology. Like blockchain is a decentralized distributed technology that records transactions in a secure and immutable manner. And after that, it actually, listed out the key features of blockchain. Like what are the key features of blockchain? Such as decentralization, transparency, security, immutability, efficiency. So once it provided the definition and, the key features of blockchain, it moved on to the impact of blockchain on the financial industry, like faster and cost-effective payments, enhanced security and fraud prevention, smart contracts, decentralized finance, improved transparency, and so on. And along with that, it also talked about the challenges of blockchain in the finance, like there can be scalability issues. Like for public blockchains like Bitcoin have slower transaction speeds, and it can have regulatory uncertainty, energy consumption, and adoption barrier. Now, finally, it concluded by talking about the future of blockchain in finance. Like it gave us a major, news like JP Morgan and Chase and Goldman Sachs are exploring blockchain solutions, and so on. So as you can see, it actually gave us a pretty decent knowledge by categorizing it into sections. Now we can also ask a follow-up question like how are financial institutions using blockchain today? Blockchain today. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided real-world examples of how banks, investment firms, and fintech companies integrated blockchain into their services. So for example, cross-border payments and settlements is used for cross-border payments and settlements, for trade, finance, and supply chain, smart contracts, and also gave examples of the companies. And it also provided the examples of companies that is using this technology. Now you can also summarize financial news and reports. So as you know, reading lengthy financial articles, earnings reports, and economic forecasts can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can summarize key insights in seconds, allowing professionals to stay updated efficiently. So let's ask a question, like summarize the latest Federal Reserve interest rate decision from Bloomberg and its impact on the stock market. So as you can see, it actually summarized the reports. So as you can see the sources of the reports, and it actually, went searched from the web and has come up with a pretty decent summary. So that's talked about the rationale behind the decision, the impact on the stock market, which is pretty cool. Now you can ask follow-up questions like, for example, how do rising interest rates affect mortgage rates and real estate investments, etc. Okay, so now let's move on to use ChatGPT to learn Python for financial analysis. So as you know, Python is a must-have skill for finance. professions because it's widely used in financial modeling, risk management, automated trading, and data analysis and validation. So we'll just give a prompt like teach me how to write a Python script to analyze stock market data using pandas. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given a step-by-step explanation. So first it has told that you have to install the required libraries, and it has given what the required libraries are. Then it has suggested you to write the Python script. It has given you the Python script that is to be written. After that, so it's not that it just gives you the code, it actually explains how the code works that it has given you. Like for example, it has given that to fetch stock data, this particular function is used, or this particular library is used, and so on. Now, if you want to perform statistical analysis and visualize trends using graphs, you can prompt further so that ChatGPT curates it according to your requirement. So let's try one more. Can you generate a Python script to build a stock price prediction model using machine learning? Let's see what it does. So as you can see, ChatGPT will provide a step-by-step guidance of what to do on implementing a linear regression model. For example, it started with fetch stock market data, preprocess the data. It also suggested you have to use feature engineering. Then you have to train a machine learning model. You can use linear regression, make predictions on future prices, and visualize the results. Again, step 1, they have told you to install the required libraries, which are these libraries. These are the required libraries. Then it has given the Python script for stock price prediction. So now let's see how ChatGPT can help us in choosing the right financial software. So with numerous fintech tools available, choosing the right software for financial modeling, investment tracking, or risk assessment can be overwhelming. So now ChatGPT can compare different tools based on features, cost, and ease of use, recommend solutions based on business needs, and explain how to integrate software into workflows. So let's give a prompt. Compare financial modeling software like Bloomberg Terminal, Morningstar Direct, and FactSet. Which one is best for investment research? You can just give the key results because we don't want it in detail. So as you can see, it has actually given us in a tabular format where you can see the feature and the 3 companies. And finally, it has concluded that for real-time trading and market data, it's Bloomberg Terminal. For the best fund and portfolio management, it's Morningstar Direct. And for financial modeling and custom analysis, it's FactSet. And finally, they have told that for investment research, FactSet is the best option. So it analyzes everything. It analyzes everything one by one, step by step, and then comes to a conclusion. So this is how ChatGPT helps us for learning and research. As you can see, we learned many things. We could learn many things, and we could also research about companies. So now in the next chapter, we will deal with how you can use ChatGPT for writing and communication. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, which is ChatGPT for writing and communication. So writing plays a crucial role in business and finance, but it can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can assist in automating reports, presentations, emails, and client communication, helping professionals save time and maintain consistency. So in this chapter, we will cover how to automate business and financial reports, how to create effective business presentations, write press releases and emails, and enhance client communication and support. So let's get started. So first is automating business and financial reports. So business professionals frequently create reports such as financial statements, risk assessments, investment analysis, and market research reports. So ChatGPT can generate structured outlines for reports, summaries of financial data with insights, and tables and charts for better visualization. So first, let's import the data. Let's import the Excel file. And let's give the prompt, generate a quarterly sales report for Q1 2023, including a summary of total sales, a breakdown by product category, and the comparison with the previous quarter. So as you can see, I had exported the Excel file, the data from the Excel file, and it has tabulated the data and it's analyzing it. So as you can see, the ChatGPT has given us the summary of the total sales in the first quarter, the total sales in the fourth quarter, and the quarterly growth, like what is the quarterly growth. But I also need the sales by product category. So we can ask, please provide the details of sales by product category. Also, I can say I want a comparison among the quarters. Comparison of sales among the quarters. So as you can see, it actually gave us a visual representation of the comparison of sales with product category. It actually, I didn't mention anything. So it gave Q1 versus Q4. Also, I can ask to create a performance summary, like generate a financial performance summary for investors using this data. So as you can see, ChatGPT will format the findings into an investor-friendly report highlighting the growth, risks, and opportunities. Now, to generate reports with actual company data, users can upload the Excel files and ChatGPT can analyze and summarize them. So now let's see how you can use ChatGPT to create an effective business presentation. So professionals frequently prepare PowerPoint presentations for stakeholders, investors, and team meetings. So ChatGPT can generate slide outlines and key points, provide structured content, and optimize messages for different audiences. So let's just give a prompt, create a PowerPoint outline for an investor presentation summarizing Q1 financial performance. So as you can see, it actually gave a proper outline. It has said that in slide 1, you can keep it a title slide, the company's name and logo, date of presentation, presenter's name, and so on. And in second slide, you can give an executive summary, which is a high-level overview of the performance, the key financial highlights and everything. Then in slide 3, you can talk about the financial highlights, like the financial highlights in numbers, like revenue, net income, etc., profit margins, and so on. And then in the fourth slide, you can, do a revenue breakdown. The fifth slide, you can talk about expense and cost analysis and so on. And finally, you can talk about the key business achievements, about the future scopes and so on. So as you can see, it has, made it so simpler. Like if this was not there, you really have to, think through it and spend a lot of time. But now ChatGPT in a few seconds, it actually gave you a pretty good outline and saved a lot of your time. Now, suppose if you want a content, now this is just an outline. Now, suppose if you want a content, maybe you can just give the resources and everything. You can upload the resources and then ask for an outline, and then you can say convert this outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So the thing is, be as specific as you can while giving the prompts. Okay. So like, as you can see here, I've told to convert the outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So it can be anything. Maybe you need presentations with side bullet points. Maybe you need just, short sentences, long sentences, or there are also people who make, presentations paragraph wise. So be as specific as you can while prompting. So as you can see, it actually generated a PowerPoint presentation in a downloadable format with the content based on the outline. So, you can just download the presentation and work on it. Now let's move on to how to create or write press releases and emails. So businesses need clear, engaging press releases for product launches, financial reports, or company updates. So ChatGPT can draft them efficiently. For example, write a press release announcing a company's record breaking quarterly revenue of $10.5 million. You can add more details in the prompt. So as you can see, it has given a proper, press release. First, it has started with the company name. It has given a brief about the achievement. Then it has talked about the key factors contributing to this revenue milestone. And it has also talked about the future goals, like looking ahead what the company has planned or what are the company's initiatives. And then they have just given a brief about their company. And then they have given the media contact. Now, in case if you want to just, rearrange the sections, again, you can, do it by prompting. You can suggest ChatGPT to change the sections or to rearrange the section, and ChatGPT will write accordingly. So now let's move on to email writing with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can also automate email drafting, making communication faster. So let's see, draft an email to investors summarizing our Q1 financial performance, so highlighting revenue growth. So here's a tip, always review AI generated emails to ensure personalization and tone improvements. Now let's move on to see how ChatGPT enhances client communication and support. So the first one is it can automate FAQs. So ChatGPT can create pre-written responses to frequently asked questions. So let's just give a prompt like generate responses for these common investor FAQs. Expected stock price forecast and upcoming financial reports. So now you can actually, if you want, tailor these answers also. Like for example, if you don't want such big answers, if you want to make it short, if you want to keep it short, you can just suggest ChatGPT to keep the answers shorter, lengthier, or if you want to change the tone of the answer, if you feel that you need to be more sweet or something like that, if you want to change the tone, you can give prompts and ChatGPT will provide accordingly. Now ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So now ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So for example, let's ask, provide a chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performances and financial reports. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided a professional chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performance and financial reports. So first it started with the briefing and initial prompt like, hello, welcome to our company. How can I assist you today? And it gave options. So once they choose an option, for example, if they choose stock performance updates, now for stock performance updates, the chatbot will say our company does not provide real-time stock price, etc. And again, it will ask a follow-up question like, would you like the latest investor representation of financial report? So again, you can choose from this, yes, send me or no. And if yes, chatbot provides a link to the investor. So suppose if they went with the second option, this is what the chatbot conversation will look like. So this is how ChatGPT will help you in writing and communication. That's what we saw in this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we'll be dealing with the limitations of ChatGPT for finance and some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. Okay, so now let's move on to our last chapter, which is limitations of ChatGPT for finance. So ChatGPT is an incredibly powerful AI tool that assists with various tasks, but it also has several limitations. So understanding these drawbacks is essential to using it effectively and avoiding potential pitfalls. Number one is its character limit. So ChatGPT has a response limit depending on the implementation. So this means longer responses might get cut off, requiring additional prompts to retrieve full information. Next is content quality concerns. So while ChatGPT can generate content, it shouldn't be the sole tool for content creation. AI-generated content may lack originality compared to human-written material. Moreover, Google has flagged AI-generated content as spam, which means relying solely on ChatGPT. Next is data limitations. So ChatGPT's knowledge is based on the data it was trained on, and this leads to multiple issues. First is outdated information. So the free version of ChatGPT only has data up to 2021, making it unreliable for real-time events, market trends, or current affairs. Unverified sources. The AI can sometimes provide outdated, incorrect, or biased information as its responses are based on patterns rather than verified facts. Struggles with unstructured data. So if given poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, ChatGPT may misinterpret the query, leading to inaccurate or irrelevant responses. Next is regulatory and financial limitations. So financial regulations vary by country, and ChatGPT lacks the ability to provide precise legal or financial guidelines tailored to different jurisdictions. Also, AI models inherit biases from their training data. So if trained on biased information, ChatGPT can produce skewed outputs, potentially reinforcing stereotypes or ethical concerns. Then comes limited contextual understanding. So AI lacks human-like emotional intelligence and struggles with nuanced language, sarcasm, or cultural context. So this limitation makes it less effective for complex conversations where understanding subtle intent is crucial. And then capacity overload. So with millions of users accessing ChatGPT, the system frequently experiences capacity issues leading to slow responses, errors, or temporary service unavailability. So while ChatGPT is an excellent tool, it could be used with caution, verified against reliable sources, and supplemented with human judgment to ensure quality and accuracy. So now let's see some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. So while ChatGPT is a powerful AI model, it has several data and AI related challenges that impact the quality and reliability of its responses. So understanding these issues helps users make informed decisions while using the tool. So first is dependence on outdated data. So ChatGPT is trained on a fixed data set, meaning it lacks real-time information sometimes. So as I already mentioned earlier, the free version is limited to data up to 2021, making it unreliable for answering questions about current events, financial markets, or emerging technologies. So for example, if you ask about the latest AI advancements in 2024 to free version, it may provide outdated or inaccurate information. Next is reliability of information. So since ChatGPT generates responses based on vast amounts of publicly available data, there is no built-in mechanism to verify the accuracy of its outputs. So this can lead to misinformation. AI may produce incorrect facts, statistics, or even make up references that doesn't exist. Bias in responses. So if the training data contains biased viewpoints, the model can unknowingly reinforce those biases in its responses. And inconsistent answers. So the same question might yield different responses depending on how it's phrased, making it difficult to ensure accuracy. Then comes challenges with unstructured data. So ChatGPT performs best when given clear and structured prompts. It struggles with poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, leading to irrelevant or misleading answers. Also, complex data interpretation, such as analyzing spreadsheets, graphs, or highly technical documents. Then comes ethical and bias issues. So AI models like ChatGPT inherit biases from the training data, as already mentioned. So if trained or skewed or one-sided sources, the AI may produce biased responses that reflect those perspectives. So this can be particularly problematic in areas like credit scoring and hiring. AI models used in financial or HR applications may unintentionally favor certain demographics due to biased training data. Also, news and politics, if the training data set is dominated by specific viewpoints, the AI may unintentionally propagate biased opinions. And then you have security and privacy concerns. So although real user conversations, there are risks associated with AI-generated content. So sensitive information exposure, where users should avoid sharing personal or content do not guarantee privacy. And use in misinformation campaigns. So AI-generated content can be manipulated to create convincing fake news, scams, or deceptive narratives. So there you have it. ChatGPT isn't just a tool, it's transforming the way finance operates, from automating reports to enhancing financial insights. It streamlines workflows while maintaining accuracy and efficiency. But here's the key, AI in finance isn't a set it and forget it solution. Continuous refinement, regulatory updates, and data accuracy are essential for maximizing its potential. So as financial markets evolve, so should your AI. Regular updates, compliance checks, and human oversight ensure ChatGPT remains a reliable asset. So while AI boosts speed and precision, human expertise is irreplaceable in making critical financial decisions. So embrace ChatGPT, fine-tune it to fit your financial needs, and use it as a partner in driving smarter, faster, and more informed decisions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Just a quick info guys, Simplilearn has got a postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. You can boost your career with this AI and ML course. This course is delivered in collaboration with Purdue University and IBM. You can learn the in-demand skills such as machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, reinforcement learning, generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and many more. So guys, hurry up and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given our initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up. Then what's the customer expectations regarding that product? So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide like more offer to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get like what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when we are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine tuned.
On July 25th, OpenAI introduced SearchGPT, a new search tool changing how we find information online. Unlike traditional search engines, which require you to type in specific keywords, SearchGPT lets you ask questions in natural, everyday language, just like having a conversation. So this is a big shift from how we were used to searching the web. Instead of thinking in keywords and hoping to find the right result, you can ask now SearchGPT exactly what you want to know, and it will understand the context and give you direct answers. It's designed to make searching easier and more intuitive without going through links and pages. But with this new way of searching, so there are some important questions to consider. Can SearchGPT compete with Google, the search giant we all know? What makes SearchGPT different from AI overviews, another recent search tool? And how does it compare to ChatGPT, OpenAI popular conversational AI? So in this video, we are going to explore these questions and more. We will look at what makes ChatGPT special, how it compares to other tools, and why it might change the way we search for information. Whether you are new into tech or just curious, this video will break it down in simple words. Stick around to learn more about ChatGPT. So without any further ado, let's get started. So what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is a new search engine prototype developed by OpenAI, designed to enhance the way we search for information using AI. Unlike a typical chatbot like ChatGPT, ChatGPT isn't just about having a conversation. It's focused on improving the search experience with some key features. The first one is direct answer. Instead of simply showing you a list of links, ChatGPT delivers direct answer to your question. For example, if you ask, what is the best wireless noise cancellation headphone in 2024? ChatGPT will summarize the top choices, highlighting their pros and cons based on expert reviews and user opinions. So this approach is different from the traditional search engines that typically provide a list of links leading to various articles or videos. The second one is relevant sources. ChatGPT responses come with clear citations and links to the original sources, ensuring transparency and accuracy. So this way you can easily verify the information and delve deeper into the topic if you want. The third one, conversational search. ChatGPT allows you to have a back and forth dialogue with the search engine. You can ask follow-up questions or refine your original query based on the responses you receive, making your search experience more interactive and personalized. Now let's jump into the next topic, which is ChatGPT versus Google. So ChatGPT is being talked about a major competitor to Google in the future. So let's break down how they differ in their approach to search. The first one is conversational versus keyword-based search. ChatGPT uses a conversational interface, allowing users to ask questions in natural language and refine their queries through follow-up questions. So this creates a more interactive search experience. On the other hand, Google relies on keyword-based search, where users enter specific terms to find relevant web pages. The second thing is direct answer versus list of links. So one of the ChatGPT's standout features is its ability to provide direct answers to the question. It summarizes information from the various sources and clearly cites them, so you don't have to click through multiple links. Google typically presents a list of links, leaving users to sift through the result to find the information they need. The third one, AI-powered understanding versus keyword matching. ChatGPT uses AI to understand the intent behind your question, offering more relevant results even if your query isn't perfectly worded. Google's primary method is keyword matching, which can sometimes lead to less accurate results, especially for complex queries. The fourth one, dynamic context versus isolated searches. So ChatGPT maintains content across multiple interactions, allowing for more personalized responses, whereas Google treats each search as a separate query without remembering previous interaction. And the last one, real-time information versus indexed web pages. ChatGPT's aim to provide the latest information using real-time data from the web, whereas Google Vast Index is comprehensive but may include outdated or less relevant information. So now let's jump into the next topic, which is ChatGPT versus AI overviews. So ChatGPT and AI overviews both use AI, but they approach search and information delivery differently. It's also worth noting that both tools are still being developed, so their features and capabilities may evolve and even overlap as they grow. So here are the differences. The first one is source attribution. ChatGPT provides clear and direct citation linked to the original sources, making it easy for user to verify the information. Whereas AI overviews include links. The citation may not always be clear or directly associated with specific claims. The second one is transparency control. ChatGPT promises greater transparency by offering publishers control over how their content is used, including the option to opt out of AI training. AI overviews offer less transparency regarding the selection of content and the summarization process used. The next one is scope and depth. ChatGPT strives to deliver detailed and comprehensive answers pulling from a broad range of sources, including potential multimedia content. And in AI overviews offers a concise summary of key points, often with links for further exploration, but with a more limited scope. Now let's jump into the next part. ChatGPT versus ChatGPT. ChatGPT and ChatGPT, both developed by OpenAI, share some core features but serve different purposes. So here are some differences. The first one is primary purpose. SearchGPT is designed for search, providing direct answer and sources from the web, whereas ChatGPT focuses on conversational AI generating text responses. The second one is information sources. SearchGPT relies on real-time information from the web, whereas ChatGPT knowledge based on this training data which might not be current. The third one is response format. SearchGPT prioritizes concise answers with citation and source links. So whereas ChatGPT is more flexible, generating longer text, summarizes creative content, code, and etc. The next feature is use cases. SearchGPT idle for fact-finding, research, and tasks requiring up-to-date information, whereas ChatGPT is suitable for creative writing, brainstorming, drafting emails, and other open-ended tasks. So now question arises, when will SearchGPT be released? SearchGPT is currently in a limited prototype phase, meaning it's not yet widely available. OpenAI is testing with a select group to gather feedback and improve the tool. So if you are interested in trying SearchGPT, so you can join the waitlist on its webpage, but you will need a ChatGPT account. A full public release by the end of 2024 is unlikely, as OpenAI hasn't set a timeline. It's more probable that SearchGPT features will gradually added to the ChatGPT in 2024 or in 2025, with a potential standalone release later based on testing and the feedback. So with this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Now, we'll start with the ChatGPT to automate our Excel. And we have some Excel files. I will upload them in the link with the GitHub. So you can freely download them, and you can also try this project with those files. And here we are with the ChatGPT. So now we are on the ChatGPT website, and here you can see that there's a try ChatGPT option, and when we click it, we will be redirecting to the ChatGPT, the chat box. And before that, I will show you the home page. It's showing us the samples, what we can do with the ChatGPT, the methods, and there's the collect demonstration data and train a supervised policy, like how it's trained, how OpenAI has trained the ChatGPT and its limitations. They have mentioned all the things here, iterative deployment, and moving on. Now we'll log in to our ChatGPT. I will log in with my Google account. Tell us about you, and this is my name, and he's asking my phone number, so I will get this blurred so you guys won't be seeing my phone number. Okay, he's asking for the code. I'm waiting for the code. After entering the OTP, you would be directed to this page, that is ChatGPT, and this is the feed box where you can write any query in the simple natural language, that would be English, and the ChatGPT would answer your questions. And if we talk about ChatGPT, a little bit information about ChatGPT, that it's an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by OpenAI, and the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model, and the chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So now we will talk about the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by the artificial intelligence, and it's been researched by the company OpenAI. And the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model. The chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT, which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So, this is ChatGPT, and it's been wowing all the developers around the globe. So, now we'll start with automating Excel with the help of ChatGPT and with the help of Python language. So first, we will create a folder and see the Excel files with which we will use Python, and with the help of ChatGPT, we will automate them. So first we'll create a folder for our project, and we'll create in Python projects and name it as automate Excel using ChatGPT. And inside this, we will open the command prompt, and now we'll open any IDLE so that we'll write a request to ChatGPT and he'll answer us with the suitable code, and that code will copy paste into our IDLE and run it. If it gives any error, we will copy paste the error same to the ChatGPT, and as I know, he answers them. So here we will open our IDLE, and for that we are writing a command that is code space period, and that will open our IDLE, that is Visual Studio Code. Now we have open our IDLE, and first we'll create a file here, or first we'll see our Excel files on which we will do the automation, and for that we'll get back to our folder, and here we have the number folder in which we have two files, that is CSV files, phone number and phone number 2, and other we have the sales folder, and in that we have the data of the sales of the year 2022. So we will use these files, sales and the number. So we'll cut them and get to a folder, and inside the number file, we'll start with sales. First we'll do the automation with the sales files. So we'll open the sales folder, and inside that we'll create a file that would be the py file, and the first automation we would be doing is concatenating all the files in a single Excel file. We have the files from January to December, that is the sales files, so we'll concatenate them and ask the ChatGPT to write the code to concatenate all these. So for that, we'll name the file as concatenate only. Nate underscore data dot py. So now we'll give the command to the ChatGPT. So here is our ChatGPT, and here we will write a command for it that would be I have 12 Excel files and I want to concatenate them, and we'll also mention the name named January. The spelling of January is this only, but we'll check with the file January, and then we have February, and moving on, so on we have till December. So we have all these 12 files, and now we'll command him to use Python to concatenate the data inside the 12 Excel files into one file. So this is a command, and it's in the simplest natural language, that is the English language. So we'll just press enter. Okay, it shows us that an error occurred if the issue persists. So for this thing, we'll just copy the OpenAI link and paste it here and open it. As the ChatGPT is seeing a huge traffic, sometimes it shows these errors. So he's verifying us whether we are a robot or not. So we will agree with the ChatGPT and answer its questions here. It's asking again. Okay, now we are clear with the ChatGPT, and we'll paste a command here and press enter. And here you can see that it has started answering our question that you can use the pandas library in Python to read in the data from each of the Excel files and use the concat function to combine the data from all the files into one data frame. Here's an example of how you would do this. Okay, he's going in a very right manner, and he has imported pandas and then created a data frame, and using the for loop he is going through all the months, reading the Excel file and appending. Okay, done. And result, he has concatenated, but he has not created the Excel file where we can see all the data, and he has also not printed it. So what we want, so first we'll see what does this code do. As I have seen, so it will concatenate, but it has not created the Excel file in which we can see all the data. So we have copied the code, we'll paste it here, save it and run it. And most important thing, you have to import the pandas library, and if you have not installed it, please install it in the command prompt with the command pip install pandas, or you can use it in the terminal. Okay, it has not found the january.xls. Okay, so JNUARY, the correct spelling. We will see what error it expects. We'll save this and run once again. So we'll just copy the error and write it back to ChatGPT and see how does it respond. Okay, is seeing is indicating that the pandas library is unable to find the Excel file you are trying to read in. Based on the error message, look like the files are not located in the same directory as the Python script. Okay, we'll see that, but we have the Python script and the library in the same folder. Yeah, concatenate.py, and we'll check once again here. It's data.py. Yeah, they are in the same folder. Then why we have this error? Okay, so the error is we have opened our ideally in the automated Excel using ChatGPT folder, and currently we are in sales folder, so it is not recognizing the directory. So what we'll do, We'll copy all these files, copy these sales files and paste it here. Now we'll run the code that ChatGPT provided us. Okay, yeah, it has run successfully. It's good successfully. Okay, we'll try once again. We'll kill the terminal, save it, and run it again. Now we'll see. Yeah, it has executed successfully. But the thing is, it has not converted it into a single Excel file. For that, we'll write you forgot to create the concatenated file, as we also haven't mentioned in our command specifically. So we have to be specific with our commands also. Let's see. Yeah, after concatenating the data frame to export to a Excel file, we can just write this command. And index equal to false, yeah. Okay, and he's giving all the explanations, so you can just read them. You're correct. I apologize for the oversight. To create a new Excel file that contains the concatenated data, you can use the to underscore Excel method of the data frame. Here is an example of how you could do this. Okay, you create a new Excel file named concatenated underscore data.xlsx, the same directory as your Python script, and it will contain the concatenated data form from all of the original Excel file. You could also use the to underscore CSV method to save the data frame in CSV format. Yeah, we can do that also. Okay, we'll make the XLSX file, and just beneath it, okay, yeah, ठीक है. C part 2 okay. We don't need any path, we'll just do it here only. Here result dot to Excel data dot XLSX. So we'll save this and run it. And it's showing that it has executed successfully. And yeah, outside the sales folder, we'll close it. You can see that it has created the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So for that, we'll move here. Yeah, it has created it here. We'll open it. And first I will show you what these files contain. So every file have the entry of around 1000. Every file has 1000 entries. So the concatenated file should have around 12,000. So this is the concatenated underscore data. And if we go beneath, yeah, we can see 2000. And yeah, it says it has concatenated all the data. So yeah, ChatGPT responded, and we have to precise with the commands what we are writing in English, as it has not mentioned to convert it into Excel file. Now when we have written it again, it has done that. Now moving on, we will do the second automation, and for that we'll move back to our ideally, and the next automation we would be doing would be that we will be using the sum and the average function to all the files, that is from January to December files, and we'll use sum and average function. I will show you where we'll use. So it's concatenated data. So we'll open the August file, and here you can see the quantity in the H column. So we'll average down the quantity. So what is the average per customer? And in the J column, we have the total cost. So we'll add all the cost in all the files. This is the August file. From January to December, we will do in column H the average for the quantities, and column J will do the sum of the total amount per customer, and we'll get it printed at the last column. That would be, we have the 1000 entries. It's going till H1001, so we would get it printed on H1002, and the sum we would get it printed on J1002. Okay, so moving on, we'll close these files. We will get back to a ChatGPT and give him a command that I have 12 Excel files, and we'll tell him that we have named them January, then we have February, then we have till December, and now we want you to use Python to apply the sum formula, and the average formula. So the sum formula would be applied from J2 to J1001. Let's see. Okay, we have closed the file. Yeah, but I remember sum formula from J2 to J1001. Okay, and the average function. And now we want him to use the average formula from H2 to H1001. Okay, and that would be in all the Excel files. And we want him to write the results in the cells, and that would be J1002 and H1002 respectively. So we have to be precise with the commands, and we have an error here. That is done, and yeah, it's all done. I'll just give this command to ChatGPT and see how it answers. Use the pandas library in Python to read, okay, and perform the sum and average calculations. Good, and then write the results back to the same file. Here is an example of how you could do this. Yeah, we are writing in the same file. Okay, we are importing pandas as PD and running a loop for all the months. We have read all the Excel files one by one, and we are taking the cell 111 and allocation, okay, and doing the sum and doing the mean of the H column. Yeah, it's good. Excel. Yeah, I think it would do a job. So we'll copy this and create a new file and name it as sum.py. And inside this, we will paste the code that our GPT has provided us, and we'll run this, and it has executed successfully. Okay, no, we got an error. That is at 5. Okay, okay. It has made the mistake. Yeah, got it. Okay, we'll just see what query we wrote. I have 12 Excel files named January, February to December and use Python to apply the sum formula from J2 to J1001 and the average formula from H2 to H1001 in all the files and write the results. Okay, done. We would be a little specific in the cells J1002 and okay. Yeah, we'll once again submit it if we didn't get okay. Yeah, now he has used the open Excel library. That's good. Yeah, that would be working for us. Let's see what he will provide to us. Yeah. Sheet and clear and okay. Okay. Yeah. Think it can serve the purpose, but first we'll run it. So he is giving us the explanation for what he has written this code. That is, this code will apply the sum formula to the range J2 to J1001 and the average formula to the range H2 to H1001 in all the Excel files. The results will be written in J1002 and H1002 respectively. It is important to note that this code will overwrite the original file so that it's recommended to make a backup. Okay, we don't need that. And we have backup in the sales folder also. So you can also use the read underscore excel and to underscore excel function from panel element to read and okay. So we'll try this code. It is not return to import OS. And guys, you have to install all these libraries. OpenPyXL. I have already installed them. You can search on the browser that OpenPyXL installation Python, and it would be directed to pypi.com. That's the official website for the particular libraries, and there you can see the command that would be the pip install and the particular command for the module name. It is showing that it has run successfully, so we'll just see if it has done its job or not. And in the April file, we have in the H column, that is the average of the H column, that was the items, and in the J column we have the total sum of the amount of the customers. Yeah, the query has run successfully. ChatGPT has provided us with the perfect code. Hats off to the ChatGPT. And moving on, now we'll do some other automations. And now what we can do, uh, we have other files, that is phone number and phone number 2, and what it contains, it contains the phone numbers. So what we could do is we could add the +91 extension, that is the country code for India. We will ask ChatGPT to add the country code +91 to both the files. So I'll close these files, and first we'll copy them and paste in our root directory so we don't get any error, and we'll change the slide name. Instead of hyphen, we will add the underscore. Okay, now we'll move back to ChatGPT and write a command, and these files are CSV files, not XLSX file. Yeah, these are CSV files. Both the files are CSV files, other files are XLSX files. Okay, so for that, we'll write the command to ChatGPT that I have two files with .csv extension, and they are named phone underscore number, and the second was named phone underscore number underscore 2. Okay, so we have told the ChatGPT that we have two files, and now we'll tell him to use Python to add the country code, add the country code plus 91 as string prefix, and that would be adding as a string prefix, else it would only show 91, it won't show plus. So we'll see if ChatGPT understand that or not. As string prefix in both the CSV files with column name that was phone. Okay, now we'll just press enter and wait for our ChatGPT to answer this query, and we'll see how it responds. You can use the pandas library to read as well. Okay, and the prefix to the phone numbers and the modified data package is all okay. Hey, then I could do this. Okay. Phone number and phone number. Okay, both the files. Now we are reading files and the phone directory. It's heading as type string. Okay, it has understood that. And to CSV, and this code will hit in both the files. Yeah, I think this will work. We have copied the code. This code will read in both CSV files and the plus +91 string to the phone numbers and write the modified data back to the CSV files. It's important to note that this will overwrite the original file, so it's required to make a backup of the original files. Okay. You could also use the apply function to add the prefix to the phone number in the column. Okay. So, okay, yeah. We can do this also with the lambda function. And that's good. This will also do a job. First, we'll see this, and we will create a file for this automation and name it as countrycode.py. Okay, and we'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. It's showing that it has executed successfully. Yeah, it has executed successfully. So we'll just go back to our files and see whether they got +91 as a prefix or not. Okay, the numbers. Okay, the files got only 91 as the column. It's still in the number format. It hasn't converted into string format. We'll see the second code also. Like, yeah, it has converted x into string. Okay, lambda x. We'll see whether it's working or not. Like, it has worked. And the issue is we have change the files, permission denied. Okay, we have opened a file. We'll close it. Don't save. Save this and run it again. Now it shows it has executed successfully. We'll open the files. And now if we see, it is showing, yeah, now it has added 291s. Yeah. So no issues. The thing is, first we have to transform it into the string format, and then we can add +91 as a string to that string. So ChatGPT misses with the slightest implementation of the code. Now, moving on, we'll see this command later. If you want to see how we can add +91, I will tell you how to write that code. Okay. So now moving on, we will do another automation, and you would be glad to know that ChatGPT improves the existing code. Like in the first automation, it has concatenated, but it hasn't converted the concatenated file. Like it hasn't created that file. It had created the file when we have written to it that you forgot to create that file. So ChatGPT, it modulates the existing code also. And moving on, now in any, okay, well, open the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx, and inside this, okay, we have the product line. So what we'll do is we will change the name of the electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll automate this process, and we can do this automation in all the files also from January to December. So we'll do that only. Okay. Now here we will command is, okay, now we'll command the ChatGPT that using Python iterate through all the Excel files in the directory. So we are asking him to iterate through all the Excel files in the directory, and we'll ask him to replace what was the electronic accessories. Electronic accessories. See the spelling is correct or not. Electronic accessories. Okay. Yeah. Electronic accessories with electronic equipments. And we'll also ask him equipments. So, is there any mistake? Okay, we'll do equipment only. And home and lifestyle we have chosen, yeah. And home and lifestyle, and we'll change it with only lifestyle. Okay, so using Python, we are iterating through all the Excel files and changing these. That would be in each Excel file. So we have to be specific with a written language. And now we'll save the modified workbook in, we'll create another folder, and in that we'll save the files. Okay. save the modified file in the output folder, and if the folder is not created, we'll ask him to create it. Okay. Then create one folder and add it in. Okay, I don't know why I'm saving this. So I have written the command. I will press enter so that ChatGPT can process it and give us the code for that. So it's showing us. Sorry, that was showing us. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files and directory, the pandas library to read in the files and make the changes, and to save the modified files. Okay, here's an example of how you could do this. Now here we have imported OS pandas as PD, and it has written the code. We'll copy that. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory, replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle in the data frame, and then save the modified files in the output folder. If the if the output folder doesn't exist, the script will create it. You would also use replace function to replace the values in the column. Okay. This will iterate through all the cells in each row of the Excel sheet and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle if the cell value is equal to the respective string. Okay, we have copied a code, and now we will create a file and name it as iterate.py. We'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. The code has been executed successfully. Now we'll see. We'll open all the files. Not all, but yeah, we'll open some. That was the previous one, electronic accessories. Okay, so it hasn't changed in this. Okay, we will open another file and see if we code the changes in that or not. That also states the electronic accessories, so it hasn't done its job. So we'll move back to GPT and use this code if it functions, else we'll write back to the chat GPT. Okay. Just a second, I will read the code. Okay, we are using the replace and find in excellent. Okay, so for here we have to import the OS done load underscore book, and for that we'll import this. And run it. And close these files. Okay. Now we'll see if we quote our solution or not. No, it's showing electronic accessories and home and lifestyle. So ChatGPT doesn't got the code to change them. So we'll ask him another time and with a different language this time. Also, I don't think it has created the output folder. It has, oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. What I have done is my mistake. Those were the original files. And we have the product line here. And we have electronic accessories here. And that should be equipments. Okay, we have electronic accessories and lifestyle. Let me see my command. Okay, I have asked him to change electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. So it has changed only lifestyle. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Uh, the E here is small. We'll update that in the code. You can write this back to ChatGPT also. But yeah, first we'll do this. What are I showing? Node has executed successfully. Okay. In the output folder, we have the December accessories. That's it, the capital E. Okay. 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 So this code is giving us error. We'll see the last code. We'll copy that and try to use this. And close the terminal and run it again. It has executed successfully. Now we'll see the file whether it has changes or not. It has not. Now we'll ask the ChatGPT. What have you done, brother? Using Python, iterate through all the Excel files in the directory and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. Okay, in each Excel file, save the modifies file in the output and if the okay. Okay, we'll ask the same thing once again to him. And with this electronic accessories, oh sorry, and save the modified file, the output folder, and get a folder it doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. This is the same code as the above one. Okay, we'll see once again. Still close these files. Has executed successfully. Now we'll open it. And now we can see that it has changed to electronic equipment. Electronic equipment. Yeah, now it has executed successfully. Maybe there would be an error with us while copying it, as we have also created the output folder, but we forgot to see in that folder. Maybe that could be the error from our side. Now we are done with the changing of the column names, the cell names. That was electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll do the next automation. For that, first we'll open an Excel file. This was in the output folder. We'll get back to our main directory and open the file July. And here we will filter the Excel file for gender. That is, we'll select gender as female and with the unique values in column city. And we'll extract the data from column A to Q. That would be the whole data. And for each unique city value, we'll create a new Excel file for each city, and that will contain data only for that city and for females only. And after that, we'll save this file in a folder named city. So we'll give this command to ChatGPT. And here you can also specify the module you want ChatGPT to use for the particular command. Here we will be commanding the ChatGPT to use the pandas module. And for that, we'll write the command, not command, in the natural language. We'll give this command to the ChatGPT. And for that, we'll write using Python and pandas. Filter the, okay, we will just pick a single Excel file, or we can pick the concatenated file, that is concatenated underscore data. Filter the concatenated underscore data dot excel sx Excel file, and that would be for gender female and by the unique values in column city. We first will give the command by the unique values in the column city. And after that, we want to extract the data from column A to Q, that is the whole sheet. Extract the data from the column A to Q, and for each unique city value. For each unique city value. Now we will extract the data, and now we'll create a new Excel file. So for that also we'll give the command to ChatGPT, and we'll write create a new Excel file, and that would be for each city. Okay, so we'll write create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Okay, and save this file in the city folder, and if it's not been there, ChatGPT can create the folder for that also. Okay, city folder, and naming the each file with the city name. Okay, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, now if the city folder, that is we have written the small city. Okay, if the city folder doesn't exist, then create it before saving the files. Okay, now we have given this command to the ChatGPT and it has responded us with, you can use the pandas library as we have already mentioned to use that to read in the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx file and filter the data for gender female, group the data by the unique values in the city column, and extract the data from the specified columns for each group. And here is an example. So we have put the code. We'll wait till ChatGPT continues. And we can see that the ChatGPT has completed, and we will copy this code for setting open female data. To see related gender equal to female city. We'll make the directory for city, and for city group in female data root group by city. And you could also use the asn method to filter the data frame for female gender. Okay, first we'll see this, and for that we will create filter.py and run the code. It has been executed successfully. So now we'll see that the city folder has been created or not. I'm not able to see the city folder. Okay, it's been created. So we'll see. Okay, it's been created. Man, it's still empty. So we'll give time. Okay, and we got an error. Okay, we'll pass this error to ChatGPT first, and after that we'll see what's wrong with this. You are, so the error message you're saying is indicating that the column names specified in the list are not present in the data frame. It's likely that the actual column names in the data frame are different than the ones you specified in the list. Okay, you just see the list, that is concatenated data. Go back and see that is A2. Okay, it's still R. Okay, we made a little mistake here. So we'll just change a command. Yeah, this is it. And instead of Q, now we'll write R and save and submit. Now we'll see what it would generate for us. We'll close this. Okay, this one will run the content fields in the Excel files. Filter the data for females. Group the data by the unique values in the city column. Great. And extract the data from the column A to R for each unique city name, and then create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Files will be saved in the city folder, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, it's done. Now we'll copy this code and paste it here and see whether this code works for us or not. So it's been executed successfully. Now we have moved to the city. Okay, it's executing. So I'll give time to the code. Let it do it. So yeah, it's been executed successfully. Okay, so there were 3 cities, that was Mandalay, Naypyidaw, and Yangon. And if I show you the data, you could see there's 3 cities, and it has created the Excel files with the name of the cities only, the unique cities, and it has extracted the data for the gender female. Now we'll see those files. Close this. And back in the city folder, could see the Mandalay city, and the data is just for the females. So this automation works well with ChatGPT. Now moving on, we will do one more automation, and that would be to use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode. So for that, I will just get you aware of the payment modes in our sheet, and we'll do this automation on the concatenated data sheet only. So this is the payment column, and you can see the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and these are repeating. So we'll use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode from column N, sorry, and that is from this sheet only. And then we'll create a new sheet and name it as count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. So we'll give this command to our ChatGPT and ask him to write the code for our automation. So we're writing use Python to identify what is the count of each payment method from column, and the column was n, from column n, and that was an concatenated underscore data dot xlsx sheet, and create a new sheet named count.xlsx, and write the count against each payment method. Okay. Now we have given this command to a ChatGPT, and we'll see what it offers to us. You can use the pandas library to read. Okay, that's the same value counts function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, and you can use the toXL method to the data frame to write the count to a new sheet. Okay, that's good. And he has imported the pandas library and created the df variable in which he has read the concatenated file and used counts function for the payment method, and column equal to payment method. Okay, the column name is payment, not payment method. I think it would generate an error for us. So Python of each one method from column n, and we will specify column m n that is named payment, as it has used payment method here. You can see that it has used the column name as payment method. So we will specify this. We have to be very specific with our commands for these automations. For simple tasks, you can use simple language, like complex sentences, or you have to mention every detail. But for these automations, you have to use them. Now our ChatGPT is working with this, and most probably he will deliver us with the perfect code. I hope so. Okay, it has read and the value count, and it has exported reset. You would also use the group by function to group the data with the payment method and use the size function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, we'll see this. And here we will create a file as count.py, and in this file we'll paste the code delivered us by the ChatGPT. We have executed it. It's being executed. We'll wait for that. It's been executed successfully. So we have back to our folder, and we have to look for file count file. Yeah, count file. Okay. Is this the no? It's the okay. Yeah, it's showing us the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and the number of usage. Yeah, 448,003 12. Yeah, it's 12,000. That was the whole entry of the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So we have done with this automation, and now we'll do one last automation. And first we'll close all these files. Okay, and moving back to our ChatGPT, and now we'll rename all the 12 Excel files that was January, February to December, and we'll add the word car sales just before the month name. That would we will just add the prefix before the month name, and for that we'll give the command to the chat GPT in the natural language, and here only we'll change it in the main directory only, as we have the copy of all these files. So for this we'll write the command use Python to rename all the 12 Excel files named January, February until December. Okay, and that is present in my directory. And what we have to do is we have to add the word, we'll add car sales. Okay, car sales in front of each file name. Okay, so what it will do is car sales underscore January, car sales underscore February, and so on. So we'll wait for the chat GPT. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files in a directory and then use the os.rename function, okay, to rename the files. Here is an example of how you could do this. Go to OS and we have the months. Okay. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory and add car sales in front of each file name. And those files would be those only, the months. And good. It's using the glow module. And you could also use the glow module. Okay, that's the second code. It's the easy one, okay? But we'll go with OS first and get back to our ideally and name the file as rename.py. And here we'll paste the code and run it. It's been executed. We'll move back. Yeah, you could see that car sales have been added to all the files. And with that, we have done with our automations. And if you want, you can also submit your code to ChatGPT and ask it to add commands to your code so that it could explain you what that line does or what that function does. It would explain very tediously. And if you want, you can also try ChatGPT to automate many office tasks. You can automate PowerPoint for that and do many more tasks with ChatGPT.
Okay guys, let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in two ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and you would just write the topic that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So I'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And you could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap, and in the upcoming slides I want all the roadmap skills or the roles to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11 and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, here's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here, and this is the developer option which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form, then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code, and there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here, then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT, or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation, and for the design thing you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we will ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we will modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, in the following sections. And now we can provide him the section, that is problems faced by cloud expert, then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So we'll see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here, and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also, so we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also we have to make that replacement, so we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that would be empty only, and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides, we'll select all of them and make them as level 1, and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint, not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint, like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content. And in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this and we'll save this on the desktop only and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to file, blank presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option slides from outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it, PowerPoint, because it is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it and wait for some time till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide 1 and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on slides from outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned 2 methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
Sora is here. OpenAI has introduced Sora, an advanced AI tool for creating videos, now available at Sora.com. Earlier this year, Sora was launched to turn text into realistic videos, showcasing exciting progress in AI technology. Now, OpenAI has released Sora Turbo, a faster and more powerful version available to ChatGPT Plus and Pro users. Sora lets users create videos in 1080p quality up to 20 seconds long and in different formats like widescreen, vertical, or square. It includes tools like a storyboard for precise control and options to remix or create videos from scratch. There is also a community section with featured and recent videos to spark ideas. ChatGPT Plus users can make up to 50 videos per month at 480p resolution, while Pro users get access to more features like higher resolution and longer video duration. While Sora Turbo is much faster, OpenAI is still working to improve areas like handling complex action and making the technology more affordable. To ensure safe and ethical use, Sora includes features like visible watermarks, content moderation, and metadata to identify videos created with Sora. Sora makes it easier for people to create and share stories through video. OpenAI is excited to see how users will explore new creative possibilities with the powerful tool. So welcome to the demo part of the Sora. So this is the landing page when you will log in Sora. So let me tell you, I have the ChatGPT Plus version, not the Pro version. So I have some 721 credits left. Okay, later on I will tell you what are the credits. Okay, so let's explore something here. So these are some recent videos which I have created or tested, you can say, and this featured version is all the users of Sora which are creating videos, so it's coming under featured, so we can learn or we can generate some new ideas like this. Okay, like this parrot and all. Like this is very cool for learning, and these are some of the saved version, and these are all videos and uploads like this. So let's come into the credit parts. Okay, so you can see I have 721 credit left. So if you will go this help openai.com page, and this page you can see what are the credits. So credits are used to generate videos with Sora. Okay, so if you will create 480p square 5-second video, it will take only 20 credits. Okay, for 10 it will take 40, then this, then this. Okay, for 480p this much credit, 25 credit, 50 credit, like this. 720 is different, 1080p different. Okay, so here it is written, please note that requesting multiple variation at once will be charged at the same rate as running two separate generation requests. Okay, so here this plus icon you can see. So here you can upload the image or video. Okay, so you can also do like this, you can upload the image and you can create the video from that image. Okay, and this is choose from library, your personal library, this library, right? And this option is for the variation. Okay, like these are basically presets like balloon world, stop motion, archive world, film noir, or cardboard, and the paper. Okay, so this is the resolution. Okay, 480p, this is the fastest in video generation. Okay, 720p will take like 4x slower, and 1080p 8x slower. I guess 1080p is only available in ChatGPT's Pro version. Got it? Okay, so we are just doing. I'm just showing you demo, so I will choose this fastest version only. Okay, so this is the time duration, how long you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 and 20 seconds is available in Pro version, okay, of ChatGPT. And this is how much versions you want to take. I will select only 2, okay, because it will again charge more credits to you. Okay, and these credits are monthly basis, I guess. Okay, these credits are monthly basis. Okay, see again, recut, remix, blend, loop to create content. This will take again more credits. Okay, see here, ChatGPT Plus, up to 50 priority videos, 1000 credits. Okay, per month, I guess. Yeah, per month. Up to 720p resolution and the 5-second duration. And ChatGPT Pro, up to 500 priority videos, 10,000 credits, unlimited relax videos, up to 1080p resolution, 20-second duration, download without watermark. Here you can download with watermark, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. About everything, okay, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT Pro is $200 per month. So, yeah, it's expensive, right? So yes, let's do something creative. So okay, I will write here. Okay, polar bear enjoying on the Sahara desert. Okay, Sahara desert. Yeah. Okay, you can do a storyboard as well, or you can create directly videos. Okay, so let me show you the storyboard first. Yeah, so frame by frame you can give different what to say, prompt. Okay, here you can give different prompt. Okay, polar bear with family. Okay, playing with sand, like this. Okay, and later on it will create a whole the video. Okay, third, you can describe again, you can add image, like this. Okay, this is a story created by the ChatGPT. Okay, let's create. Okay, add it to the queue. Okay, it's very fast actually. Almost done. Yeah, see, with family, you can see playing with the sand. Okay, so these are the two variation. Okay, you can choose either this or either that one, or either that one. Okay, I'm feeling this much as, yeah. So here you can again edit your story, recut, you can trim or extend this video in a new storyboard. Okay, so basically recut features allow you to creators to pinpoint and isolate the most impactful frame in a video, extending them in either direction to build out of like complete scene. Okay, if we'll choose recut, okay, this thing, fine. Then remix. what remix do is like the remix features allows user to reimagine existing videos by altering their components without losing that essence of the originality, you can say. Okay, you want to add or remove certain things. Okay, what if I want to remove that this polar bear or like this. Okay, or you can say we can change colors, or we can some tweak visual elements and this blend. So this blend feature allows you to combine with different video. If I want to upload some videos, it will blend both the video, this video particular with that video which I will upload. Okay, right. And the last loop, by the name, loop features feature make it easy to create seamless repetition of the video. Okay, this is one option is ideal for background visuals, music videos like this. Okay, so this is how you can create video in 2 minutes, I can say, just by giving prompt. Okay, this one is favorite, you can save it for the favorite, and this you can sharing options are there, copy link or this unpublish, and you can download. See, I told you without watermark is available in only pro version. So I have this with watermark, you can download. See, download a video in just a click, or you can download as a GIF as well, right? And add to a folder. Okay, fine, this is the notification activity, right? So let's create one. Okay, monkey with family driving car on the space. Yeah, so okay, I will choose this times 16 by 9. Let it takes more credit of mine, it's okay. Yeah, add it to the queue. If you'll go to favorites, it will come this one because I chose it. Okay, and if you will ask how this Sora is working, so it's like text to image generative AI models such as like DALE 3, Stable Diffusion and Midjourney. So Sora is a diffusion models. That means that it starts with each frame of the video consisting of the static noise. See, oh, it's cartoonish, but yeah. See, if you want Lamborghini, you can add that I want Lamborghini or Tesla, whatever. So this is how you can generate videos with Sora, in a quick 2 minutes.
OpenAI just dropped something huge. It's called Codex. If you're writing code or just love tech, this is about to blow your mind. This AI is not just smart, it rewrites how we write code like for real. But here's the thing, is all this hype actually worth it? That's what we are diving into today. We'll break down what Codex is, how it works, the cool features that make it special, how safe and reliable it really is, and how it stacks up against other AI coding tools out there. So if you're curious whether Codex is a game changer or just a fancy buzz, stick with me and let's get into it. Alright, so what exactly is Codex? Imagine having a supercharged AI developer in the cloud. It's like a team of experts who can juggle writing new features, fixing bugs, answering questions about your code, all at the same time. Codex runs in these safe, isolated sandboxes loaded with your exact code base. So it's working with your code just like a real teammate would. But what powers Codex? A special AI model called Codex 1, trained on tons of real coding projects to produce code that looks just like a human wrote it. It follows instructions carefully, keeps testing until everything works perfectly, and even adapts to your coding style. Oh, and there's a cool fact. In OpenAI's own coding benchmark test called SWE Bench, Codex nailed up to 85% accuracy solving real world coding problems. That's a massive jump over other AI models. So it's not just a good looking code, it's a trustworthy code. Now you might be wondering, how do I actually use Codex? Now, if you have got ChatGPT Pro, Team, or Enterprise, Codex is right there in the sidebar. You just type what you want, maybe write me a login feature or fix this bug in the payment system, and hit the code button easy. Want to ask questions about your code? Hit ask and get answers right away. Each task Codex handles run in its own secure cloud workspace. It reads your file, edits them, runs tests, linters, and checks type, basically everything a human dev does. Tasks take anywhere from a minute to half an hour depending on how tricky they are, and you can watch the whole process live. When it's done, Codex commits the changes and gives you all the receipt, terminal logs, and the results, citations, and so you can easily see what it did. You can review the work, ask for changes, create GitHub pull requests, or merge directly. You can even set up a Codex environment to match your real development setup for smoother results. Want Codex to work even better? Just add agents.md file to your repository, like kind of a guidebook telling Codex how your project works, what commands to run for testing, and your coding standards. Think of it like onboarding a new developer, giving clear instructions, and Codex becomes smarter and more helpful. But even without that, Codex is already rocking in OpenAI's internal test. Talking about is Codex safe or not? Look, handing over code to AI can feel scary, right? But OpenAI built Codex with safety first. It runs in locked on cloud containers with zero internet access, so it can't browse random sites or grab sketchy stuff. And Codex shows you everything it does. Log, test results, even when things go wrong, you can always stay in control. No surprise, just transparency. Now, who's already using Codex? This isn't just theory. OpenAI engineers live with Codex. They offload boring stuff like renaming, refactoring, writing tests, and fixing bugs, so they can focus on the cool, creative part. Cisco uses it to speed up features and untangle huge code bases. Superhuman speeds up testing and test product managers to small code tweaks without bugging engineers. Codex helps team work smarter and faster, cutting down distractions and keeping projects moving. Let's talk about the updates to Codex CLI and development experience. If you love working with the terminal, OpenAI launched Codex CLI, a lightweight open source assistant that brings Codex powers to your local workflow. They also made a smaller, faster version called Codex Mini for quick QA and editing. Perfect when you want instant help. Signing is in a breeze now. Just use your ChatGPT account, pick up your API organization, and boom, you're all set. Plus and Pro users even get free credits to start. Right now, Codex is rolling out globally to ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise users. Plus and Education users, you are next in line. For API users, Codex Mini costs around 1.50 per million input tokens and $6 per million output tokens, with discounts if you reuse prompts a lot. Heads up, Codex is still in early days. It can't yet process images or change course mid-task, and remote task delegation takes longer than quick edits, but it's evolving fast and will soon handle more complex work. What's next? The future. OpenAI vision. Developers own the work they love and delegate the rest to AI agents, boosting productivity like never before. Soon you'll chat with Codex mid-task, guide it, get progress updates, and assign jobs from your IDE, GitHub, or issue tracker. Imagine a smooth, unified workflow where AI is your teammate across all your tools. Now, how does Codex stacks up against other AI coding assistants? GitHub Copilot is amazing for real-time code suggestions while you type, like a buddy sitting next to you. Codex works more like a remote teammate that handles entire coding tasks asynchronously, writing features, fixing bugs, running tests, and submitting pull requests, freeing you up for bigger picture stuff. And GPT-4, it's great at code snippets and explanation, but Codex is trained specifically for software engineering, producing cleaner, more reliable code tailored to real projects. Together, these tools form an unstoppable AI coding dream team. But Codex's ability to multitask safely and transparently is pushing the limits of what AI coding can do. So whether you're a solo developer or a part at a team, Codex is here to change the way you build software. It's available now for ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise, with Plus and Education coming soon. Try it out, play with different tasks, and see how it speeds up with your workflow, cuts headaches, and makes coding way more fun. Now, if you like this deep dive, smash that like button, subscribe for more tech news, and drop your thoughts or questions about Codex below. Can't wait to see what you build with this AI powerhouse. So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow-up questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skill. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have Mockmate. Mockmate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT-4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview.
Today we are diving into an exciting topic: how to make money using ChatGPT, an AI powered tool that can help you generate passive income. If you are eager to start earning effortlessly, keep watching. Are you looking for ways to generate passive income with minimal effort? Thanks to the advancement in artificial intelligence and chatbot, you can now earn money using these technologies. So in this video, we will explore some of the most effective methods to generate passive income with ChatGPT. ChatGPT, known as the world's smartest generative AI, is changing how people make money online. With this incredible free tool, you can start earning with the little skill and no initial investment required. So we are in an exciting new era of artificial intelligence, and now is the perfect time to get involved and seize this opportunity. People are using ChatGPT for YouTube, blogging, freelancing, and many other ways to make money. So now let's dive in and discover how you can leverage ChatGPT to generate various streams of passive income. So there are numerous ways to monetize ChatGPT's capability. So in this video, we will explore some few effective strategies, or you can say categories, by giving prompts. So this is my ChatGPT 4. I'm using the premium version, right? So the first category is get businesses idea from ChatGPT. So you can discover how ChatGPT can generate personalized business ideas by understanding your interests, talents, and challenges. So now let's ask ChatGPT for business ideas tailored to a computer science engineer with experience in digital marketing and sales. Okay, or not even computer science engineer, you can ask as a graphic designer or as a sales marketer, anything, right? So I'm giving here prompt: I am a graphic designer with a knack for digital marketing. Okay, so I will write what side hustle can I start to generate? Okay, I will give here $500 income per day with minimal investment, dedicating 6 to 8 hours, or you can write 9 to 10 hours, or 1 to 2 hours, 6 to 8 hours daily. Okay, so now let's see what ChatGPT says. So here, given your skills in a graphic designer and digital marketing, here are some side hustle ideas that you can potentially generate $500 per day. See, first is freelance graphic designer. Second is print on demand. Third is social media management, sell digital product online coach consultation, affiliate marketing you can do, content creation for YouTube and social media you can do. So I'm not saying you can earn like in next day itself, but it will take time. But you can take ideas for your business, okay, as per your need, as per your skills. You can just write the prompt and ChatGPT will tell you the answer, or it will give you some ideas. Okay, so once you have some great ideas, so dive deeper with ChatGPT to develop a plan and consider important factors. Okay, you can ask to brief freelance graphic designer or print on demand, social media management, like this. Okay, so our second category is freelancing itself. Okay, so and you can enhance your freelancing career with ChatGPT. So this advanced AI tool ChatGPT help professionals earn extra income by producing high quality content that impresses clients. Like, you can write blog or website content, you can translate languages, you can provide email writing services, you can craft compelling headlines and calls to action, you can create social media content, you can write captivating short stories, or you can conduct hashtag research. Okay, so let me give you a small prompt. Okay, so write me a blog on Great Wall of China in 1,000 words. Or you can write in mutual funds, you can write in stocks, whatever you want. Okay. So as you can see, the Great Wall of China, marvel of ancient engineering. So this is your title. Okay. So the Great Wall of China, this is the historical overview, the architectural marvel, everything it will give you. Okay. So the third category is build software. Okay. So you can use ChatGPT to develop software solution for common problems faced by the online businesses. Okay. Create software tools using the codes provided by ChatGPT and sell them to make money. Okay. So first, what you can do, you can create your portfolio, online portfolio website. Okay. So there you can mention services as a software developer. Okay. Or you build software. Okay. So the first thing is identify common issues in your niche. Okay. So you can use ChatGPT to list the most common problems in e-commerce business phase, such as inventory management, customer support, or cart abandonment. Okay. The second thing is use ChatGPT to generate code and develop software solution. Okay. Let me give you an example. So here you can write generate a Python script for an inventory management, right, system for an, okay, spelling mistake, system for an e-commerce store. Okay. So it will generate you a Python script. Okay. See, it's very easy to earn money using ChatGPT. You have to just give a prompt, okay, with your perfect thought. What do you want? What your client wants, right? This is how you have to give the prompt. Okay. So this is Python code for the inventory management, right? See, its feature, its usage, everything is here. You have to just give your prompt. And the third thing is, in this build software category, and the third thing is market your software to the target audience. Like you can use ChatGPT to create a marketing strategy, including promotional content, social media posts, and email campaigns. Right. So here I will write one prompt for this. So write a marketing plan to promote an inventory management software for small e-commerce business or businesses, right? So as here you can see market plan for promoting inventory management software for e-commerce business. Okay, see, market is the target audience, small e-commerce owners with annual revenue. This competitor analysis you can do. So this is your marketing plan, how you can market your product or your service. Okay, so I repeat, so by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT's capabilities, you can create valuable software tools and successfully market them to your target audience, and you can earn a hefty of money. Okay. So our next category is email marketing with ChatGPT. How you can do cold emailing, how you can do a perfect email to your client, so he or she can impress with your services or your mail. Okay. So you can boost your affiliate marketing efforts with ChatGPT email expertise. Okay. So the first step is choose an affiliate program that aligns with your niche. The second is build an email list of potential customer. Okay. The third thing is use ChatGPT to craft engaging email that drive conversion. Okay. So I will give you example. See, I am a digital marketer looking to promote a new project management software. So can you write a compelling email that will attract potential customers and persuade them to make a purchase. Okay. See, first subject, transform your project with a cutting edge project management software. So dear this, I hope this email found you well. I'm thrilled to announce key features of particular benefits, and don't just take our word for it. Here is what our satisfied clients. See, these are the testimonials you can write. Okay. And the fun fact is, if you don't like this email, you can ask for the next email. Okay. I want something different. It will give you again with a different concept. Okay. With a different thought. Right. The next thing is you can leverage ChatGPT for blogging success. Right. So already I have wrote one blog. Okay, again let's dive into it. So ChatGPT can elevate your blogging journey by assisting in content generation, editing, proofreading, and SEO optimization. The first thing is you can generate ideas from ChatGPT, outlines and draft. The second thing is enhance readability and reduce errors. The third thing is optimize for search engines with keyword suggested and SEO tips. The fourth thing is engage with your audience through personalized content. Okay, so let me give you example. Write a blog post on the US economy. Okay, and optimize it. See, understanding the current state of the US economy and in-depth analysis. You can write anything. Okay, this is just an example, right? So the next thing is affiliate marketing with ChatGPT. So what you can do, you can just select a medium to build your audience. Ask ChatGPT to help you decide whether to focus on articles, audio content like podcasts, or videos based on your strength and target audience. So let me give you an example. So you can write, what are the pros and cons of using articles, audio content and video for affiliate marketing. Okay, so which medium would be best for promoting tech products? You can ask this. See, so it will give you the pros and cons for the articles, okay, then audio content like podcast, then the video. So now you can, after reading this, now you can decide what do you want, what are your skills, right? And the second thing is you can use ChatGPT to craft engaging content that promotes your affiliate products. Let's suppose you chose video, so you can target video skills. Okay, or let's suppose you chose articles, so you can write a small prompt like create a compelling article outline for promoting an affiliate product like a fitness tracker or a bottle or a watch, anything. And the third thing is implement a consistent affiliate marketing strategies, like use ChatGPT to develop comprehensive marketing strategy that includes content schedules, promoting tactics and tracking metrics. Like you can write, help me create a consistent, I will write here, help me create a consistent affiliate marketing strategy, including a content calendar and promotional tactics for social media. Okay, so it will give you marketing strategies. See, select product, content creation, build a website or blog, email writing, content creator. Week 1 you can do this, week 2 you can do, and you can ask for the day wise also, no issues. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT capabilities, you can effectively build your audience, create engaging promotional content, and implement a successful affiliate marketing strategy. Okay, so now let's suppose you have a YouTube channel. So what you can do, you can ask ChatGPT to generate video ideas and script, making content creation easier. Okay, you have to just write, I want to create a video on what is machine learning. So write a script for me in 1,000 words. Okay, so it will write into 1,000. See, you can see opening scene, background music starts softly, text on the screen, this. So it makes content creation easier, ChatGPT, right? So you can use AI powered platform like Pictory.ai, InVideo.io to convert your script into professional video. So even we have multiple GPTs here. Okay, see, for writing you can use these GPTs. Okay, I guess these GPTs are free only with the premium version. I don't know about the 3.5 which is free. Okay, so for the productivity you can use Canva. Okay, you can use the diagram thing, and you can generate the images. See, video GPT by Veed. It's very easy. Let me show you something. Okay, see, generate text to video maker. Let's try this. Okay, start a chat. Create a video on what is machine learning. Target audience is college students, and I am aiming for the engagement. So you can just fill these details, so later on it will give you the script and the video itself. Okay, so this is how you can use ChatGPT to earn money. ChatGPT can help you express your ideas creatively, making your video, articles, anything relatable to it. Okay, so these prompts and strategies illustrate how versatile ChatGPT is in helping you to make money across various fields. Okay, and to earn money using ChatGPT is very simple. It will take time, but it is very simple. Okay, it is less time consuming, right? So with this we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or any doubt, please ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Thank you guys for joining our ChatGPT full course. We hope you found it helpful and you're excited to use your new skills. Now, if you have any questions or feedback, you can drop in the comment section below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more such content. See you in the next course. Until then, keep learning and keep innovating.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.